You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of a cycle of 6 lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Becoming Fully Human, The Significance of Anthroposophy in Contemporary Spiritual Life, translated by Jeff Martin. They were given at The Hague from April 7th to the 12th, 1922, and there's also a written report by Rudolf Steiner on the course that will be read. It's called the 6 lectures given at the Anthroposophic University Course, Collected Works, Volume 82. Lecture 1, Anthroposophy in Contemporary Spiritual Life, The Hague, April 7th, 1922. What I have to say this evening will only be a modest introduction to what I will endeavor to discuss here in the coming evenings on different aspects of anthroposophy. Anthroposophy did not come about by asking, what are the needs? What is our current age searching for? What interests and longings does this current age have with regard to its spiritual life? These would be abstract questions. And just as you generally cannot find what you are looking for in ordinary life without having a proper idea of it, so we will likely not be able to satisfy a search in the spiritual life of an epoch if we do not already start from a very specific, concrete idea of what this age seeks. However, although anthroposophy did not start from these abstract questions, it is able, now that it has developed, to spiritually satisfy, in every sense, the most important questions and needs of our age. Anthroposophy emerged out of the needs of science itself, as this science has developed in our age, after having completed its great, mighty, triumphal march through the last 3 to 4 centuries. Anthroposophy has emerged from this scientific approach, while at the same time attempting to carefully examine what the Goethean worldview can deliver in a fruitful way for the scientific spirit of the present day. Thus I can say, please allow this personal remark, that when the necessity of an anthroposophic spiritual science arose for me, it was, on the one hand, from the opinion that the current scientific spirit must develop toward a comprehension of the supersensible from out of science itself, and on the other hand, from what could be gained through a living conception of the Goethean worldview, which was itself connected with this scientific endeavor. I had been searching for such a development for anthroposophy since the 80s of the last century. When we hear views about anthroposophy today that are formed more superficially, they often sound as if anthroposophy emerged from a dark, mystical volition out of the chaos of the spiritual life of the civilized world during and after the catastrophe of the war. That is by no means the case. Anthroposophy has worked for decades in a serious way, as may well be stated, and has emerged from completely different conditions. But as I said, now that anthroposophy is here, the question can be asked, does it meet a need, a longing in the spiritual life of our time? In order to answer this question, you will have to look at the special character, at the deeper peculiarities of the spiritual life of our age. I believe you will first of all find a particularly characteristic feature. Certainly when you say something like this, someone else can take numerous exceptions to it, and they shouldn't even be denied this. But what I want to characterize is the general trait in the lives of the people of this age. Do we not have to tell ourselves today, when we have gotten a little older, that we are mostly approaching the tasks of life now without much joyfulness, without enthusiastic devotion? This seems like a pessimistic view, but it doesn't want to be. You just need to look with open eyes at what is really a sweeping feature in the life of contemporary people. We grow up, are taught, and are usually brought further on in life. If we then take up a profession, if we face the sufferings and even the joys of life, still we do not know how to find our way in the world today with our full humanity. And from this trait, a most important area of observation will emerge, especially for our age, which at once characteristically points to the deepest peculiarities of our time. When we stand today as human beings in later life, we can no longer look in retrospect, in memory, at our youth, at our childhood, the way people once looked at their youth and childhood. Anyone who has carried out a certain inner biographical research can definitely say this. When we look back in this way, what is it that does not arise from this childhood, from this youth? What is missing is something that fills us with joy, with enthusiasm, with initiative. Something that gives us strength from a time we have lost outwardly, but which could be within us, fueling us inwardly, strengthening us within. This is expressed radically, but in a certain sense it is the case. As adults of our age, we have largely lost our youth, our childhood. And this is particularly evident in the fact that, if we now take a closer look at social life, as adults we find it so difficult to come to terms with young people. It is again a general feature of our age. There is a striving, brewing in youth, but this youth then generally arrives at a view that old age can no longer provide what the heart and soul long for. A deep gulf has appeared in our age, though some do not admit it. Nevertheless, it is so, between the young and the adult generation. But this very gulf indicates, you might say, that even though we bring with us through birth into the world today, into this physical existence, our full childlike, youthful humanity, whatever our origin may be, we do not find what we demand from life by virtue of the eternal which is born with us. Precisely by the fact that young people do not find this in cultural life in general, precisely by this is revealed what is so strongly missing today. The youth movement, in quotes, this has become a common phrase today, and this youth movement manifests itself especially in those young people who are growing into the cultural professions, who are growing into a life through which they are to become leaders of the cultural, social, moral, artistic, and religious strivings of our age. And if we now ask ourselves, why is there so little in cultural life today that satisfies young people? Then this question is, perhaps if not fully answered, at least illuminated when we look at the various branches of our cultural life. Within the horizon presented to us in the scientific, artistic, moral, social, and religious fields, we find, if I may express myself in this way, that these separate branches of life, which you need if you are to become a full personality, no longer understand each other. And this is why they are in conflict with one another within the human personality. You would be a fool if you wanted to rebel today against what the scientific spirit of the last centuries has brought about in the overall development of humanity, especially since the middle of the 15th century. Anthroposophy must by no means be conceived in any respect as if it only wants to oppose this scientific spirit of our age. This very spirit has produced, through scientific research, an immense conscientiousness and exactness of methods. I would like to say that this has become the main question for this scientific spirit. How can we obtain surety? How can we obtain certainty in researching the truth? This current scientific spirit demands surety and certainty in its search for truth. And tremendous things have been achieved, not only for cognition, but also for practical life, especially in relation to our technical fields. And yet, if we ask ourselves, does this scientific spirit satisfy the urgent purposes of the young? Do today's young people grow into this scientific spirit in such a way that they feel there is something flowing toward them in it for their full humanity? We cannot answer this question in the affirmative. If it is answered in the affirmative, then it is because we surrender to empty illusions, or because we want to spread a fog before our spiritual eyes. In fact, this scientific spirit stands in strange conflict with the other fields of life. First, let's look at the artistic field. By developing the scientific spirit with its exact methods, its strictly trained thinking, artists, those who want to pursue life artistically, who want to enjoy life artistically, feel they actually have to keep the artistic at a distance from this scientific spirit. Today we hear everywhere that what art creates, what art aims to create, must come from completely different human sources than what science fathoms in its certain intellectually observing way. And if someone wants to bring today's scientific spirit into artistic creation, then you have the feeling that it spoils this artistic creation. You feel the scientific spirit has no place in art. Science investigates the truth in a way that should not carry over into an artistic approach. Well, the Greek spirit was not at all aware of such a strict separation between what is revealed through the artistic sense and through the spirit of science. The Greek culture did not know such a strict separation between a brilliant scientific spirit and an idealistic art. And even in the most recent times, Goethe, who immersed himself completely in the Greek worldview, did not want such a separation. Goethe, for example, did not want to speak of a separate idea of truth, of beauty, of religion, or piety. Goethe wanted to know the idea as one, and in religion, art, and science he only wanted to see different revelations of the one spiritual truth. Goethe spoke of art as a revelation of secret natural laws that would never be revealed without art. For Goethe, on the one hand, science was actually something he engaged in as a different mode of expression than art. On the other hand, art to him was something having another form of expression. But only when both work together can a person fathom the whole truth in the Goethean sense. Today we think the scientific spirit, which goes precisely from conclusion to conclusion, from observation to observation, from experiment to experiment, must undermine the coherence of artistic imagination. And we feel there is no justification for trying to fathom anything of the truth of the world through art itself. In other words, we must make a strict separation between art and science. We must say that science strives for certainty and a conscientious method. Above all, it wants certainty in formulating things in such a way that they, if I may express myself thus, can stand there rigidly fixed, and then must be recognized to be so by every impartial human mind. But in striving through science for just this great certainty, you do not have the confidence in what you fathom about nature and humanity in a way that has a meaning for the whole human being, in a way that gives satisfaction also for artistic creation, for artistic enjoyment. A firmly established science has been founded, but we do not have confidence that it can say something where it is a question of human needs beyond science itself. At least regarding more inward human needs, artistic needs. Certainly you can have a logically clear distinction between science and art. I can empathize with anyone who says, quote, if someone speaks in a derogatory sense of this distinction between science and art, well, that's just phraseology. It's rubbish. It has to be so. Close quote. As I said, I can empathize with this. Only there is something in the depths of the human soul that strives for unity, for harmony of the individual soul's activities. And while logic makes a distinction between science and art, still something in us demands a balance, an harmonization of scientific truths and artistic truths. Something in us deeply and spiritually demands that the truths we scientifically extract from nature and the human being should also have the power to generate artistic initiative within us, without falling into straw allegories or abstract symbolisms. In the depths of the soul there is definitely the need not to leave fixed and lifeless in us the knowledge that science fathoms, but to animate it in such a way that something can really flow over from this scientific cognition into art. Goethe was aware of this. For him, the ripest fruits of his artistic work flowed from his conception of science. The great question, not precisely formulated but deeply felt, rings forth to us from the longings of our age. How can we gain confidence in the sciences, which have sought certainty above all else, such that we can penetrate through their realms of truth into what we encounter in artistic formation, in artistic creation? And that is one of the very deepest questions facing humanity today. We could debate and discuss for quite some time the need for a clear distinction between the logical, observational, scientific method and artistic formation, artistic creation. But suppose the situation in the realm of reality is such that we simply cannot get to know the real human being, if, in approaching this human being from the realms of the lower natural kingdoms, we want to apply the laws of nature as we know them from today's science, which is so certain of itself. Yes, could it even be that nature herself creates artistically? Could it be that in the various realms of nature there is not only such creation as the present laws of nature foster? Could it especially not be the case in our human kingdom? Could it be, as Goethe presupposed, that nature herself is a great artist? Then we would simply limit our knowledge, even kill it. If in such a critical way we say to ourselves, we must never bring fantasy into natural science, could it be that when we so logically make such a supposition, we limit ourselves because nature is artistic and only fully surrenders to an artistic consideration? Of course, if you at first express it in this hypothetical form, as I do now, it can be contested in many ways. Only someone who is enough of a psychologist to be able to look into the depths of contemporary humanity knows that there is an anxiety in human minds today when faced with the question, if we strive scientifically, shouldn't we have something in the constitution of our souls that fashions and forms artistically? And what if we can't enter nature's realm in any other way, because nature wants to be understood artistically? What if human nature wants to be artistically grasped, particularly the human physical organs? What do we do when we have such a rigorous science, and yet nature, the world, demands an artistically formulated cognition from us? Of course, I know that contemporary scientists in particular regard such a sentence as an absurdity. But I also know, regardless of this, that human hearts and souls today do not regard it as an absurdity, but that they dimly, darkly feel its truth and would happily see it in the light. And it is no different when we move into other areas, the area of morality, the area of social activity and work, and the area of religious immersion. Everything that falls into these three areas has for a long time been banned from science, so to speak, precisely since the time when the scientific spirit so decisively gripped modern humanity. As far as sociology and social activity are concerned, attempts have recently been made, particularly in political life, you need only think of Marxism, to think socially and sociologically from the scientific spirit, and also to give social impulses from this science. The fruits do not exactly indicate that we are on the right path with this. Because that which moves the world today with regard to the social question, and which wants to be satisfied by all possible illusions out of the modern scientific spirit, leads to such terrible disharmonies. It has led to those terrible elements of destruction that are presently working in social life today. It can be seen from this that recovery is only possible in any of these directions if a spiritual reversal can take place. But after all, the social cannot really be brought to a healthy condition without moral and religious foundations. And so, in relation to social life, you must first look at the moral and religious foundations of human life. And here we find it quite clearly expressed, even more clearly than with artistic experience, especially in the most recent phenomena. There is science, with its strong certainty and conscientiousness, but there is no longer any confidence in introducing the spirit of this scientific character into moral disposition and religious consciousness. And more than ever is it emphasized today, by apparently advanced minds, that science must remain in its place. It must be banned from everything that humanity has to strive for as impulses of moral action or religiosity. Science does not belong where only faith should belong. Just as we make a strict distinction between science and art, we also make a strict distinction between science and morality, science and religion. We would like to appeal to a special ability, to a special impulsiveness of the human soul, for this morality, for this religious life. We would like to strictly separate faith from science, just as we want to strictly separate art from science. Now, this did not prevent the scientific spirit from spreading to all current circles, from assuming the most popular forms. Today it is not just the scientists who are captured by this scientific spirit, but the whole broad mass of today's civilized humanity. Today, thanks to popular literature, from newspapers to books and through other avenues of public life, you can be a religiously pious person in the old traditional sense, but still live entirely in the modern spirit of science. Therefore, no matter how strong the demand is to separate belief from scientific knowledge, this scientific knowledge appears in all possible areas as a criticism of faith. As it works today, it corrodes and dissolves this faith in many human minds. And unless a complete reversal of spiritual realities takes place, it will continue to do so. Faith and knowledge, which we want to strictly separate today, did not originate from different sources. To see this, however, you have to go back even further than for art, where you only have to go back to Greece to see that the Greeks saw artistic truth and scientific truth as a unity. You must go back to much older times in human evolution. But there you will find a time when religion is everything in which humanity, in a certain sense, immerses itself. Through their soul forces, they delved into the depths of the universe, such that religious life welled out of this immersion. But while this religious life welled forth from them, there stood before their souls a unity, toward which they could become religiously pious, to which they could make sacrifices, and which had an effect on them by revealing itself in beauty. This could therefore at the time be enjoyed artistically. Thus, when thinking and cognition became absorbed within this religious piety, it confronted them also as the truth of the world. Science, art, and religion came from one source. However, this is not all that comes into consideration here. It is true that if we go back to the earliest times of human development, we find that science, art, and religion are a unity. They come from a common original source, and then later religious life becomes independent. This was already the case in Greek and Roman times, where the artistic life still remained in unity with scientific life. And only when we come to the most recent times do we find that these three branches of human personal revelation finally separate from each other. Today these three branches again strive with all their might in the unconscious and subconscious depths of humanity toward a unity, toward harmonization. Why is this? Well, you can only stand before science today in admiration. Opposition to what is truth in science would, as I said, be folly. But this science, in spite of its greatness, in spite of its triumphs, is only creative in the realms of thought, in the field of observation, or the regulated observations of experiments. This must be said. Science has only been creative in relation to what can be obtained from the human mind through logical judgment and observation. In these areas, during the last centuries, science has achieved great and original things. But if we look at other areas of life, the artistic or the moral, religious, then we have to say to ourselves, and again it is not something that everyone does say to themselves today, but basically all of civilized humanity feels this in the depths of their soul life, that artistic sensibility, artistic spirit, is actually not creative today. Of course, we often fool ourselves that we are creative, but in the artistic field, the present age does not, overall, generate style, generate motif. In ancient times, they created style and motif. For example, the Greek era gave birth to its buildings from out of the same soul impulses from which poets created their works of art. Much was born out of the same soul impulses from which belief arose. Homer and Hesiod, by being artists, gave the Greeks their gods. We, however, only draw from artistic traditions. We build Gothic, we build classical, Baroque, and so on. But we don't build for the present. Just as little are we able to be fully modern in other realms of art. You have to express these things somewhat radically if you want to meet what is still present as reality in the deepest forces of our age. In the religious and moral realm, the traditions are even older. Our age is not creative in the religious and moral realm. Hence the conservatism of religions and the urge just to preserve the old. Hence the fear when something new appears somewhere in the field of religion. We have the artistic styles from ancient times. We have the religious content from even older times. And young people, when they grow up today, carry the longing for creativity in all areas of life through something mysterious that I cannot discuss today, through secrets that are born with them. They find this creativity in the scientific field, yet this is not enough for them. They long for something deeply creative in the artistic field. They also long deeply for creativity in the ethical and religious realm. That is why today youth does not understand old age. Old age does not understand youth. Therefore, there is a gap between the two. All of this basically characterizes our present age. But it does not yet show the deep dichotomy in humanity itself, which actually led to everything that I have just described. And in order to find this deep dichotomy, we have to look at the peculiarity of human nature as it has developed in the scientific age, that is, since the middle of the 15th century. There we see, if we look at the human being today in a very impartial way, two poles in human nature. Basically, these two poles rule our entire spiritual life, but they do not meet our human needs. These two poles are, on the one hand, a strong inner intense self-consciousness, which modern humanity has developed in the last centuries. And on the other hand, the special way we have come to understand the outer world through our modern abilities. Let's take a closer look at these poles. When I speak of self-consciousness, of the I capital consciousness of modern humanity, I do not at all mean only that which arises, so to speak, in the loneliness of the philosopher's room, a human self-consciousness that apprehends the idea, the pure concept. It was on this that Hegel developed a worldview in such a grandiose way. We see in Hegelian philosophy only an infinitely ingenious embodiment of a self-consciousness which can be experienced when it becomes fully aware of itself. Even the anti-Hegelian philosophers proceed from self-consciousness. They despise that broad training in the ideal spiritual that was achieved by Hegel out of the self-consciousness. And although they despise the Hegelians, they also start from self-consciousness. They want to merely stay at the point of self-consciousness, which they continue to stare at, but which does not expand like Hegel's did. However, by only characterizing this philosophical apprehension of self-consciousness, even if one descends more into the concrete scientific from the philosophical realm, you cannot really characterize the nature of the present age, for a reason that became quite apparent in a conversation I had with Edward von Hartmann. We were discussing what can be achieved epistemologically through a critical analysis of self-consciousness, when Edward von Hartmann said, quote, "You shouldn't have any books printed about such things today. They should merely be hectographed, so that there are only a few copies, perhaps 60 copies in existence. For only that many people in Germany, out of 60 million, are interested in such things." Close quote. This is also true when it comes to the most intimate philosophical matters. Therefore, you cannot expect that I will bother you here with how self-consciousness is being expressed in German philosophical consciousness today. But since the last century, this self-consciousness has not only shown itself to the inquiring philosopher, it shows up in all areas of human life, and it is this that I really mean. Just the way people think about themselves today, how strongly they feel their own being, their I, capital, is certainly not taken into account by external historical research, but inner historical research knows of it. Thus people simply did not think about themselves, did not recognize or know about themselves in this way before the 15th century. They were much more obtuse within. They did not say I with such intensity as it has been pronounced in civilized society since then. So there has been a general intensification of inner experience. This intensification is demonstrated in the field of science, when you completely reject a belief in authority, when you just want to accept only that which can be justified to your own self-consciousness. It manifests itself in the artistic field, in that people want above all to form into, to shape into their artistic creations what they can experience in their deepest self-consciousness. It shows itself in the religious field, in that people can only fully experience something divine when it sinks into their inmost self, which they experience forcefully and intensively, which they want to experience together with the divine, in order for it to have any validity, any meaning at all. In the moral sense, as I already demonstrated in my title Philosophy of Freedom, Collected Works number 4, in the 90s of the last century, humanity strives for impulses, for ethical motives, for ethical rules of life that arise from this ground of intensive self-consciousness. And in social life today, we have the peculiar phenomenon that social demands appear everywhere. It is said everywhere, we need a social structuring of life. But in essence, human perception is very far removed from social perceptions, from social feelings. And precisely because we lack social feeling, we demand a social organization of life. We would like what is actually lacking within us to come from outside. We say we have to become social beings. This is because in recent times, especially while the science of spirit has grown powerful, we have basically only become strong in our I feeling, in what is antisocial and egotistical. And thus today we seek a balance between this strong I and social demands. And so we encounter this self-consciousness in all areas of human life. Study the social questions today as they arise out of the structuring of human work. You need a heartfelt sense for what has become of social questions under the influence of modern technology. Its forces have taken many people away from an immediate connection with joyful work and placed them in front of indifferent machines. In this field, too, a social will cannot emerge from an awakened self-consciousness, because when this self-consciousness is placed in front of a machine, it cannot feel satisfied in the least. Now, this is the one side, the self-consciousness of modern humanity. But how could this self-consciousness come to have the power that it has? How has this modern humanity awakened to such a strong sense of self? You can only come to this self-consciousness through a special development of the life of thought, the life of ideas. Thought did not play the role in earlier epochs of humanity that it does in modern times. But this self-consciousness has grown strong, precisely because people have become capable of thinking more and more abstractly, more and more intellectually. Self-consciousness grew strong under the power of thought. And so we came to develop thinking to the highest degree, whereas earlier we lived more in feeling, in looking, in intuition and imagination and inspiration, even if these were more dreamlike and unconscious. Humanity has developed thinking, and with thinking it was possible for us to achieve through thought our strong self-consciousness. But because of this, humanity has arrived at a one-sided spiritual life. Thought distances us from reality. Who does not have the feeling that thought can never achieve full reality, that thought remains only a picture of reality? Through a picture of reality, we modern people have developed our strong self-consciousness. Therefore, it is like this. Even if people do not yet become fully conscious of it, even if they cannot express it yet, they feel it, they sense it. And today's young people feel with particular intensity that a person is standing there with unreal thoughts. At the one pole we face reality with our self-consciousness, a self-consciousness that has been grasped through thinking. It cannot get close to life. It remains an image. It is powerless against life. We are completely within ourselves in our self-consciousness. We stand as strongly as possible inwardly within ourselves, but nevertheless we are powerless. We do not penetrate reality with our thoughts. This is the one pole of our modern intellectual life, the impotence of self-conscious thinking. This feeling of the powerlessness of the self pervades modern humanity. This is why we tend to approach life without joy, without inner devotion, even without understanding. Because the strongly developed I, this strong self-consciousness, must always feel powerless in relation to the life in which we have to work. That is the one pole. And the other pole presents itself to modern humanity in the fact that while in the past we grasped all sorts of things from the depths of our souls, or, as it is popular to say today, we believed to have grasped something of reality, today we only trust something when we can follow it in the external world through observation. We want nothing from within ourselves mixed in when we follow the external world through experiments, in so-called objective observation. The inner being is supposed to be completely silent when observing or experimenting. Only the outside world should speak. How has this arisen? We research this external world by faithful observation, in exact experiments. But through this research, we can basically only get as far as a mechanism. The universe has become a mechanism for astronomy. The formative Earth has become a mechanism for geology. The human organism itself has become a mechanism. And any modern neo-vitalistic attempts are completely inadequate at achieving anything through the scientific method. This is now recognized. Thus, in experiment, in observation, this approach only leads, radically speaking, to an understanding of the machine. When we come to understand a machine, by not mixing anything into the context of the physical and mechanical laws that we weave into the web of the machine, we believe we can penetrate what is in front of us. In a certain sense, we can see through it completely. We see how the individual connections of a mechanism work together, run and mesh into each other. First of all, because we have been trained from the perspective of this newer direction of the mind, of the spirit, we feel satisfied that we understand the machine. We are satisfied that we understand the universe, the cosmos, with its interlocking wheels and so on, as a machine. We think we are satisfied, but inwardly we are not. There remains something in this understanding of the machine that pushes us back, especially with regard to our full humanity. An understanding of the machine is what has actually contributed to the greatness, to the triumphs of the modern scientific spirit. Why? the machine becomes transparent to us, not for the eyes, but for the understanding, for cognition. When we look into an organism, things remain obscure at first for external observation, whereas everything in the machine is transparent. But we ought to ask, do we understand the diamond better because it is transparent? It is simply not true that what becomes transparent outside our own being therefore becomes more comprehensible to us. Because eventually, when we face it, we feel more and more that which works in the machine as something alien to our own being. And that is the unconscious feeling that asserts itself. There is the machine. It becomes transparent to the mind, but is nothing we can find within ourselves. It is completely alien to us. And so we feel pushed out of the world we understand as a machine. We feel pushed out by the other pole of our spiritual life. While from the one pole we are powerless to enter reality, from the other pole the reality that we do understand pushes us out. That is the deep dichotomy in modern humanity. We develop our self-consciousness through thinking, but with this thinking we can no longer enter the world. We derive the machine from the world. But when we understand it, we are pushed back, because it has nothing in common with our humanity. Thinking makes us unreal. The reality of observation pushes us back. How else might you describe the dichotomy of modern intellectual life? These are its two roots, these two poles of modern intellectual life. The impotence of self-conscious thinking with its merely pictorial character, which is unable to penetrate into full reality, and the mechanistically presented contents of observation and experimentation, which repel us as alien to our own being. I am apparently only speaking about the field of science in speaking of these things, but what is being discussed pervades our whole modern life. Now, on the one side, there is this modern spiritual life with the two poles just described. On the other side is anthroposophy. Here we try not to stop at self-consciousness through thinking, but to progress in inner development through inner soul exercises, which I will have to describe later. We progress from what we have naturally in our thinking. From this thinking we progress through exercises to a vividly clear, formative, imaginative way of thinking. We progress to thinking that then becomes so strong that it becomes seeing. It becomes as strong as otherwise only our sense impressions are. I'm only hinting at these things today. In the next 2 days I will have to describe how you actually come to clairvoyant seeing of a supersensible world by developing thinking itself. But when you advance to imagination through the development of thinking, then you stand there with this imagination that is nothing other than a further developed thinking, no longer alone with a self-consciousness that has become alien to reality. Then you stand in a new spiritual reality. You stand in the reality in which you stood before you descended from the soul-spirit world into physical embodiment. Then if you really develop self-conscious thinking in a systematic way, a consciousness that normally leads to loneliness in relation to the world, you get to know your prenatal life. It is precisely the thinking that has been trained in imagination that leads to a new reality. It leads to a reality that out of yourself has taken hold of your physical body. Our I, capital, expands beyond our birth or conception. We attain to a spiritual world. If, on the other hand, you grasp observation and experimentation precisely from the spirit of modern science, then you become aware that in the experiment, thinking is completely silent. But many people are not aware of this. Anyone who really follows the experimental process of scientific research will find in experimentation that thinking only, in quotes, notifies. Such thinking really only understands events statistically and forms laws. but it does not become immersed in reality. What connects with reality in the experiment is the human will, human volition. A deeper psychology will recognize this more and more. Anthroposophy conducts research in such a way that, on the one hand, it develops thinking into imagination, and on the other it develops the will into inspiration and intuition. As I said, I will have to discuss the details in the next few days. Today I would just like to state the principles. When you achieve this strengthening of the will, which otherwise remains as dark as the state of sleep for your consciousness, in the same way as you strengthen thinking for imagination, you now make your own soul organism transparent. You make not your physical body, but your own spirit-soul body transparent. This means you develop in relation to your own being what you previously developed only for the external world, for the mechanism, for the machine. This, your own being, however, then presents itself in a completely different way. You are not pushed back. You grasp what has streamed into your being from the whole cosmos with such transparency as you otherwise only have when you grasp the machine. But it is yourself that you grasp. You are not pushed back. You grasp yourself within yourself. And you grasp, first of all, in an image, what the moment of death is. You get to know the eternity of the human soul on the other side. By strengthening your will, you get to know how the body becomes transparent, and by such clear vision, you learn to understand how you make the passage through the gate of death. You learn how you go out of the body to enter a world of spirit and soul. Through the further development of thinking, we learn to cognize what is before birth. Through the cultivation of our will, through the training of the will, we learn to cognize what is after, what lies beyond death. We learn to cognize ourselves in a reality, learn to place ourselves into this reality. We don't stay isolated within ourselves. We learn to develop a way of thinking which penetrates into life, namely, into spiritual life. And we learn to observe something, first in ourselves, then in the world, which does not push us back, but rather connects with this developed thinking. We bridge the abyss that lies between the two poles of self-conscious thinking and mechanistic observation. Through anthroposophic research, we acquire a way of thinking that is not powerless in the face of reality, but submerged in reality. We get to know a reality that reaches up into the inner soul life, the developed will, which in turn now also reaches up into thinking. We expand thinking so that it can immerse itself in reality. We expand willing so far that it can reach thinking. Within this spiritual life, we grasp the full reality within which the human being, our own self, now stands. This arises in the human being in three stages of cognition. It arises in imaginative cognition, through which thinking is first intensified to the point of imagery, is strengthened inwardly to the point where you first see the supersensible, the spiritual world, in images. Then comes inspired cognition. You can find out more about this in my book, titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, Collected Works, Volume 10. In the next 2 days, I will also have to characterize many things. Through inspired cognition, the spiritual world penetrates into our soul. Then comes intuitive cognition, through which we place ourselves within the spiritual beings of the world. However, without yourself becoming a spiritual researcher, you can grasp simply through common sense what the spiritual researcher draws out of the supersensible world through imagination, inspiration, and intuition. If you acquire these truths, for example, the truths that are attained through imaginative cognition, then you enrich your inner soul life. How do you enrich the inner soul life? Now, with what is rightly described so magnificently as our scientific life, our scientific spirit, we actually live in an intellectualistic state of mind. Such a state is only appropriate for us when we are fully grown, when we have at least reached our 20s. Let's look at the age period immediately preceding this, at the period from the 14th to the 20th or 21st year. Someone who can really focus on such things, who has a deeper grasp of the psychology of the soul and can research it, can perceive that we live during this period not in abstract thoughts, but in intense soul experiences which emerge from within. There, with inner intensity and full of power, are the inwardly full-blooded ideals of youth, which are not just experienced as pale, dull thoughts. There, the young human being is under the impressions of an inner impulsiveness. What is it that is effective there? Well, what is effective in such a young person actually lives in them in a half-dream. You do not become conscious of it at this age. Even ordinary science cannot bring it to consciousness. This ordinary science will never fathom what goes on in the human mind, what even goes on in the human body between the 14th and 21st years. Only imaginative cognition teaches us to bring this to consciousness. In our youth, there works subconsciously in us what can only be revealed consciously through imaginative cognition. Young people who have passed their 14th year, whoever knows real pedagogy is aware of this, they long for a cognition that is imaginative, because only then do they understand themselves. Otherwise, they have to wait beyond the 20th year until the intellectualistic life fully enters into them. And then they can only come to a thinking consciousness within which they are alone, isolated. Up to this point in human life, if I may so express myself, they are bored. They demand a revelation from the ancients, a revelation that these ancients, as teachers, educators, and guides, could only give if they possessed imaginative knowledge. Then they would be able to tell these young people what they are. And between the change of teeth and sexual maturity, we live an inner bodily, soul, spiritual life that takes place unconsciously. What is reality there can only be understood by inspired cognition. External, intellectual, experimental cognition cannot know it actually works itself out in us during childhood. Everything wants to be shaped according to artistic impulses, not to the laws of nature. Inspirations from the universe work into us. And adults will only be able to know what these children long for, those, roughly speaking, between the ages of 7 and 14, what their whole feeling and willing strives for, if they know something about inspired cognition. We are only able to talk to children in a truly instructive and educational way if we know something about inspired world cognition. And especially with very young children, quote, "If you do not become like little children, you cannot enter the kingdoms of heaven," close quote. It is a profound truth, these words of Christ. In this age, during infancy, during the age up to the change of teeth, the child lives through the integration of the soul and spirit into the physical body. Such a working in of forces, a plastic shaping of the body out of the soul, can only be grasped with intuitive cognition. Therefore, children will only understand us feelingly, instinctively, and be influenced by us in the right way if we can receive religiously formed truths from training in intuitive cognition. Thus, young people do not understand the older generation today, in our spiritual age, because we are basically losing our youth. However, we would not lose it if what we experienced in childhood and adolescence could be remembered at a later mature age, by looking back through the cognition that comes from imagination, inspiration, and intuition. With this cognition, we can immerse ourselves in our childhood, in our adolescence. With this knowledge, we as teachers, as educators, as leaders of humanity, could speak to children, to youth, in such a way that they would learn to understand us instinctively. This is the only way to fill the gap between youth and old age. It will not be possible to fill it in any other way. And if there is not the will to bridge or fill the gap in this way, our age will show more and more what it is already showing: that the young do not understand the old, that old age does not understand youth. And the consequence of this is that people do not understand each other, and our social life becomes more and more impossible. Only by establishing cognition in accordance with the Spirit, if I may use this Goethean expression, by expanding our scientific spirit to spiritual cognition, only in this way will humanity be able to fully understand itself. Then humanity will arrive at the point where we no longer feel so powerless to penetrate reality, but are able to observe reality in such a way that it does not push us away. Only in this way will we be able to bring the two poles into a living balance, the pole of thought and the pole of reality, which are so alien to one another in modern humanity. Thus, although it did not arise in an abstract way from the observation of the pursuits and longings of our age, anthroposophy, having arisen on a scientific foundation, can nevertheless show how in the most important spheres of the age it may accomplish, or at least be capable of accomplishing, what, in the deepest sense of the word, this age demands. I wanted to put this forward as an introduction, as a sort of foreword to our considerations of the next few days, thereby characterizing how anthroposophy would like to understand itself. It would like to understand itself in such a way that it is not dead, abstract knowledge, not merely knowledge in theories. Anthroposophy would like to flow into people, not only as thoughts, and not only as results of observations, but as the life-blood of the soul. It is grasped through life and in life, and is itself living cognition. It wants to be present as life itself within humanity. Certainly anthroposophy would have to be the most immodest of the immodest if it wanted to awaken the belief that so and so many world riddles exist, and so many world riddles can be solved. This is not the point. Life is full of riddles, and only as long as there are riddles will there be life. For we have to experience the riddles, and only in experiencing these riddles can we continue our existence in a truly human way. A world without questions would be an inanimate world. It is not that anthroposophy promises to solve all the riddles of life, but it wishes, through its own character, to be able to serve life. It wants, through the power of cognition, to give a real foundation to the whole full human being, the artistic, the religious, the moral, and the social human being. Anthroposophy wants to serve life. It would like to serve this life not by being merely dead, but by being living cognition, and thus developing its own life force. It wants to serve life, and nothing can serve life other than life itself. Therefore anthroposophy would like to become life itself in order to serve the life of humanity. The end of Lecture 1. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works Volume 82 by Rudolf Steiner. 6 lectures entitled Becoming Fully Human, The Significance of Anthroposophy in Contemporary Spiritual Life, translated by Jeff Martin. This is Lecture 2, entitled The Position of Anthroposophy Among the Sciences, given in The Hague on April 8, 1922. As anthroposophy becomes known within those areas of life in which people usually seek their religious, perhaps also their moral impulses, there are already very many people today who feel in a certain way pulled toward such a spiritual current as anthroposophy. It is already the case that the spirit of modern humanity, which yesterday I took the liberty of calling the, quote, spirit of science, close quote, has in many respects shaken in human souls the old traditional confessions. Thus, if many people confront the anthroposophic approach with a certain sense of doubt, there are nevertheless many others today who have at least an inclination for such seeking. However, we can say that in a certain connection, things tend to go badly for anthroposophy when it wants to go into the fields of the various sciences. This is intended to be our particular theme within this course. It will be my responsibility here today to represent the general, more comprehensive principles and research results, while the other lecturers will deal with specific fields of science. But precisely at such an event, a number of antipathies that come from the perspective of science may assert themselves against anthroposophy. I mean this more theoretically than morally. And I can only assure you that those who are involved in anthroposophic research have a full understanding of this. It is a fact that today it is simply extremely difficult for a personality who is involved in the current scientific establishment to find a transition from today's usual scientific approach into anthroposophy. It is true that anthroposophy certainly has to correct some things that make up the current state of scientific research, and it is also true that it has to add a great deal to what is available to this current research, especially when we get more into the organic and spiritual areas. However, anthroposophy does not actually come into any contradiction with conventional science. It accepts the legitimate results of science and proceeds with them as I have just characterized. The reverse, however, does not take place, not yet anyway. As I said, this is in a way understandable. Anthroposophy is rejected. Its results are seen not to meet the strictly scientific criteria authorized today. It is self-evident that in a short lecture I will not be able to go into everything that can, on the part of anthroposophy, serve to give a sound foundation for its results. But I would like to try in this lecture to characterize the position of anthroposophy within the fields of science, and to do so in such a way that you will be able to see from this characterization how anthroposophy is, above all, as serious about its foundations as any other scientific, conscientious, and exact methodology present today. For this purpose, however, it will be necessary for me to torment you today with arguments that are somewhat more remote. I will talk about things which might seem difficult, but which must, nevertheless, provide a certain basis for what I will present in an easier and perhaps more pleasing form in the next few days. Today it is still often thought that anthroposophy somehow takes its starting point from the nebulous condition of soul found in mysticism or occultism. One is completely mistaken if one ascribes to anthroposophy such a really very questionable foundation. And actually this view can only be held by those who know anthroposophy either superficially or even only from the side of its opponents. The basic orientation of anthroposophic consciousness takes its start not only in the sense in which I characterized it yesterday, but in an even more exact sense from what is actually the modern scientific field that is least contested today in its scientific character and scope. But neither the followers nor the opponents of anthroposophy usually consider correctly what I will characterize now by way of introduction. The position of mathematics in the sciences has already been discussed here, and world-famous, one would like to say, is the Kantian statement that in every science there is actually only so much true knowledge, so much true cognition, as there is mathematics. Now, I am not going to deal with any particular branch of mathematics, or with the mathematics that is in general use in human culture or in science. I am rather talking about the state of mind adopted by someone who, if I may use the expression, mathematizes, who lives within the activity of mathematical construction. We are in a very special state of mind when we do mathematics. This state of mind can perhaps best be characterized by first speaking about the part of mathematics that is usually called geometry, the part of mathematics that has to do with the theory of space, with the treatment of space. In life, we speak of three-dimensional space. We form the mental image of this space as constituted in such a way that its three dimensions are perpendicular, are at right angles to each other. What we have before the eye, EYE, of the soul as space is something which at first stands there quite independently of ourselves and of the rest of the world. The fact that space stands before our eyes independent of our being is evident to us from the fact that each of us determines ourselves as a being, as a separate individual, according to these determinations of space. You can certainly say that you are so and so far away from any point you have in view. Thus you incorporate yourself into space. You also integrate yourself into cosmic space by considering yourself as an earth being, and by placing yourself at certain distances between planets and stars. In short, we all consider space at first as something objective, as something that has nothing to do with our own inner being. This even led to the fact that Kant spoke of our view of space as being a priori, a view that is, so to speak, innate to the human being from the beginning. We have no possibility of asking how we got this space. We simply have to accept it as something ready-made, as something we have to find our way into when we have come to the full consciousness of our existence on earth. But this is not the way it is in reality. As human beings, we form space out of our own being. Only we do not follow the formation of this space, or better said, the mental image of space, our view of space, with consciousness. For this construction takes place during a time in our lives when we cannot yet think about ourselves and about our own activities. To be able to do so would require that we could, with complete consciousness, enlighten ourselves about the essence of space in relation to our own being. For we would not have the view we have of space if we did not experience these three dimensions of space within our own existence on earth. We experience them. We experience the one dimension by moving from helplessness after our birth to walking upright as a human being, thus placing ourselves into this vertical dimension. We simply learn about the existence of this dimension from the way we ourselves form this one dimension. And we do not get to know just any dimension that simply happens to be perpendicular to the two other dimensions. We get to know this very special spatial dimension which is perpendicular to the surface of the earth. We begin to cognize it by the fact that we are not born upright. It is part of the laws that form our life on earth that we first have to bring ourselves into this vertical dimension. We also cognize a second dimension unconsciously. Now, I want to mention not so much what relates to the outer, but more to the inner human being. We individually form the ability, which will serve us throughout life, to take our orientation from left to right, from right to left. We only have to think of how we have the organization of speech in a certain part of our brain, the so-called Broca's area, and how the other side of our brain does not have such an organization. Today it is known and recognized by science that the formation of this speech organization in the left part of the human organization is connected with the initial active mobility appearing in the right hand. So we know that there is an orientation from right to left. This orientation from right to left, this stimulation of activity on the left by activity on the right, or vice versa, is something we experience within the laws that form us, just like our rising into uprightness. And it is in this symmetrical right and left orientation that as human beings we initially experience the second dimension of space. We never actually experience the third spatial dimension completely. We actually only visualize the so-called depth dimension in an estimating way. We are constantly accomplishing this, although fundamentally this accomplishment lies very much in the subconscious. If we cross our two eye axes at a point we grasp with both eyes, we expand the space, which otherwise would have only two dimensions for us, into the third. And with all judging and estimating of spatial depth, we actually unconsciously form the third dimension out of our own being, out of our own formative laws. So one could say, in a certain way, we unfold the three spatial dimensions out of our own life. And the space we conceive and use in geometry, in Euclidean geometry at first, is nothing but an abstraction of what we gradually learn to cognize concretely out of our own organism as the real three dimensions, which are fully connected with our subjective human nature. We omit in this abstraction the very definite configuring of space. The very specific vertical, the specific horizontal, and the specific depth dimensions all become indifferent to each other. Such processes always takes place in abstraction. And then, when we have formed this external space of which we speak in geometry, from an abstraction of our own inner three-dimensional experience, we actually then extend our consciousness over this external space. But now comes the significant thing. What we have first gained out of ourselves is now applicable to external nature. First, it is applicable to inorganic, lifeless formations, but also to the various positional relationships and movement relationships of organic formations. This is, in short, decisively determinative for our external world. Having made this transition, this metamorphosis of space, from a realm that actually lives only within us to what we usually call space, we now stand completely with our mental images of space, our experiences of space, within the outer world. We can then determine and reflect back on ourselves according to spatial dimensions, spatial measurements, in relation to our own location and movement. We actually go right out of ourselves by forming, constructing space in this way. That which we have first experienced in ourselves, we carry out into the world outside our body. Then we place ourselves at a point of view from which we then look back at ourselves, filled with space. And by first objectifying space in this way, we can now study the outer movement and position of things with the mental images that we have formed geometrically within space. Thus we really feel we are standing on a sure scientific foundation when we immerse ourselves in things by means of what we have formed out of ourselves. From these circumstances in regard to space, we can never have any doubt that we can live inside things at the same time by means of what has come out of us in this way. If we judge the distance or the changing distance of two bodies in the outside world according to spatial relations, we never doubt that we are determining something completely objective into which subjectivity cannot enter. But there is an important problem here. The problem is that something which we have experienced subjectively in ourselves appears as belonging objectively to the outer world. By transforming it out of ourselves, simply through a process of abstraction, space then becomes something which penetrates the outer world. If you consider impartially what is actually present here, you must say to yourself, when something like the subjective experience of space in its 3 dimensions and the subsequent objectification of it is carried out, I stand inside the objective outer world with what I experience in myself. Our subjective experiences, in that they are spatial experiences, are at the same time objective experiences. And in the end, it is not difficult at all, but basically trivial and elementary, to realize this. For by moving ourselves through space, we carry out a subjective process, but it is at the same time an objective process because it takes place in the outer world. Whether we see a machine moving forward or a human being, subjectivity does not come into consideration. For the outer constellation of the world, what takes place, insofar as the human being lives spatially, is completely objective. However, if you now consider how you objectify space out of subjective experience, by measuring space with your own self, so that you then move in an objective space, for by objectifying space you actually also carry this space within yourself. If you consider what is actually present there as a constitution of your soul unfolding in time, then you can say to yourself, if I could do the same with regard to other experiences, as I can do with regard to mathematizing space, then I would, so to speak, be able to carry the mathematizing constitution of my soul into other areas of experience. Let us assume that we not only could come to this during the unconscious course of life, for learning to stand upright and to walk, to orient left together with right, belong to the unconscious course of life, and the way we measure the depth dimension of space is half unconscious, but rather that we could consciously transform other subjective experiences in such a way that we could stand outside ourselves and look back on ourselves with these transformed experiences. What if we could form other experiences just as we create and form the spatial experience out of ourselves? When we look at a salt cube, we bring with us the shape of the cube from out of our own geometry. And we know that a complete identification has taken place of the shape of the objective salt cube with what we have formed in our spatial conception. What if we could do this, for example, with our sense perceptions, with our sensations of sense qualities, of colors, sounds, and so on, when we confront external objects, and in the same way project out into the world, as it were, what we first form within ourselves. We would thus place ourselves outside our body, and even be able to look back on ourselves. With respect to mathematics, I have mentioned the geometrical image. I could also, however, cite other things that we carry out but do not pay attention to. Neither the mathematicians nor the philosophers have considered this peculiar relationship I have now put before you. With reference to sense perceptions, however, science has come into true confusion. People think, in many cases physiologists have even joined the epistemologists and philosophers in the 19th century in this, that when we see red, for example, some kind of external vibration is transmitted to our organ of sight, then to the brain. Then the actual red experience is triggered. Or the tone, C#, is triggered in the same way by external vibrations. Here they are in confusion, because what lives in us, within the boundary of our body, can no longer be distinguished from what is outside. Here, it is said as a fact that all sense qualities, colors, tones, and warmth qualities are actually only subjective, that the outer objective process is something completely different. If, now, we could also create from out of ourselves what appears in us as the sensations of sense impressions, and then transfer them outside of us in order to find them again in and on things, just as we construct the three spatial dimensions out of ourselves, then in the same way we would find again what we first found in ourselves, in and on things. And yes, then looking back at ourselves, we would find them again, just as we find what we experience as space within us in the outside world, and then looking back at ourselves, we find ourselves belonging to this space. Thus, we would have around us, as we have the world of space around us, a world of colors and tones flowing into each other. We would speak of an objectified, colored, sounding world, a flooding, colored, sounding world, just as we speak of the space around us. But we can certainly achieve this. We can get to know this world as the world of our own construction, one which, otherwise, seems to exist for us only as a world of outer effects. Just as we unconsciously, simply out of our human nature, form the shape of space in order to find it again in the world by first having metamorphosed it, so too can we, through certain exercises that must now be carried out consciously, come to find, out of ourselves, all the qualities contained in the world, and then find them again in looking back at ourselves. What I am describing to you here is an ascent to what is called imaginative cognition. We all have a spatial world around us today. That is, everyone who is not abnormal mathematically or not mathematically disposed. Through exercises, we can all in the same way experience what lives in us and in the world at the same time. We can add to the ordinary objective view of things, in which mathematics is a sure guide, the imaginative view. This is only a technical term and does not mean imagination in the ordinary sense. I already said yesterday that I would have to explain a special method of practice and research. I will then describe to you what we have to do in order to arrive at such an imaginative contemplation, where we have, as it were, an overall view of the qualities of the world. We achieve this just in the same way as we come to experience space, which, however, at first does not contain any special reality that interests us in a higher sense. Thus, when we can confront the world in this imaginative way, we are already within supersensible vision. We are at the first stage of supersensible vision. Normal sense perception, seeing with our sense of sight, for example, where we simply stare at things and only take in their forms externally, can be distinguished from seeing mathematically geometrical structures in things, where we see triangles and squares within them. And the vision that occurs in imagination is really an interweaving with the inner essence of things, just as mathematical contemplation is an interweaving with those world relations that are absolutely accessible to mathematics. Whoever approaches mathematics with the right attitude will come to see in the behavior of one who is engaged in mathematics a model for everything that is to be achieved for a higher, a supersensible contemplation. For mathematics is simply the first stage of supersensible perception. What we see as the mathematical structures of space are supersensible perceptions. We only do not acknowledge this because we've gotten used to it and merely accept it. But one who knows the actual nature of this mathematizing knows that what we find given with the structure of space, which is at first for most people a science not particularly interesting for our eternal human nature, completely bears the character of all that one can demand from clairvoyance in the true sense of the word. This is the anthroposophic sense of clairvoyance, without nebulous mysticism or confused occultism, but simply with the aim of ascending to supersensible worlds in an exact and scientific way. In the activity of mathematizing, everyone can study what clairvoyance is in a higher realm of experience. And you might be surprised to learn that on the whole it is precisely mathematicians, the ones who should know the process that takes place when they are mathematizing, who do not actually bring a deeper understanding toward what necessarily appears, if I may use this expression, as a higher, qualitative mathematizing in clairvoyant research. For imaginative cognition, the first stage of this research, attained through exercises, is nothing other than an insight into still other areas of existence than mathematizing usually allows for. But many things change with respect to human observation if we look at the whole inner nature of mathematics with true self-cognition. There we come, for example, to the following. We look back on how we came to the structure of space in early childhood through walking and standing upright, by orienting left and right, by determining the depth dimension. By connecting with all this, we get to know from inner experience what is otherwise only an abstractly viewed geometrical space. We also learn to recognize the fateful consequences if one cannot look back to this living emergence of space, in the mental picturing and contemplation of space from out of the human being. For there are consequences if we simply accept space already in a metamorphosed form, independent of the human being. In more recent times, science has come to regard space in its three dimensions in such a way that they have gone over purely mathematically to a fourth and to further dimensions. These multi-dimensional spaces and the geometries that refer to them have today become generally known in scientific circles. However, for someone who has gotten to know the living formation of space, it is extremely interesting to follow this pursuit of the mathematical calculations and function operations carried out in respect to three-dimensional space. By extending certain things, one then gets the fourth dimension, which is no longer visible, and so on. These things are mathematically, logically, not only interesting, but also completely correct. However, for someone who knows how our vision of space comes about, just as I have described it, there is something very special here. For example, if I may use this comparison, we can have a pendulum and see the pendulum swing out and up. In looking purely externally at the moment of a pendulum's swing, you could think that this pendulum might swing on, outward and upward, but it does not. When it has reached a certain point, it swings back again in the opposite direction. If we know the force relations that live in the pendulum, then we know that the pendulum oscillates, that it cannot simply go on because of the force relations lying within it. In the same way, you can learn to cognize such force relations in your own soul condition in relation to space. Then the matter becomes different. Then you actually, logically, mathematically, participate in what forms the transition from the calculations in three-dimensional to four-dimensional space. Only, you then notice, it does not proceed further. It does not proceed into an indefinite fourth. But you must turn back at a certain point, and the fourth dimension becomes simply the third dimension with a negative sign. You come back again through the third dimension. This is the mistake that is made in the multidimensional geometries. There we simply continue to run abstractly from the second into the third, from the third into the fourth dimension, and so on. But what is happening here is, if I may thus now express myself comparatively, not simply continuous, but oscillating. Our view of space must again return into itself. In truth, we destroy the third dimension by taking it negatively. The fourth dimension is the negative third, which annihilates the third and actually makes space two-dimensional. And likewise, we can find a process for the fifth and sixth dimensions, which is quite real in itself, although one that is logically, mathematically, algebraically, simply continuous. If we are to form mental images according to the reality of the space that is simply present before us, we must, with the fourth, fifth, sixth dimension, come back again. And with the sixth dimension, we have simply cancelled space altogether. We have arrived at the point. What is actually present now in our current culture? Our age has become abstract with respect to thinking. One simply continues the course that one has taken by thinking from planimetrics to stereometry, while in reality, the fourth dimension leads back again into space. But by returning now, we are not at all in the same situation in which we were when we emerged into a vision of the third dimension. By returning, we are spirit-laden. If we find the possibility to think the fourth dimension in such a way that we return with it again, by being the negative third back into space, then this space becomes spirit-filled, while three-dimensional space is matter-filled. And we find space filled with higher and higher spirit forms, if we go along from the negative third and second and first dimension up to the point, where we have no more spatial extension, but stand completely in the extensionless, purely within the spiritual. What I am describing to you is not formal mathematics. It is the reality of spiritual perception. It shows how a spiritual path unfolds in reality. This is in contrast to that path which has become so accustomed only to material appearances. This external path naturally no longer works materially in the soul's constitution, but it works within mathematics by continuing on in abstractions to enter an imperceptible world, in which it can at most calculate or form imaginary mathematical structures. Here you see that living completely into the mathematical leads you to receive into yourself the inner nature of the spiritual, in accordance with the world, through mathematics. A true understanding of the mathematical state of the soul leads us directly into the concept of clairvoyant experience, and then we ascend to imagination. In order to really comprehend the spiritual in the way it will be described later, it cannot be comprehended in the usual way. It must be described the way I have, when we pass from the third to the fourth dimension, and so on up to the dimensionless realm, to the point. This leads us spiritually to the highest we can reach, not as an empty point, but as a fulfilled point. It made a significant impression on me when I was once regarded strangely by an elderly writer. He had written a lot about spiritual things when he saw me for the first time, and he asked, quote, "How did you first become aware of this difference between seeing the sense world and seeing the supersensible world?" Close quote. Then I said, because I prefer to express myself with radical honesty in such things, quote, "The moment I got to know the inner sense of the so-called newer or synthetic geometry." Close quote. Thus, when you pass from analytical to synthetic geometry, it allows you not only to approach its constructions externally, but also to grasp their mutual relations. This synthetic geometry starts from these constructions themselves, and not from external coordinates. For if we only construct spatial coordinates, we have not grasped these structures, but only the endpoints of the coordinates. And then we connect these ends and get the lines. But we can't actually get to these structures with analytical geometry, while with synthetic geometry we live within the constructions. With this we receive the stimulus to study the soul constitution, which, when further developed, leads to a penetration into the supersensible world. With this I have characterized the way in which anthroposophy can definitely count on starting from mathematics in the same strict way as today's natural science starts from it, only from a different point of view. Natural science uses a ready-made, formalized mathematics. Anyone who wants to understand the clairvoyant process must seek it out where it is most primitively present, in the form of mathematics. If you can then carry it up into higher realms, you develop something that relates to the elementary, primitive basis of mathematics, in the same way as the later mathematical realms relate to their first axioms. The first axioms of clairvoyance are alive. And if we succeed in training mathematically through exercises, we will not only see spatial relations in our environment, but will get to know spiritual beings who reveal themselves before us with spiritual inwardness, just as we can know the inner cube nature of rock salt. We get to know spiritual beings when we carry in this way what we form in mathematics up into higher realms. This is what I wanted to say first about the foundation of what must be recognized within anthroposophy as clairvoyant research. We will then see how this clairvoyant research can be applied to the individual fields of knowledge, both to the fields of natural science and to the fields of medicine, historical science, and so on. And we will see how the sciences are not challenged, but enriched by introducing into their fields the knowledge that can be cognized in supersensible vision, supersensible cognition. However, for a correct understanding of what is actually meant here, it can help to consider the course of human development over a certain period of history, in order to see how it led to the formation of our present scientific thinking. Let us consider this scientific thinking, which recognizes the mere formalism of mathematics and yet has learned inner certainty and exactness of research from mathematics. It actually regards the laws of nature as justified only if they are capable of such a mathematical formulation. At least this is a kind of ideal of today's scientific inquiry, but it was not always so. That which we recognize today as the scientific spirit has only developed over the long course of human evolution. And I would like to present to you today only 3 stages of this developing human spirit, of which we are in the 3rd today. And I will also touch on some of the things that can be brought forward to substantiate what I want to tell you. If we go back in the development of humanity, we do not always find the same state of soul that people now have. Today we have a soul constitution that leads in its highest manifestation to the formation of the scientific spirit. If we go back to the ancient Orient, we do not even need to go back to the most ancient Indian times, we find a principle of cognition that has been preserved there. At that time, the path to cognition was called by an entirely different name. In those older times, even the history of language can substantiate this. Human beings, looking back on themselves, did not feel as we do today. Our self-consciousness is firmly taken hold of by thinking on the one hand, and the observation of what is mechanistic on the other hand. A person from the Orient was not able to feel like this. As I said, even the history of language can testify to this. The people of the Orient felt themselves, first of all, as breathing beings. The human being was a breather. And the process of breathing was that to which they preferably looked for self-cognition, for self-perception. They even associated immortality with the breathing process. A kind of exhalation of the soul was its entrance into death. The human being was a breather. Why did they feel in this ancient state of soul that the human being was a breathing being? Because in the breathing process, which did not take place in the unconscious as it does today, life was really felt in inhalation and exhalation. They felt the vibrations, the rhythms of life in breathing. Breathing was felt then the way we feel hunger and thirst today. But this breathing process was a continuous feeling in the waking state. And when they looked with their eyes, then they knew, now the breathing process goes up into my head, up to my eyes. They felt the act of looking in such a way that the breathing movement flowed through it. It was likewise with a movement of the will. The stretching out of the hand was felt as if it were something that was connected to movements of the breath. A spreading of the breath into the whole body was felt as an inner life process. Thus perception was then felt to be animated by the breath, over against our more theoretical perception today of the outer world through the senses. They also felt their impulses of will to be animated by the breath. They felt themselves to be breathing beings. Because of this, they could have said their breath was modified in such and such a way by seeing through their eyes, by hearing through their ears, by perceiving effects of heat. They thus experienced everywhere, through sensory perceptions, a differentiated, modified, metamorphosed, refined breathing process. And because of this, for them the path of cognition also involved a regular training of the breathing process. This was, for those older epochs of human development, what our university study is for us today. But we study in a different way. In those days, when they wanted to gain religious satisfaction, when they wanted to gain knowledge, they studied by training and transforming their breathing process. In other words, they developed what was later called yoga breathing, yoga exercises. And what was thus trained? If you follow what was achieved by practicing yoga breathing in order to reach higher levels of cognition, you will find something strange. Those who had thus become scholars through yoga exercises, such an expression is usually not applied to these older conditions, but one can perhaps speak thus, and also the study lasted about as long as our university study lasts. Those who had become scholars in this way had taken hold of something in their soul constitution that in later times, for example in the Greek and Roman times, was experienced as the world of ideas. Later, for the Greeks, this world of ideas simply arose there as if by itself. Thus, for the Greeks, the human soul constitution no longer needed yoga. That is the interesting thing. What one has to strive for through all kinds of exercises during an earlier epoch is there by itself in the development of later epochs. Later it no longer means what it used to mean. When Socrates, when Plato were active, the philosophy of a Plato, of a Socrates, no longer meant the same thing as it would have meant for the old yoga student or yoga master who had come to the Socratic or Platonic truths. The study of yoga was not exactly organized in the same way by such yoga breathing, but he was in a similar condition of soul as were Plato, Aristotle, or Scotus Erigena. Thus we see that what was practiced as a path of cognition in the most ancient times, through regulated exercises of the breath, resulted in a certain vivid conceptual world. You actually get a correct idea of what lived in later times in Heraclitus, in Parmenides, in Anaxagoras, if you say to yourself, this is what was given to people as a matter of course in that age, and which was achieved in still older times through yoga. It was always through exercises that one strove for the higher knowledge of an age. Thus the perception of the world was experienced in later epochs in such a way that one now no longer perceived the breath, when reflecting upon oneself, but one perceived as the Greek perceived. I've explained more about this in my book titled The Riddles of Philosophy, Collected Works, Volume 18. At that time, it was still the case that people did not form separate thoughts about the world. Rather, their ideas formed a unity with their sense experiences. They saw their thoughts outside in the world, as we today see red or blue outside, or hear C sharp or B flat. Thoughts were part of the outside world. Only those who know this understand the Greek world. Thus they then perceived only spirit penetrated by sense perceptions, or sense perceptions penetrated by spirit, and no longer the differentiation of the breathing process. However, humanity again strove to reach a higher level of cognition in all those fields where they had already striven for higher cognition. And this new level was again reached by exercises. Today we have rather vague ideas about the times of the early Middle Ages, about the spiritual life of the early Middle Ages. But such abstract learning as we practice today was not what medieval students did. They also had to do exercises. The usual learning process was then also connected with doing exercises. It was an inner practice they went through, but not in such a robust way as the practice of yoga breathing. It was a more inward practice, but still a practice. A legacy, little understood today, has been preserved in what in the Middle Ages was called the 7 liberal arts. At that time, anyone who sought a higher cognition had to undergo a training in the following subjects: grammar, which meant the practical handling of language; rhetoric, which not only meant the proper use, but also the beautiful handling of language; dialectic, the manipulation of language from out of the inner power of thinking. And when they had gone through these 3 in inner practice, as exercises, then came arithmetic, not our abstract arithmetic, but that arithmetic which lived within things, which led to a clear consciousness of the fact that we form everything inwardly. And then they learned inwardly practiced geometry, a geometry that was fully interwoven within them, becoming a practical capacity. Then the whole thing led into what was called astronomy. Here they integrated their being into the cosmos. They learned to cognize how their head related to the cosmos, how their lungs and their heart were a result of the cosmos. They did not have an astronomy separated from the human being, but an astronomy within which the human being stood fully. And then in the 7th stage, which was called music, they got to know the weaving and working of divine being, which weaves and wells through the world. This was not the music of today, but a higher, living development of what was active more in thought form in astronomy. And so in these later times, students exercised an inner practice. What used to be breathing exercises was now more an inner practice of the soul. And what did this all come to? Gradually, in the course of the history of human civilization, we came to have thoughts separated from sense perceptions. This had to be achieved first. The Greeks still saw thoughts in the world, as one sees colors and sounds. We grasp a thought as something produced by us, as something that is not contained in things. What we feel in this way, what our soul's condition is today, this is a result of practicing grammar, rhetoric, and so on up to music in earlier times. Thereby thought became detached from things. One learned to move freely in thought. This finally has brought about what is now natural to us, what we have today without having to do exercises. It is what we find today in our schools and is offered in the individual sciences, as described yesterday. In earlier ages, one had to advance through exercises. In more ancient times, through yoga breathing exercises, and later through the exercises that ran from grammar to music. Thus, From the yoga breathing exercises, one got, as a matter of course, the Greco-Latin worldview. And then today's scientific point of view arose from the exercises that went from grammar to music. Now, again, this can be continued. Indeed, the best and surest way is to start from mathematics. It is both true and astonishing, as it was to that writer when I said, quote, "I have brought to consciousness the clairvoyant process mainly through synthetic geometry." Close quote. It is not true, of course, that one who has studied synthetic geometry is a clairvoyant, but the process can be illustrated in this way. As surprising as it was to that writer not to be told, not to hear something that is said by fortune-tellers, it is nevertheless the case that anthroposophy wants precisely to carry further into the realms of the supersensible what is available as a sure foundation for science, on which science stands firmly today, and from which anthroposophy has itself developed, namely mathematics. We must therefore internalize the process still further, and a still more internalized process is that which I have described as the path to clairvoyant research in my book's title, An Outline of Esoteric Science, Collected Works, Volume 13, and Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, Collected Works, Volume 10. But such a consideration of history as I have just mentioned can show you that anyone who today stands fully consciously within anthroposophy draws this consciousness from standing within the course of humanity's evolution. We do not assert, out of some subjective preference or sympathy, today we have to undertake exercises in order to continue the course that has brought humanity up to its present standpoint. But we must know how this course has been up to now, and how it must continue. This historical consciousness, this consciousness of being inside the whole process of humankind, this is what is added to the insight that comes to us when we inwardly, not outwardly, take the present scientific spirit into our souls. Thus, on the one hand, it may be said that anthroposophy knows what its position is today among the sciences. It knows this in an absolute sense. It knows the peculiarity of today's science, and it rejects all dilettantism, all amateurism, and builds on from what is true science. On the other hand, it knows the historical necessities. It knows how the path of humanity must continue from what has been achieved at present if we do not want to stand still, just as all our ancestors, where they had a share in the development of civilization, wanted to move forward. We must also move forward. But we must know which steps have to be taken from the present standpoint of the scientific spirit. In the next few days, I will have to describe in detail what this means. Then perhaps it will be easier to understand what I had to give as a foundation today. Perhaps, however, it has been possible to show that anthroposophy already knows from a scientifically minded attitude what it actually wants in relation to the present and the whole development of humankind, and also in relation to the individual sciences. Anthroposophy will set to work because it knows how it has to work. Perhaps its path will be a long one. But if one sees how deep the longings in the subconscious depths of human souls actually are for those heights which anthroposophy would like to climb, then it seems necessary for the salvation of humanity that the path which anthroposophy has to go should not be at all too slow. However, it will perhaps be less significant for anthroposophy than for human progress, whether the course will be slow or fast. We are talking about the fact that in many fields today we are in accelerating times. May that which humanity wants to achieve in the cognition of the supersensible be achieved as quickly as is necessary for the salvation of humanity. The end of Lecture 2. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com, As well, you can hear these podcasts at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English, and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 82, by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Becoming Fully Human, The Significance of Anthroposophy in Contemporary Spiritual Life, 6 lectures translated by Jeff Martin. This is Lecture 3, entitled The Visual Arts, given in The Hague on April 9, 1922. In a certain sense, what I have to say today will be an interlude in the course of my lectures here. From the perspective of a scientific consideration, an outlook into the field of artistic creation will be sought. However, the content of today's consideration will demonstrate, I hope, that this interlude will fully contribute to the illumination of what I have said already and what I will say in the coming days. When the Anthroposophic movement had been active for some time, a number of personalities who belonged to it became convinced that this movement should have its own building. Through various circumstances, which I do not have to mention here, the site of this building was finally determined to be the Jura Hill near Basel in Dornach, Switzerland. There the Goetheanum, the School of Anthroposophic Spiritual Science, is now being built. And although not yet completed, it is already in use to an extent, with lectures being held and work being done there. I would now like to speak only of the inner conditions that led to this building. If in any other contemporary spiritual movement the decision had matured to erect a building of its own, what would have been done to bring this about? Well, one would have turned to one or more master builders, and one would have erected a building in the classical or Renaissance style, or in the Gothic style, or in any other of the traditional architectural styles. In accordance with what is done today in the various arts, artists and craftsmen would also have been called in to decorate this building in some way, colorfully, pictorially, and sculpturally. All this could not happen for the Dornach building, for the School of Spiritual Science, because it would have been in contradiction with the whole intention and with the innermost essence of the anthroposophic conception of the world. This anthroposophic conception of the world does not want to be something one-sidedly theoretical, does not want to be something that expresses the laws of the universe in a sum of ideas. This anthroposophic worldview wants to be something that springs from the whole human being and is there for the whole human being. It wants to be something that can very well be expressed in thought forms, as is usual when any worldview is to be presented. But it wants to be something much more comprehensive. It wants to be able to speak out of the whole scope of the human being. It wants to be able to speak not only from a theoretical scientific spirit. It wants to be able to speak also from an artistic spirit. It wants to be able to speak from a religious, from a social, from an ethical spirit. And all this in such a way that it corresponds to the interests of the immediate practical life in the respective areas of activity. I have often expressed what the task is like for the Goetheanum in Dornach in a trivial way by means of a comparison. I have said, consider a nut with its kernel inside and with the shell all around. If you look at the nutshell, it is impossible to imagine that the grooves and twists of the nutshell have emerged from other laws than the grooves and twists of the nut kernel. Both emerge, so to speak, as if from one being. The nutshell, by covering the nut, emerges from the same lawfulness as the nut kernel itself. When the Dornach building, this double-domed structure, was erected, it was a matter of creating a structural, sculptural, and pictorial shell for what is being developed and done in it out of the anthroposophic worldview. Just as it is possible to speak from the podium in Dornach through the language of thought about what is seen in supersensible worlds, so it must be possible to let emerge from the same spirit, architecturally, sculpturally, and pictorially, the framework for this anthroposophic worldview. But in doing so, there is a great danger. You stand before the danger of having ideas about this or that, and then expressing these ideas externally in symbolic form, or even in empty allegories. This happens very often when worldviews pass over into outer representation. Then symbols or allegories arise which are not at all artistic, which, on the contrary, make a mockery of truly artistic feeling. It must be stated above all for the anthroposophic conception of the world that it wants nothing to do with such symbolic or allegorical anti-art non-art. It wants to sprout from as rich an inner spiritual life as does its worldview. Such a spiritual life cannot live itself out allegorically or symbolically, but only in creations that are genuinely artistic. There is not a single symbol, not a single allegory to be seen in the Dornach building. Everything that has been artistically portrayed has arisen from artistic contemplation, from the shaping of form, from working out of color in a painterly way. It has arisen through a perspective that is thoroughly artistic. It has nothing to do with what is usually expressed when people come and say, "What does this mean? What does that mean?" In Dornach, not a single form should mean something in this sense. Rather, every form should be something in the genuinely artistic sense. That is, it should mean itself, express itself. Those people who come to Dornach today and claim that there is something symbolic or allegorical to be seen are just putting their own prejudice into this building. They are not at all reflecting on what has come about through this building. For it is certain that the same Spirit, not a theoretical one, but the living Spirit that speaks from the podium or works from the stage, should also speak from the artistic, sculptural forms of the building, from what is pictorially represented. The shell should emerge from the same essence as the core within it, namely, the worldview that is expressed through the spoken word. But if the anthroposophic worldview is something new in the development of humanity, as I have taken the liberty of explaining in the considerations of the last 2 lectures, then what has already been expressed in the past could not be expressed again. Thus it was natural that in architectural style, in sculptural and pictorial forms, out of the entire visual arts, something new had to emerge. No artistic recollections, not classical, not Renaissance, not Gothic reminiscences, could have been realized. The anthroposophic worldview had to prove productive enough to bring forth its own artistic style for the visual arts. Certainly, when such a desire is in the soul and heart, you become quite modest. You become your own worst critic. I know that if I had to build the Dornach structure a second time, many things that seem to me today to be quite imperfect, even often faulty, would have to look different. However, in essence, at least for today's consideration, it does not depend on this, but on the intention that I have just characterized. And it is of this will, this intention, that I should like to speak. When we speak of visual art as it appears in this context, especially of the visual arts to which the anthroposophic worldview has been guided as to a necessary creation by the fact that friends have been found who have brought their offerings to the construction of the Dornach building, when we speak of visual art in this sense, it is above all a matter of understanding how everything in the visual arts ultimately aims at, proceeds from, and creates out of the human form. Yesterday I also spoke of an element of the spatial element, insofar as this is an element of the world, which nevertheless emerges from the human being. Yesterday I spoke about the fact that the three dimensions of space, according to which we finally determine all the forms that are the basis of the world around us, can be brought out of the human form. But if we speak as I did yesterday about space, then we never actually arrive at the conception of space we must bring into sensitive, artistic creation, if, with full consciousness, we want to practice plastic art in particular, which is the art that ultimately underlies all visual art. Just when you have space so concretely in its three dimensions before your mind's eye, EYE, as is the case with the observations I made yesterday, then you see the space to which you thus come cannot be the same space in which you find yourself. For example, when you sculpt the human figure. You cannot come at all to the space one finds oneself in as a sculptor. This is a completely different space. When do you come to it? I am touching on a secret of a way of looking at the world that has basically completely been lost to our contemporary way of looking at things. To find it again, please allow me to start from a seemingly quite abstract and theoretical way of looking at things. It will only serve to lead us to what will then be able to come before our soul's eye, EYE, in a much, much more concrete way. If we want to apply the space I described to you yesterday to the things of this world, and we do it geometrically, first of all, geometrically in the Euclidean sense, then we proceed, as is well known, by assuming a point within concrete space. One would have to assume that this point, of course, lies inside of the human body. We assume, extending from this point, three axes perpendicular to each other. Then we refer to this point, some spatial area, by determining the distances from these three axes, respectively from the three planes that are formed by these three axes. In this way we come to a geometrical determination for something that fills our space. Also, in the sense of kinematics, the mathematics of movement, we then have the possibility of expressing movement in this space. But besides this space, there is definitely another space. The sculptor assesses this other space. This other space has its secret in the fact that we cannot start from a point, and so to speak, refer everything to this point, but we must start from the opposite of this point. What is that? The opposite of the point is nothing other than an infinitely distant sphere, a sphere to which we would look up in approximately the way we look up to the blue firmament. Think of it. Instead of having a point, I am inside a hollow sphere. Then I relate everything that is inside of it to this hollow sphere. Instead of relating to a point by coordinates, I relate everything to this hollow sphere. As long as I give you only this representation, you can rightly say, yes, but the determination with reference to such a hollow sphere is something chaotic. If I am to think something, I can arrive at no mental image of it. And you would be right. You can have no image of it. However, we now have an ability to relate to the cosmos in the same way as yesterday we related to the human being, to the anthropos. We then looked into the human being and got the three dimensions of space. And we were able to determine the human being according to these three dimensions by saying that in the one-dimensional direction lies the length of the upright body. In the second lies what falls roughly in the plane of the outstretched arms, that which is symmetrically built into the human organism. And in the third lies everything positioned in the direction from front to back and vice versa. So, when we look at the human organism, we do not have something that lies in just any random way within these three dimensions. We find the human organism formed and shaped in a very definite way. In the same way, we can also relate to the cosmos. How does it happen inwardly, soulfully, when we relate to the cosmos in such a way? Now think of yourself standing in a field on a clear starry night, so that you can freely look up to the starry sky all around. By looking freely around the starry sky, you see areas in the firmament where the stars are clustered, almost to the point of forming cloud-like formations. You see other areas of the sky where the stars appear more separated from each other, forming constellations as they are called, and so on. If you face this starry sky only intellectually, using only your human intellect, you come to nothing at first. But if you face this starry sky with your whole human being, then you feel differently. Today we have lost this possibility of feeling, but it can be reacquired. You feel one way toward a spot in the sky where the stars group together only nebulously, and you feel differently where constellations stand out. You feel differently again opposite a spot in the sky where, for example, the moon stands shining. You feel a night differently when there is no moon, during a new moon, and so on. And just as you can feel concretely into the human organism in order to get the 3 dimensions, where space itself is something concrete, something connected with the human being, so you can acquire a view of the cosmos, of that which is the periphery. You do not only need to look inside yourself in order to come to something like the 3 dimensions, but you can now look into the expanse, can envisage the configuration of the expanse. And if you learn to understand how to grasp this vastness by advancing from the ordinary view, which is still sufficient for Euclidean geometry, to such a view as you need for this vastness, then you arrive at a view that I have called imaginative cognition. Yesterday and the day before I spoke of imaginative cognition, the cultivation of which I will later speak about. Those who would simply record what they see in the vastness of the world would come to nothing. A mere drawing of the starry sky, as the astronomers do today, leads to nothing. But when the whole human being, with the full understanding of the cosmos, confronts this cosmos, then in the interior of the soul, images are formed in counterposition to these star clusters. We see them on old maps, where, from the ancient instinctive clairvoyance, such imaginations were still formed. Then we receive an imagination of the whole cosmos. We get the counter-image of what I presented yesterday as the human basis of the 3 geometric dimensions of space. We get something that can configure itself in infinite ways. People today basically have no idea how humanity once gazed into the universe in olden times, when people still had an instinctive clairvoyance. Today it is believed that the different drawings, the pictures, the imaginations, which were made as zodiacal images, have sprung from mere fantasy. They did not. They were perceived and felt by facing the cosmos. The progress of humanity demanded that this instinctive, this lively, this imaginative contemplation should be extinguished. This happened so that an intellectual contemplation that liberates the human being could take place. But if we want to be wholly human, we must advance to such an imaginative cognition of the universe again, no longer instinctively, but with full consciousness. If in this way, from the starry sky, we come to a conception of space, then we do not get a space that can be exhausted by 3 dimensions. We get a space that I can also only suggest pictorially. If I have to indicate the space I spoke of yesterday with the 3 lines standing perpendicular to each other, they are drawn from a center as in the following diagram, I would have to indicate this other space by drawing configurations everywhere, as if forces within planes approached the earth from all sides of the universe, and from without had a plastic effect on the formations on the surface of the earth. we come to such a mental image, if we advance from what can be seen with the physical eyes of living beings, above all human beings, to what I have called imagination. Then, instead of the physical human being, the cosmos opens itself in picture form and shows us a new space. As soon as we advance to this, we come to see a second human body. We come to what an older, divining, instinctive clairvoyance called the etheric body. It is better designated as the body of formative forces. It is a supersensible body, which, however, definitely consists of fine etheric substantiality, and which penetrates the human physical body. We can study the physical body by looking for the forces flowing through it within its centric spatial extension. We cannot study the etheric or formative force body that flows through the human being if we start from centric space. We can study it only if we understand how it is formed from out of the whole cosmos, if we understand it in such a way that these very planes of force coming to the earth from all sides approach the human being and form the body of formative forces plastically from without. In no other way did the visual arts come into being from out of their elemental original source. With an intuitive glance you will see this in such a work as, for example, the Venus de Milo. It was not created by studying anatomy, by appealing to the forces that are merely comprehensible from the spatial sense of the physical body. It was created by what was known in older times as the body of formative forces, which pervades the physical body, which is formed out of the cosmos, which is formed out of a space that is just as peripheral as earthly space is centric. By the fact that a being is formed from the periphery of the universe, beauty is imprinted on it. This is in accord with the original meaning and essence of this word. The essence of beauty is the imprint of the cosmos, with the help of the etheric body, on a physical earthly being. If we study a physical earthly being according to pure dry truth, then we grasp it exactly according to ordinary physical space. If we allow the beauty of a being to have an effect on us, if we want to enhance this beauty of a being through plastic visual art, then we must become aware that what is imprinted on a being as beauty comes from the cosmos. This is what reveals to us in the individual being how the whole cosmos works in this being. For this, however, we must feel how this cosmos expresses itself in the example of the human form. This human form becomes differentiated if we are able to approach it through inner imaginative cognition. At first, we direct our soul's attention to the formation of the head. If we survey the head formation in its totality, we cannot understand its formation by attempting to explain it merely from the inside of the head. We can understand it only as coming directly out of the cosmos, on its way around and through the body of formative forces. If we go on to the formation of the human chest, then we come to an inner understanding in reference to its form, only if we have the possibility of imagining how the human being lives on the earth. All the orbits of the planets circle round the earth along the zodiacal line, even if only apparently according to today's astronomy, which doesn't play a role in this consideration. While we refer the head to the whole cosmos, we refer what is formed in the human chest to all that turns in the revolving equatorial line, to what takes place in the different ways the sun circles round in a year or a day. Only when we go to the human limb system, especially the lower limb system, do we get the feeling that this is now not assigned to the outer cosmos. This is assigned to the earth. This is connected with the gravity of the earth. If we look with the sense of the plastic artist at the formation of the human foot, we see it adapted to the gravity of the earth. We see in their whole configuration how the lower leg and the upper leg are joined together through the mediation of the knee in such a way that they demonstrate the working of the force of gravity in its dynamics, in its statics, from out of the center of the earth into the universe. We have these feelings when we look at the human figure with the sculptor's gaze. For the head, we need all the forces of the cosmos. We need the whole sphere, so to speak, if we want to understand what is expressed in such a wonderful way in the formation of the head. If we want to understand what is expressed in the chest formation, we need, so to speak, that which flows around the periphery of the earth in the equatorial plane. If we want to understand especially the lower human limb system with the metabolic system connected to it, we must keep to the forces of the earth in this respect. The human being is bound to the forces of the earth. In short, through the human form we receive a connection with the whole living, vividly conceived world space. Today, people will likely laugh in many circles, also in artistic circles, about such observations as I have just made. I can well understand why. But they know little of the real history of human development when they laugh at these things. For those who can really delve into the sculptural art of olden times, they already see in the sculpted figures of that time how feelings and sensations that were formed in an imaginative vision of the starry sky flowed into such figures. In the ancient sculptural forms, the cosmos was brought to view in the human form. But what is otherwise called cognition, in an intellectual sense, must be regarded as a cognition that was then connected with the whole range of human soul forces. You become a real sculptor by sculpting out of elementary forces, not by learning to rely on old stylistic forms in order to develop again what people knew in this or that stylistic epoch, but no longer know today. You do not become a sculptor by relying on the traditional, as happens mostly today, even with accomplished artists. But you become a sculptor by being able to reach back with full consciousness to the formative forces that once led to the plastic arts. There we must receive again cosmic perceptions. We must again feel the universe and be able to see a microcosm, a small world, in the human being. We must be able to look at the human forehead, how it receives an imprint from the cosmos. We must be able to see the nose, how it receives an imprint from that which also imprints itself on the whole respiratory system, namely from the periphery, from what circles the earth in the equatorial plane, in the zodiacal plane. And then we get the feeling, the sense for what must be represented. You do not create by mere imitation of a model. You create by immersing yourself in that power out of which nature herself has formed and created the human being. You create the way nature herself creates. Then, however, the entire cognizing and artistically creative powers of sensing must be able to adapt to this. When we have the human form before us, we first direct our artistic gaze to the human head. We do this with a tendency to form this human head plastically. We will then strive to form as much as possible of this head in all its details, to treat every surface as much as possible lovingly, to treat the forehead surface lovingly, to treat the curvature toward the eyes lovingly, to work out the ears, and so on. We will strive to form the lines that run across the front of the forehead, across the nose, as lovingly as possible. We will strive to make a nose shaped this way or that, depending on what we want to create. In short, we will try to form lovingly every individual surface that relates to the human head. If, on the other hand, as sculptors, perhaps I'm saying something heretical for many people, but I do believe that what I have to say goes back to original artistic feelings. If we as sculptors wanted to make an effort to form human legs, we would always experience a certain resistance to this. You want to shape the head as lovingly as possible, but not the human legs. We would like to hide them, to take them away from artistic shaping, by trying to have all kinds of garments over them, all kinds of things that sculpturally adapt themselves in a different way to what is expressed in the head. A human figure with properly chiseled legs, calves, for example, is actually something unappealing to the sculptor's artistic eye, EYE. I know I'm saying something heretical, but I also know I'm speaking all the more out of elemental artistic perception. You don't want properly chiseled legs. Why not? Well, for the sculptor there is simply a different anatomy, a different cognition of the human form than for the anatomist. For the sculptor there are actually no bones and muscles, as strange as that may sound. For the sculptor there is the human form, which is formed with the help of the body of formative forces from out of the cosmos. And in this human form there are, for the artist, forces, force effects, force lines, force connections. I cannot possibly think of the top of the skull as a sculptor in any other way when I form the human head but to form it from the outside in, as it is shaped from the cosmos. However, that which gives me the corresponding curvatures of the head, I form according to dynamics, according to forces that push the form from the inside out, that oppose the forces acting inwardly from the cosmos. As a sculptor, when I form the arms, I do not think of bones, but of those forces that act, for example, when I bend the arm. There I have lines of force, developments of force, not what develops as muscle or as bone. And the thickness of the arm depends on what lives there, not on the muscle tissue that is on it. But because in forming beauty you have above all the tendency to adapt the beautiful human form to the cosmos, you can do this only with the head, for the lower limbs are adapted to the earth, and therefore you want to leave that out. You would like to lift the human form from the earth when you arrange it artistically. You would make it a heavy earth being if you were to form too much of the lower human being in the art of sculpture. And if we look at the head alone, again, we see that it is only the upper part of the head, the wonderfully arched skull that is arched differently in each individual. There is therefore only an individual phrenology, no general phrenology. It is only this upper part that is modeled on the whole cosmos. What is formed in the eyes and nose is formed similarly to the human thoracic organism. They are already formed according to the periphery, according to the equatorial current. Therefore, when I depict the eyes in a sculptural work that represents a human being, I know that I cannot depict the gaze, the deepened or the superficial gaze, by any kind of coloring. I must limit myself to depicting large or small, slit or oval eyes, or more or less straight eyes. But to represent the transition of the eyes into the shape of the nose, the forehead into the shape of the nose, is to sense how human beings see by putting their whole soul into this seeing. This is different with slit eyes, different with oval eyes, different with straight eyes. Look at how the human being breathes, this wonderful possibility of expression. You need only feel how the human being breathes through the nose, and you will say to yourself, as the human being is in the chest, as the chest form is created from the cosmos, so the human being pushes up into the eyes and nose what is breathed in the chest, what beats in the heart. It is expressed in the pictorial form. In the way the human being is in the head, it only comes to expression in the top of the skull, which in terms of its form is an imprint of the cosmos. In the way the human being reacts to the cosmos, by not merely taking in the oxygen and acting passively, but how we humans have our own share in this substance, how we present our own being to the cosmos in the chest. This is expressed sculpturally through the formation of the eyes and the nose. And by forming the mouth, we actually already form the whole inner human being in its opposition to the cosmos. There we form the way the human being reacts to the world out of the metabolic system. In the formation of the mouth, in the formation of the chin, in everything that belongs to the formation of the mouth, we form the metabolic limb human being, but in its spiritualization, in its outwardly acting image. Thus, whoever stands before the human head, in a sculptural sense, has the whole human being there according to the nature of the human organic systems. You have the skull cap, with its strange curvatures according to the nerve sense system. In the eye-nose formation you have, speaking platonically, the courageous person, a human being who, with inner individuality, courageously confronts the outer cosmos. And, by forming the mouth, which belongs to the head formation that is configured from the outside, you actually have from the inside, counteracting the configuration that works in from the outside, that which makes up a person's inner being. From these fleeting indications, which could be no more than sketches about which you will have to continue to think, you will have seen that the sculptor does not really need a knowledge of the human being gained by imitating a human model. The sculptor must actually be able to inwardly re-experience the forces that work through the cosmos, shaping the human form. The sculptor must be able to create out of what is happening when the human being is formed plastically, out of the fertilized germ cell of the maternal body, to create from what works through the mother out of cosmic forces, and not merely from the forces that are in the maternal body. As sculptors, we must be able to create in such a way that at the same time we can understand what is progressively revealed out of the individual human being, the further we descend toward the limbs. Above all, we must be able to understand how this wonderful outer covering of the human being, the form of the skin, arises as the result of the two forces, the forces that work peripherally from all sides of the cosmos, and that which works centrifugally outward and opposes them. For the sculptor, the outer form of the human being must be a result of cosmic forces and inner forces. The true sculptor will need to have such perceptions in every detail. If we, let us say, sculpt out of wood, and in art it is a matter of having a feeling for the material, of knowing what this or that material is suitable for, otherwise we do not create sculpture but only illustrate an idea in a novelistic way. If we sculpt the human form out of wood, we will know by forming the top of the head that we must have the feeling that the form presses in from the outside. This is the secret of creating the human form. When I form the forehead, I must have the feeling that by forming it, I am pushing it in from the outside. But from the inside, forces are working against me. I can only press, lightly or forcefully, in order to push back the forces working from within, as far as is possible, in accordance with the cosmic forces that form the head the way it must be. But what is very interesting is that when I come to the rest of the human body, I do not advance if I form and shape from the outside. There I must have the feeling that I am inside. Already when I come to the formation of the chest, I must put myself into the inside of the human being and form plastically from the inside outward. Through the inner necessity of artistic creation, in forming the head, I come to form from the outside, to think of the outermost border and to work toward the inside. In creating the chest, I must put myself inside and push the form outward. In the downward direction, I have the feeling that there it must only be hinted at. There it goes over into the undefined. Artistic creation as we know it today would very often like to regard something like what I have just explained as inartistic fantasy. But artists are actually only able to stand within the whole creative cosmos when they can artistically live through in their souls what I have just indicated. Then we are directed everywhere, when approaching the visual arts, not to imitate the physical human form. For this form is itself only an imitation of the body of formative forces. We need to feel the necessity that above all the Greeks felt. They would never have produced their noses and foreheads by mere imitation, because their sculpture was instinctively founded on such things as I have now described. We will only be able to come to really elemental artistic feelings when we are able to place ourselves in this way into the creative forces of nature with complete inner soul feeling, with our inner total cognition, if I may use the expression. Then, however, we do not actually go to the outer physical body, which itself is only an imitation of the etheric body. But we approach this etheric body itself. And then we form this etheric body and fill it out, as it were, only with matter, with substance. What I have just described is at the same time the way out of a theoretical view of the world. It is a way to penetrate into the living vision of what can no longer be viewed theoretically. You cannot construct sculptural space through analytical geometry in the same way as you can construct Euclidean space. Through imagination, you can see the sculptural space that is everywhere configured, that is everywhere capable of creating forms out of itself. From a vision of this space, you can now really create out of it in the plastic arts, be it architecturally or sculpturally. I would like to insert a remark here that seems important to me, so that what could easily be misunderstood is less misunderstood. If someone has a magnetic needle here, and one end points to the magnetic north, the other end to the south, then it will not occur to anyone, if they do not want to speak today in a completely dilettantish manner, to explain the direction of the magnetic needle from the inner forces of the needle itself, by merely looking at what is enclosed there by the steel. That would be nonsense. We go out of the magnetic needle and add the whole earth to the explanation of its direction. Embryology today assumes this dilettantism that I have just criticized. It looks only at how the human embryo develops in the mother's body. All the forces that form this human seed are assumed to be there, within it. In reality, the whole cosmos works on the configuration of the human embryo through the mother's body. Here, the plastic forces within the whole cosmos are comparable to what is in the alignment of the magnetic needle, which are the forces of the whole earth. As I have to go out of the magnetic needle when looking at it, so I have to go out of the maternal body when looking at the embryo, and have to assume the help of the whole cosmos. And I must immerse myself in this whole cosmos if I want to understand what guides my hand, what guides my arm, when I seek to sculpt the human form. You see, the anthroposophic worldview leads in a direct stream of development from merely theoretical observation to artistic observation. For an observation of the etheric body is not possible in a purely theoretical way. You must, however, have the spirit of science within yourself in the sense I characterized yesterday. But you must move into the contemplation of the body of formative forces by transforming into imaginations what weaves in mere thought. You must grasp the outer world not merely through thoughts, or through laws of nature formulated in thoughts, but through imaginations. And this, in turn, can also be expressed in imaginations. And when we become productive, this passes over into artistic creation. Now, it is a peculiar thing if we let our gaze wander over the kingdoms of nature with the consciousness that such a body of formative forces is present. The mineral kingdom has no body of formative forces. The plants are the first to have a body of formative forces. The animals have one, and so do human beings. But the plant's formative force body is very different from that of the animal, and more so from the human. Here is the peculiar fact. Think of yourself as being equipped with sculptural artistic powers of perception, and imagine you are supposed to sculpt plant forms. You are resisted. I tried it the other day, at least in relief, but you can't shape the plants. You can only imitate traces of their movements. You can't sculpt plants. Just think of a rose or any plant that has a long stem. Sculpting it is impossible. Why? Because by thinking of sculpting a plant, one instinctively thinks of the body of formative forces. It is within the plant, similar to its physical body, but immediately forming it. The plant is by nature a plastic work of art. It cannot be changed. Any sculpting of the plant would be amateurish in comparison to what nature itself produces in the physical body and the body of formative forces of the plant. One must simply leave the plant as it is, or look at it with a sculptural spirit, as Goethe did in his work on the morphology of plants. The animal can already be sculpted. It is true, however, that when sculpting an animal, artistic creation is something different than when sculpting a human being. You only need to have an understanding of how an animal is basically a creature, for example, of the respiratory process. This is the case when we create, let's say, the predators. There we must understand them more as creatures of the respiratory process. We must regard them as breathing creatures and, so to speak, create everything else around this. But if you want to create a camel or a cow artistically, you have to start from the digestive process and adapt the whole animal to it. In short, you must look inwardly with an artistic eye to see what the main thing is. Then, if you further differentiate what I am now stating in general terms, you find the possibility of plastically forming all the different animal shapes. Why? Well, the plant has an etheric body that is created for it from the cosmos. It is finished. I cannot reshape it. The plant is the plastic work of art that stands there in nature. It contradicts the whole sense of the factual world if I form plants out of marble or wood. From wood it is perhaps still possible, because that is closer to plant nature, but it is also already inartistic. The animal, however, opposes its own nature to that which is formed from out of the cosmos. In the animal, the etheric body is no longer merely formed out of the cosmos. It is also formed out of the inner being of the animal. And with the human being, now I have just said how this etheric body is formed from the cosmos only for the skull cap. I have said how the respiratory organism, refined, counteracts through eyes and nose, how the whole metabolic organism counteracts through the mouth formation. There, that which comes out of the human being counteracts the cosmic. And the boundaries of the human form are the result of these two effects, the human and the cosmic. There the etheric body is formed in such a way that it arises from the inner being. By immersing ourselves artistically in the inner being, we can create freely. Just as the animal forms its etheric body out of its own being, the courageous or the cowardly, the suffering or the exultant human beings adjust their etheric bodies to their souls. We can investigate this. We can put ourselves in it and reproduce such etheric bodies. In doing so, if we have what has been characterized as a properly sculptural understanding, we will be able to form the human figure in the most diverse ways. Thus we see that by entering into a consideration of the etheric body, of the imaginative body, we enter into what then becomes artistic in itself. And we can let the ordinary scientific considerations be quite scientific. Someone can object, yes, but art is not science. Yet, as I already said the day before yesterday, if nature the world, the cosmos itself, are artistic, if they present to us what can only be understood artistically, then we can declaim for a long time that it is illogical to become artistic in order to understand things. Things, however, do not submit to a cognition that does not lead into the artistic. The world cannot be grasped in a way that is limited to what can be comprehended merely through thought. It can only be grasped by a universal comprehension of the world that finds in the organic and natural transition into artistic contemplation and also into artistic creation. Thus the same Spirit speaks out of artistic creation, which speaks out of the words we use to express in a more theoretical ideal form what we see in the world. Out of the same Spirit as science comes art. In art and science, we have only two sides of one and the same revelation. We can say, on the one hand, that we look at things in such a way that we express what we have seen through thoughts. On the other hand, we look at them in such a way that we express what we have seen in artistic forms. The Dornach building, both in architecture and sculpture, and also in painting, has sprung out of this inner spirit. I could also say a lot about painting, because it also belongs, in its own way, to the visual arts. But here we move up to what is more of the nature of soul in the human being, to that which is not merely in the etheric body, but coloring the etheric body from out of the soul, becomes direct soul expression. Here too it becomes apparent how the anthroposophic conception of the world leads to an ascent to the elementally artistic, to the creatively artistic. Today, both in the religious and in the artistic, without the onlookers knowing it, and mostly without the artists knowing it, we actually live only out of the traditional, out of the old stylistic forms, the old motifs. We think we are productive today, but we are not. We have to find a way to put ourselves into creative nature, so that what we create is really artistically original, elemental creation. Such an approach has of itself led to the fact that the art of eurythmy has emerged and developed out of the foundations of anthroposophy. That which arises in human speech and in human song through a very specific group of organs as a revelation of the human being can be extended to the whole human being, if we only really understand this being. In this respect, all religious documents express ancient, instinctive, clairvoyant insights. And it already has a meaning when it is said in the Bible that Yahweh breathed into the first human the living breath. This indicates that the human being is, in a certain respect, a breathing being. Yesterday I indicated how in ancient times of human development the view prevailed that the human being is a breather, a breathing being. That which the human being becomes as a respiratory being, in the configured breath in speech and song, can in turn be given back to the whole human form. How our vocal cords, our tongues and palates and other organs move in speaking and singing can be transferred to the whole being. This is because each individual organ and organ system is in a certain sense an expression of the whole human being. Then something like eurythmy can come into existence. Here we need only remember the inner guidance of Goethe's doctrine of metamorphosis, which has not yet been sufficiently appreciated. Goethe rightly sees in the single leaf the whole plant. The whole plant is contained in a more primitive way in the leaf. And again the whole plant is only a more complicated leaf. In each individual organ he sees a metamorphosis of the whole organic being. And the whole organic being is a metamorphosis of its individual organs. The whole human being is a more complicated metamorphosis of a single organ system, the laryngeal system. If you understand how the whole human being is a metamorphosis of the laryngeal system, then you are able, with just as much validity, just as much inner natural necessity, to let a visible language, a visible song arise out of the whole human being. Just as song and language arise through an organ system, the same can arise through the movement of your limbs and through the movement of groups of people. We are embedded within the creative forces of nature. We immerse ourselves in the way the forces of humanness work in speaking and singing. And when we have these forces, we can transfer them to the forms of movement of our whole human being. Just as we transfer the forces of the cosmos to the resting form of the human being in sculpture, just as we live in artistic expressions of the inner soul of the human being in poetry, in song, in speech or recitation, so too can this be expressed through the whole human being in visible speech and in visible singing. I would like to say this: by forming the human being plastically, by creating the human form sculpturally, by creating the microcosm out of the whole macrocosm, we create the one pole. By immersing ourselves completely in the inner human being, by pursuing inner activity, by immersing ourselves in thinking, feeling, and willing, in everything that can be expressed through speech and song, we can create moving sculpture at the other pole. Thus we can say the whole vast universe is united as in a wonderful synthesis when we create a plastic work of art. And what is concentrated in the deepest inner human being, as in a point within the soul, strives everywhere out into the vastness of the world in the forms of movement which we, out of ourselves, create eurythmically. The other pole answers from the human being in the eurythmic art, in this moving sculpture. We see the expanses of the world turning toward the earth, flowing together in the resting human form, and we have thus the plastic sculptural arts. We then delve deep into ourselves, into the human interior, spiritually immersing ourselves in the human interior, looking at what wants to come from the human being, to approach those cosmic forces which flow in upon us from all sides to build our form, looking at what flows, as it were, out from the human being to all points at the periphery of the universe. And it is in this sense that we form eurythmy. I would like to say that the universe presents us with a great task, and the solution to this task is the beautiful human form. The inner human being also presents us with a great task. We draw infinite depths from it when we delve into the human interior with a lovingly intimate gaze of the soul. This inner human being, however, also wants to go out into all expanses, wants to express externally, in rhythm, in sweeping, swinging movements, wants to bring to expression that which has been soulfully compressed into a point. Just as a sculpture of the human form, which is a condensed point for the cosmos, and has within it a compression of all the secrets of the cosmos, is the answer to the great question that the universe asks us. So, when the human art of movement becomes cosmic, when we create something cosmic in our own movements, as is the case with eurythmy, then out of the human being, at least pictorially at first, a kind of new cosmos is born. We have two poles of the visual arts before us, in ancient sculpture and in the newly created eurythmy. We must thus enter into the spirit of the artistic if we really want to see the justification of eurythmic art. We must also return to the way in which sculpture once took its place in humanity. You can well imagine, there on the fields are the shepherds, who at night send out their sleeping yet waking vision into the starry expanses, thus absorbing images unconsciously into their souls from the cosmos, into which the configured imaginations of the stars in the heavens are formed. What unfolded in the minds of primordial humanity was passed on to their children and grandchildren. That which was inherited grew in the souls of the grandchildren and became the abilities to sculpt, to form plastically. The grandparents felt the cosmos in its beauty. The grandchildren formed the beautiful plastic arts from the forces of the cosmos that were absorbed by the soul. Anthroposophy must not only look into the secrets of the human soul theoretically, it must experience all the tragedy of the human soul, all the exaltation of the human soul, and everything in between. And it must be able to see not only what is tragic, what is exultant, and all that lies between, but just as we saw the stars clearly in older imaginations, and as we could then take formative star forces into our souls, so we must now take from the human soul what we perceive in it, and must be able to communicate this in outer movements. Then eurythmy comes into being. Today this is meant only to be a fleeting hint of the way in which a natural transition is to be made from what anthroposophy is as an ideal to what it wants to be as a direct and truly form-creating art, neither allegorizing nor symbolizing. If we can penetrate this, then we will find the remarkable relationship which art has to science and religion. We will see science on one level, religion on another, art in between. We will see that it is due to science that one basically has freedom. We could never have come to complete inner freedom without science. We will see what we have gained for our individuality, if we look at it impartially, what the essence of our humanity has gained by the fact that humanity has come to science. We have thus detached ourselves from the cosmos through thought. We are alone, but we are thereby human individualities. And as we live within the laws of nature, so we take them up into thought. We become independent in relation to nature. In religion, we want to surrender ourselves, want to find the way back to the essence of nature. We want to merge again with nature, want to offer our freedom on the sacrificial altar of the cosmos. We want to give ourselves to the Godhead, want to possess, along with the breath of freedom, of individuality, the breath of sacrifice. But there, in between, stands art. Stand especially the visual arts. Stands everything that is rooted in the realm of beauty. If you become a free individual being through science, if you sacrifice your whole being in religious forms, still preserving your freedom on the one hand, but on the other hand already sensing the need for sacrificial service, then you will find in art the possibility of preserving yourself by offering as a sacrifice, in a certain way, what the world has made of you. We form ourselves as the world has formed us, but we create this form out of ourselves as free beings. Thus in art, too, there is something redemptive and liberating. In art we are, on one side, individualities, while on the other side we sacrifice ourselves. And thus we may say, on the one side, truth makes us free if we seize it ideally, scientifically, also spiritually, scientifically. And so we must say, on the other side, in beauty we find again our connection with the world. We cannot be human without living freely in ourselves, and without finding our connection with the world. You find your individuality in free thought, and then in connection with the world you find the possibility of making of yourself again what the world has made of you, by lifting yourself up into the realm of beauty, into the realm of art. The end of Lecture 3. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, these podcasts can be heard at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works Volume 82 by Rudolf Steiner. 6 lectures entitled Becoming Fully Human, The Significance of Anthroposophy in Contemporary Spiritual Life, translated by Jeff Martin. This is Lecture 4, entitled The Anthroposophic Research Method, given at The Hague, April 10, 1922. What is most disconcerting about anthroposophy for many people who are not yet more closely acquainted with it is that this anthroposophy not only has to speak about different things than people are accustomed to hear today in outer science and in life, but that it also has to speak in a different way, in a different form. And in a certain sense, people forgive anthroposophy least of all, precisely because of this other way of expression, this other form. They immediately begin to measure and criticize what anthroposophy has to say according to what they are accustomed to, what they are otherwise given in today's science and in today's culture. What I have just said will probably emerge primarily in relation to today's lecture, when I have to speak before you about the way, about the methods anthroposophy uses to arrive at its research results. These methods have something quite different about them than the external methods of observation, and also than the ordinary methods of thinking. Today, when we talk about scientific methodology, we are used to hearing things explained in an external way, with observations, experiments, and so on. And in the treatment of these observations and these experiments, we then see the methods of research. It is not like this with anthroposophy, especially when it is about the foundations of anthroposophy, and that is what I mainly have to talk about today. Certainly when anthroposophy extends over the individual sciences, as can be seen from the discussions already held here, over mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, and so on, then the methods of spiritual research, of which I have to speak today, will in some way interact with the experimental and observational methods that people are accustomed to in the clinic, in the laboratory, in the observatory, and so on. But today, for us, it should first of all be about the foundation, about the way, so to speak, in which we enter into that state of soul through which we can present anthroposophic results to the world. It is an absolute fact that research in the field of anthroposophy can only be undertaken when the researchers develop their soul forces, their powers of cognition, further than is required in ordinary life, in ordinary science. We must develop what I would like to call intellectual modesty. This intellectual modesty can be characterized in the following way. Think back to the time when you were a child. Think of the mentally vague experiences of your first years of childhood. You will have to say to yourself that the clear overview of life and of the world that you have acquired in later life was then still missing. The ability to orient to the world was still missing. You have developed all this in yourself. Compared to childhood, you have become a completely different person, not only physically, but also mentally and spiritually. Abilities have sprouted from within that now serve you in life and in science. As to the condition of the human soul today, you say to yourself, certainly education and life have drawn certain abilities out of my inner being. But now I am thus finished. Now I have certain abilities. With these I want to know the world. With these I want to place myself in the world as an able, active human being. With these abilities, I also want to judge my religious, my moral impulses. You generally do not say to yourself, all that has taken place within my human soul from childhood until now could perhaps still continue to take place. However, you could also say to yourself, I could develop further abilities out of my soul. Then with full consciousness, I would make of myself a human being with completely different soul faculties, a human being who perhaps differs from today's normal human being in the same way as I myself differ in my present soul constitution from my earlier childlike soul constitution. As I said, it takes intellectual modesty to say to yourself at a certain time of your life what I have just characterized, and then to do it practically in such a way that you really try to get further in bringing up hidden abilities in the soul, for the purpose of further research. For where would the results of today's modern scientific research be? And where would the moral, religious impulses that people have today find a place in the world, if everyone had only developed those conditions of the soul which they had in childhood? And so, it is absolutely necessary for anthroposophic, spiritual scientific research to take this serious stand. I want to bring out of my soul faculties that are still dormant today, in the same way as the faculties revealed today were once dormant in my soul during childhood. I must explain that not everyone who really wants to profess anthroposophic research, or who wants to be active in it, has to become a researcher in the sense I have just indicated. But I am saying that in order to achieve real findings, real results, something like this must occur. If these research results are then handed over to the world, they are quite accessible to common sense and can be examined by it, just as you do not have to be a painter to judge a painting artistically. Thus, in order to understand anthroposophy, it is not necessary to go through everything that I will describe today, but it is necessary for research. And it is also necessary to discuss these things for the reason that, to a certain extent, the anthroposophic researcher has to give an account before the public, before the world, as to how we arrive at our results. Now, I would like to start from the most fundamental thing from which you can start, especially in the present time, if you want to characterize the anthroposophic research method. Basically, you can already find everything pertaining to, let's say, the first axiom, the first most elementary thing for understanding the anthroposophic research method in my book titled The Philosophy of Freedom. Yes, and even in some of the books I had written before this one. The Philosophy of Freedom appeared in 1894, but was actually written much earlier. It will perhaps even surprise some who know this book that I make this assertion, and yet it is true. The most elementary understanding of anthroposophic research methods can be drawn from the Philosophy of Freedom. However, what is given there as elementary understanding must be further developed. Only the most elementary principle can be found in this Philosophy of Freedom. But this most elementary thing is indeed to be found there. In the Philosophy of Freedom, I have tried to determine where human moral impulses, ethical impulses, actually originate. Now, since I can only briefly characterize this Philosophy of Freedom today, I will characterize it in a somewhat different way than it was done in the book itself, following up on some of the things I have said here on previous days. It is strange, but it is so that whoever reads the Philosophy of Freedom will find, I believe, that something like a mathematical thinking prevails in it. This Philosophy of Freedom aims at finding the human impulses for both freedom and morality. But the way in which it speaks about the moral world is not qualitatively different from what is present in us as a state of soul when we mathematize. I have characterized this mathematizing previously. I have shown how it is livingly created from within the human being, how we then forget ourselves, as it were. We forget that we have created mathematical space from out of ourselves. We then live in this space with our perception of space. I also said that at first, when it comes to their own human abilities, people are not so much interested in the state of soul they have when they mathematize. You find only a few people in the world, I should say, who, if I may use the expression, have the right respect for mathematizing. This proper respect for mathematizing was held, for example, by a deep, charming, and extraordinarily sympathetic poet named Novalis. Those who let Novalis's poetry have an effect on them will have the impression, here's a wonderful lyrical zest. here is complete enthusiasm, and here the soul is all poetry. When Novalis, the wonderful lyricist, comes to speak of mathematizing, he says something like, quote, "In mathematizing, we basically have the most beautiful, the most magnificent, the most powerful human poetry before us," close quote. I know how few people admit this at first. But as I said, the kindly, profound lyricist, Novalis, he knew, for he was a mathematician, what is stirred in the soul when we do not merely solve individual mathematical problems out of hand, even if they are problems of function theory, number theory, and the like, or of synthetic geometry. He knew how the soul feels when it is so enraptured that it forgets itself, knowing itself outside, in space. But now, one thing is possible. If you know this mathematizing state of soul, of which Novalis speaks so wonderfully, it is possible to gain something quite different out of the same state of soul, namely, the experience of moral impulses. In other words, if you succeed in grasping and experiencing moral problems with the same inner clarity, with the same inner certainty, as you solve, let's say, the Pythagorean theorem, then you know, with this grasping of moral problems, I am inwardly in the spiritual, in the supersensible world. And you can speak about the fact that in this supersensible world, moral impulses, moral intuitions flow into the soul. You know, in that you feel yourself in this state of soul, within the moral world, that you are in a supersensible world that has nothing to do at first with what can be perceived externally through the senses. You feel yourself in a world where, firstly, you experience moral impulses directly with your deepest inner being. You are united with them. And because you are at one with them, they are intuitive realizations. And secondly, you know that no matter how long you look around in the sense world, no matter how astutely you think, observe, and experiment, what you can discover as moral intuitions in the mathematical world, if I may put it this way, cannot come to you from any external sense world. They come to you from the supersensible world. But this means, in other words, that they are inspired. The most real, the deepest moral impulses we can receive from the supersensible world are intuitions, which are at the same time inspirations for our soul. And although they are not vivid, do not appear in pictures, they are there as are sense perceptions themselves. As the sense perceptions are in the field of the sensorial, so moral impulses are in the field of the supersensorial. That is, they are imaginations. And whoever has discovered the moral in the mathematical world, as meant by Novalis, experiences the knowledge that these moral intuitions, which are at the same time inspirations and imaginations, appear in a field that is completely removed from the sense world. In short, in trying to achieve a moral foundation for human life from the supersensible world, we learn to cognize how the soul must experience if it wants to be in the supersensible world. And we have to say that for us today, I've explained how it was different for those who went through the practice of yoga, or who went through the practice of grammar, rhetoric, dialectic, and so on. The best way of all to know how to get out of our sense-perceptible body and live in a purely spiritual world is to live in this purely supersensible world in the way I tried to indicate in my book, The Philosophy of Freedom. I know that many people are not satisfied with this way of living into the spiritual world because they would prefer to accept only such moral truths as appear as commandments, as conventional facts, and so on. I don't have to go on about the philosophy of freedom here, but only about its basic method. When you have become acquainted, however, with this special way of standing in the supersensible world, you receive an incentive to go further. You want to try to penetrate from other realms of life into a supersensible world, in contrast to the sense world. And then you gradually come to realize that it is possible to have real methods of inner spiritual development, which also lead to a path that views the whole cosmos and human inner knowledge in the way one otherwise views only the moral element in the sense of the philosophy of freedom. Conversely, if you do not go into the actual foundation of the matter, you still do not want to accept that what is moral concerns the supersensible. Now, the methods by which you can reach up into the supersensible world in other fields consist in developing your ordinary soul forces, the same forces we use in ordinary life and in ordinary science. And these soul forces are, first of all, if we characterize them externally in an abstract way, thinking, feeling, and willing. We distinguish these three soul faculties, thinking, feeling, and willing. But in the unified life of the soul, they are not at all so strictly separated from each other. We should actually say, when we speak of thinking, for instance of mental imagining, we speak of a soul faculty that is penetrated throughout with will and also feeling, but is mainly thinking. In the will, again, thoughts certainly penetrated, but it is mainly will. Thus, it is only the most prominent that is designated as an individual soul faculty, while everywhere under the surface, you could say, also lie the other soul faculties. This becomes especially important when it comes to the further training and development of the ability to think, of the power of thought. For here we must be clear about the following. First of all, we must be clear about how we relate to the things in our environment and to ourselves in ordinary life and in ordinary science. Firstly, we have sense impressions through the eyes, through the ears, and so on. We live with a certain inner intensity in these sense impressions. Then we make mental images about these impressions we perceive through the senses. We then turn away from the things we have perceived with our senses. We are now left with mental images as after images of what has been experienced in sense perception. But consider how pale, how shadowy the thought, the mental image has become of what we experienced with full vividness in sense perception. These mental images that had attached themselves to the sense impressions during perception are now pale and shadowy. And we are accustomed in life and even in ordinary science to let the sense perceptions speak to us and to surrender passively to these sensory perceptions so that they awaken in us the mental images that make permanent for us what we have perceived through the senses. And then we can, more or less clearly, even after a longer period of time or throughout our whole life, again bring forth as memories from the underground of our soul, from our human being, that which we have externally experienced through the senses. The mental images that are otherwise attached to sense perceptions and are pale and shadowy compared to these sense perceptions can also sprout forth from our memory. We experience again inwardly in our life of mental images what we once perceived outwardly through the senses. We experience it again through memory. Thus we should be clear, very clear, about the fact that pretty much all of our ordinary life, also that which is immersed in science, proceeds in this way with regard to mental images. We expose ourselves to the liveliness of sensory perceptions, and we then get pale mental images that we can bring up again from within ourselves as memories of what we have received from outside as impressions. Our inner life is mostly nothing but, more or less, transformed external sense perceptions metamorphosed into mental images. I will not go into the deeper nature of memory today, because I want to describe how what I have just characterized as mental images can be further developed. It can be developed further by not thinking in such a way that this thinking is only connected to outer sense perceptions, but by thinking according to those methods which I have called meditation, concentration, and so on. The names are not important. In my books titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, CW10, and An Outline of Esoteric Science, CW13. You will find all the details of how to proceed in these books. I only want now to present the principle. While otherwise we get thoughts by passively surrendering ourselves to sense perceptions, or by letting the reverberations of these experiences reappear as memories, we now attempt, in order to become anthroposophical spiritual researchers, through inner free volition, as we have learned it from mathematics, from the solving of mathematical problems, that is, in such a way that we accomplish everything in full consciousness, and not in a dreamy hallucinatory condition, which would be the opposite of what I will describe today. We attempt thus, in full consciousness, to surrender ourselves to thinking and mental picturing, so that we learn to rest on mental images that we have voluntarily placed in our consciousness. It is quite good if you put into the center of your consciousness mental images that are as manageable as possible. That is, not those in which you can experience all kinds of nebulous, mystical stuff, but those which you can easily survey. Then it does not depend on what kind of mental image you have there, but it depends on the mental activity that you now develop while meditating. Just notice, if you continuously tense a muscle, which you need for work, the muscle becomes strong. The same thing happens with your mental thinking power if you concentrate again and again on mental images which you place at the center of your consciousness. These exercises sometimes last for years. They can also last for a shorter time, depending on a person's disposition. The thinking power becomes stronger and stronger, and it finally reaches a point where you can say, "Now I am able to have my mental images as vividly as I otherwise only have external sense impressions." Mind you, I don't have hallucinations or illusions, which of course come unconsciously. I now live in inner mental images that are as lively as I otherwise only experience with outer sense perceptions. But I live in them with full consciousness, not with that dreamy mood of the soul, that mystically nebulous mood of the soul, as is present in hallucinations or visions. It must be a mathematical state of mind throughout, through which you live into such an inner experience of mere mental images as you otherwise only have when you are devoted to outer sense perceptions. Just compare, to say it again, the vividness and intensity of outer sense perception with what you otherwise experience in pale and shadowy thoughts. But in the way I have described, you learn more and more to be as vividly present with merely inwardly chosen thoughts as you are otherwise only vividly present when you are stimulated by some external sense impression. No more pale and shadowy thoughts, inwardly living thoughts. The mental power of thinking has increased. You have brought forth a new power from within your soul. You have strengthened your thinking. And if you have strengthened thinking, then you have reached the first stage of supersensible cognition. I have called it in my books the imaginative stage of cognition. You have reached the stage of imagination. This stage of imagination shows us, in that we now have such living mental images, that there is something connected to these mental images. Let's go back to ordinary sense life and to ordinary mental picturing. Today we perceive something. We are vividly inside this perception. We form a pale, shadowy mental image. After a week, let's say, prompted by something or even freely popping up, as we might say, this mental image reappears from memory. It comes out of us, to put it trivially. That I once had a sense experience is the reason why later, from memory, from my inner human life, the corresponding mental image appears again. Now, after my practice, I am able to have intensified thoughts in my consciousness, which I therefore call imaginative thoughts, because they occur with the vividness, with the intensity of images that are really like sensory images, in spite of the fact that at first they are only thoughts. But thereby a memory, related to this imaginative image I am holding, can now come out of my own being. This is different from when I have an external sense experience that I merely stare at. And if I then haven't thought about it, no memory of it can come to me later. Thus, by the fact that I now am holding an intensely strengthened mental image in the soul, something comes to me out of my own being, which at first looks like a memory, but is exactly not a memory. Something arises now which is not a reminiscence of an outer sense experience, but is something that I have never perceived before, arising from my inner being. If I may express it this way, just as otherwise memories of ordinary experiences rise up, so now through the power of intensified thinking, that which I have never seen inwardly before rises up from within. And I will very soon recognize what it is that is rising up. I try, by progressing further and further in this meditation, to bring ever greater and greater clarity to this inward arising. And I finally come to what this inward experience actually is. I come to it, this inwardly ascending. It is I myself, as I have developed in the time since my birth here on earth. Otherwise, we only have the stream of memories, from which single ones arise, which are otherwise in the unconsciousness below. I do not mean these memories. These memories are what also arise in ordinary consciousness. But what now arises, called up out of inner being by the power of intensified thinking, this is not just thought or memory thought. It is that which leads me much deeper into my inner human being than the power of memory. This is something that leads me, so to speak, down into deeper layers of my inner being, further down from where memory images lead me. This is something that shows me how, as a small child, I used the soul abilities I possessed to shape my organism plastically from the brain. Then this is what shows me how I, as a somewhat older child, have further plastically formed my inner human being with the help of the faculty of speech. In short, my innermost life appears before my soul as I have never seen it before, in an enormously mighty tableau. And what now appears before my soul is not merely a picture. I ask you to pay attention to this. It is not only an image, but it is something I recognize by grasping that it is connected with my powers of growth. It is connected with what grows in me, which also lives in me in the powers of nourishment, in the powers of circulation, in the powers of respiration. In general, it is an inner, supersensible body in relation to the physical body. I am now getting to know a second being in me. I learn to recognize that I may say to myself, you have your outer body around you, it is extended in space, and it has arms, feet, a head, and so on. That is a spatial body. But what you have now discovered through your meditation, through imaginative cognition, is an organism that lives in time, not in space. A time organism. It is difficult for people today to hear about such a time organism, but this time organism is really present in us as a second human being. And we may call it a true organism. You come to it, let's say, when you have already become an old fellow, as I may say of myself, because you know you have a certain soul configuration. The soul configuration you now carry in yourself is connected with another soul configuration that, for example, is perhaps 5 or 6 years old. And just as my left hand, in my space organism, is connected, hopefully, with some part of my brain in this same space organism, Just as hand and brain are in this space organism, such that these individual parts relate to each other, so in time, not in space, the individual parts of the time organism relate to each other. I carry this time organism in me. In my books, I have called it the etheric body, or the body of formative forces. This body of formative forces is a time organism. It is the first thing we discover on the path of imaginative research. We survey our whole life on earth up to the present in its inwardly creative, supersensible forces. We do not speculate about a life force. We look at our life on earth as an inwardly organized tableau, as a time organism, as the body of formative forces. Older, less conscious views of these things, which were more intuitive, more instinctive, but in their premonitions knew something of these things, called this time body, this body of formative forces, the etheric body. The expressions are not important, only what is meant by them. In the etheric body, you definitely have a reality, a temporal reality within yourself. No one really understands the formation of the human being who does not understand this etheric body. And the most significant thing about the etheric body is that in the instant when you have reached the point where you can survey, as if with a spiritual eye, EYE, our whole earthly life in this life tableau, which is actually the body of formative forces, we also cease to distinguish between subjective and objective. We could paint this schematically, this etheric body or body of formative forces that we carry within us, which is a flowing time body. But we must be aware that we are then painting something in an instant that is continuously flowing. Just as you cannot paint the lightning, you cannot paint this etheric body. You always paint only one moment, which is held fast. We must be clear that it depends on this body of formative forces how we are formed as human beings. And at the moment when you become aware of how your etheric body is a body of forces, you realize that without knowing its inner structure, we cannot understand the human being. You realize that the same forces that work in your etheric body also pervade the world as etheric forces. Thus the difference between subjective and objective ceases to have a meaning. You realize this body of formative forces is connected with a great course of universal time, and we stand within this stream as a member of this great universe. We begin to speak of the etheric processes of the universe, for these become clear to us at the moment when we come to such living mental images, images as vivid as outer sense perceptions. And we can achieve this through meditation. In short, we then live into an etheric world. But at the same time, we learn to recognize the first thing that is supersensible in ourselves. We have not yet left earthly life, but we learn to recognize the supersensible within us during our earthly life. Now, if we want to move forward, we must also continue our exercises. These exercises consist of many, many details. I have described them in my books, and here I will only state the principles. The first thing in these exercises is that the power of thinking is strengthened, that we come to form an imaginative thinking, a thinking that is as alive as what we otherwise only experience in sense perception. The second thing that must be developed can be characterized in the following way. Those who develop such imaginations in full consciousness, through which they then learn to recognize the etheric world, the world of formative forces, are able to see that these imaginations, these images, for their life up until now confronts them in a mighty tableau, and the outer world confronts them in a universal tableau, that these images, despite having been called forth completely freely, have a stronger hold on them than ordinary pale, shadowy thoughts. Most people know that these pale, shadowy thoughts, unfortunately, fall into oblivion all too quickly, especially before their exams. But because you have unfolded strong forces within your thoughts, these thoughts now hold you tightly. They do not want to let you go. Now, in order to progress, you must not stop at this stage. With the same free volition with which you have called up these images, these imaginations into the soul, with the same strength and free volition, you must also be able to remove them again. You must send them away from the soul, so that you can have in your soul what I would now like to call empty consciousness. Just try to realize what this empty consciousness would look like in ordinary life. When empty consciousness occurs in ordinary life, there is then usually no more consciousness at all, and you fall asleep. The ordinary consciousness falls asleep when it becomes empty of sense impressions, memories, and so on. But that is the difference between ordinary consciousness and what you have already achieved in imaginative cognition. You learn to suppress, to completely dampen down these imaginations. And you now face the world in an absolutely awake state. I would like to say, completely aware expectancy. You are awake, have nothing in consciousness because you have eradicated the imaginations with the strong force that was necessary. You are expectantly awake to what now arises. And if you have produced empty consciousness by the fact that you first had to eradicate strengthened thinking power, then this empty consciousness does not wait in vain. Then the supersensible world penetrates into this empty consciousness, penetrates in exactly the same way as the sense world penetrates through our eyes and ears, through our warmth organism, and so on. There we make the discovery that a supersensible world surrounds us and now penetrates into the empty but awake consciousness as the spiritual world, just as we had the sense world around us before. At the same time, because we carry out all of this with absolute free, voluntary consciousness, our normal consciousness of everyday life, that is our common sense, always remains present alongside this heightened consciousness. This is in contrast to the conditions when someone hallucinates and has visions, for in this case our whole consciousness passes over into individual visions. This is not the case with the consciousness I am talking about. Our everyday consciousness, through which we stand firmly in life and in ordinary science, remains beside us at every step, remains continuously present as a controller. Those who say that what is described as anthroposophic consciousness could be based on visions or hallucinations do not know what they are talking about. However, if now a supersensible world penetrates from our surroundings through empty consciousness, then we are also in the position to perceive still further into ourselves than merely the tableau-like etheric body described before. Now we are able to look beyond birth and conception. By eliminating the whole body of formative forces, we see through empty consciousness nothing more of the whole human being between birth and the present moment of experience. For if we have learned to eradicate these imaginations and to create empty consciousness, we can also eradicate everything that fills us as etheric body and look back on ourselves with empty consciousness. Our ordinary human being still remains there, standing next to us, watching, but this heightened consciousness now penetrates out into that world in which we were before we descended from the spiritual soul world and took on an earthly body from our parents and ancestors. Now we look into the world where before we were enveloped in a physical body, we were united with those spiritual substances that are in the spiritual world. We learn to cognize how we were before we descended into physical life, and thus we now learn a further supersensible form of cognition. Firstly, considering ourselves as physical earthly beings, we have our space body, the physical body. Then, we have the second supersensible body, the etheric body, which we grasp by imaginative cognition, but which does not lead beyond this earth life. And now we have the third body. Because it leads into the supersensible starry worlds, it is called the astral body, which is only terminology. With this, you get to know the actual human soul being. You get to know this third body, which is the human being's second supersensible entity. We also have this within our physical body during earthly life, but it is veiled. It was present before our birth or our conception. Then through this contemplation, we come to the cognition of one side of our human eternity. We have lost this one side of the eternity of humanity to such a degree that modern languages hardly have a word for it anymore. We speak of immortality, of the extension of existence beyond and after death, but we only speak of this through traditions, only the traditions of the last millennia. We can also speak of an extension beyond and before birth, and this would make it necessary that we also know about the other side of eternity and coin the word unbornness, because this unbornness is the other side of eternity. Now, in this way, we have risen to a cognition that cannot enter our soul's constitution in any other way than by coming to know something that is completely closed to our ordinary consciousness. I have described to you how empty consciousness must arise and how the content of the supersensible world must enter from the spiritual world into this empty consciousness, in the same way as the sense world otherwise enters into eyes and ears. This second stage of supersensible cognition I call inspiration, inspired cognition. Through inspired cognition, we now enter directly into the real supersensible world. Above all, we learn to cognize ourselves as supersensible beings in our prenatal existence. We also learn to cognize the spiritual environment. And now something very significant occurs. I would like to indicate it to you today only sketchily. In the next days it will be elaborated in more detail. Take the relationship of the surrounding world to our own inner world. We can describe this in such a way that we say, for ordinary consciousness, there is the material world out there. If we now confront the human being objectively, we say, when we look into this material world through our eyes, perceive other things through our ears, then there, outside, are the material things and facts, while within the soul's being are the ideal contents of the soul in thinking, feeling, and willing. By perceiving the material world, we carry this outer material world pictorially in images within our soul's being in refined soul substance. The moment we learn to grasp the spiritual world around us in our empty consciousness, something new also appears for our inner being. Suppose I see with inspired consciousness this material world now penetrated by the spiritual world. What is seen as spiritual outside does not appear pictorially inside the human being. Rather, we now learn to recognize the spiritual outside as it is reflected inside the human being, and there it is reflected as your physical organs, as lungs, liver, heart, kidneys, and so on, as everything that at first is materially inside. There is a complete reversal, a reciprocity. While for ordinary consciousness, the material world is reflected in us in a spiritual soul way via our senses, now the spiritual world is reflected in us through our inner organs. We come to know ourselves inwardly as physical human beings by becoming aware of the spiritual world around us. Before this, we do not understand the physical human being. Before this, We learn to know the heart, lungs, and liver externally, through anatomy, but as having no connection with the external world. We get to know the heart, lungs, and liver through anatomy and physiology, but it is as if we were to learn that we have all kinds of mental images in our inner being, without even realizing that these inner images relate to the outer sense world. We normally do not know that our internal organs relate to the outer spiritual world. Here, for example, lies the origin of what could become possible for a rational medicine as a consequence of spiritual science. For we now really get to know the human being. We get to know the inner, yet cosmic nature of our own organism. There is no way we could know these things before this through external cognition. This is now the second stage of supersensible cognition, of the supersensible path of research, known as the stage of inspiration. A third stage is reached by turning to the will, to volition. We can now also develop the will in particular by first becoming completely clear about the meaning of this will in ordinary life. It has already been mentioned, also from other aspects during these days, that the human being is actually, in relation to our will nature, continuously a sleeping being. If I only raise my arm, then I have at first in a mental image the goal of raising my arm. But when I submerge this thought of the goal into my being and produce the arm movement through the will, what happens here is at first beyond the human ability of cognition. I then again perceive the lifted arm, but the will remains as unconscious for ordinary consciousness as the state experienced while sleeping remains unconscious for the sleeper. We are actually awake in ordinary consciousness only in our life of mental images. We sleep in ordinary consciousness in our life of will. But we can raise this life of will into the waking state. The exercises for this are very different from the exercises that are, first of all, thinking exercises, as I have described them. And I can best make the difference clear to you by pointing to a characteristic feature. Someone who wants to achieve something by the exercises, for example, for the observation of the etheric body, must first go through preparations. The preparatory exercises are described in the books mentioned. For example, it is a matter of preparing a quality that I would like to call presence of mind. In ordinary life, presence of mind consists in being able to make quick decisions about a situation. But this must become an habitual characteristic for someone who wants to ascend into the spiritual worlds. For what can be perceived there is not so easily perceived. It is actually so that very diligently practicing people, if I may call them this, believe, I cannot perceive anything. They cannot perceive because things flit by so fast there, and you have to seize them quickly. Most people have only certain soul capacities, so that when they try to turn their attention to what they ought to experience spiritually, it is already gone. It is therefore a matter of presence of mind. Exactly the opposite quality must be trained for will exercises. In ordinary life, it is a question of completing an act of will in the most elementary way, when we walk, grasp, or move in some way. In general, an act of will is when we do something, when we perform an action, a deed. If you develop the will only inwardly in life, there is actually only a wish, no will. A real act of will is always connected with an organic process. I could also say with a combustion process. A really completed act of will indeed changes the organism. It is connected with the organism in a metabolic process. But what condition of consciousness are we in with respect to this ordinary will? We are in a condition in which we do not see through ourselves at all. When an impulse of will takes place, and we look into our inner being, these will impulses in the soul are opaque. We look into darkness with respect to the will, but we can clear away this darkness. We can make ourselves transparent in soul. This requires, however, a lot of patience, because now we have to extend our exercises over long periods of time. I will describe a simple exercise. The more complicated ones you will find in the books mentioned. So let's take a simple exercise. I have a habit. For example, with my handwriting, I write in a certain way. Once you become an adult, you don't like to get used to a different handwriting. It takes effort. It requires an inner conquest. It is something that is a part of you, even though it manifests itself outwardly through writing. Thus, the whole process of willing yourself to change your handwriting takes place inwardly. Of course, for outward reasons, I would like to advise you not to do this exercise too vigorously. I only want to illustrate something with it, not give instructions on how to falsify your handwriting. But if you could bring yourself to exert your will in such a way that you could change something so interwoven into your being as your handwriting, or also other habits, you can make your will transparent. In short, if you make yourself a completely different person through inner consciousness, through cultivating the will, you can render the will transparent. It takes years to do this. It is good, in particular, if you allow yourself to assimilate certain qualities that you at first only feel to be admirable, but which you do not have. You can do this by resolving, for example, I will use the next 8 years to acquire, with all my willpower, certain qualities that I do not have, certain specific ways of living. What I am describing seems easy, but one might say with Faust, quote, "But what is easy is difficult." Close quote. And those who do such exercises can see that it is difficult to bring the will, in this way, into a different direction through strong self-discipline. In short, when what otherwise only becomes realized in those moments when the will manifests its existence outwardly in action, is applied to the development of the will itself, it leads us to really look deep into ourselves, to make ourselves completely transparent with respect to the will. Again, you will find more details about these exercises in my books. By means of a comparison, I would like to try to make clear to you what one achieves here. How is it that we can actually see through our eyes? It is only through the fact that the eye is selfless, that it does not assert its own substantiality. It must extinguish itself. It is transparent. At the moment when the eye in any way gives up this selflessness, when it brings itself to the fore, it can no longer serve our vision. Now, I do not want to say that for ordinary life our physical body is sick and must be made healthy by exercises. It is not so. For life and for ordinary science, our body is, of course, healthy, but it is no good for supersensible perception. For this, it must be transformed, although not as if it would remain continuously so transformed. The human being with ordinary common sense always remains next to it. Nor is it a question of the one merging into the other, of the ordinary healthy human being disappearing. Both the developed personality and the original personality, with its common sense, remain side by side, so that the latter acts in a regulated manner for the former. But for higher consciousness, which must already be empty, we arrive at the fact that our body is now no longer there for our soul's perception. We see, so to speak, through our body. We see how the will works within us. In ordinary science, we do not see how the will works. Therefore, we assume that there are such things as motor nerves. It is not known that the will acts directly. I have said today that the discovery of the real existing facts can only be made when you have made yourself transparent, like a sense organ. The whole human being must become like a single sense organ, soul spiritually permeable, as the eye is transparent for light, EYE. Just as we first become free through intensified thinking, and attain to perception of the body of formative forces, and then to perception of the prenatal astral body, so we are now able, having trained the will in this way, to cognize the other side of our eternal being. By making our physical body transparent, we are able to call before our soul the image, I say expressly the image, of what happens to us at the moment of death. When we leave the physical body, it is handed over to the physical elements. The soul spiritual goes over into the spiritual world. When we pass through the gate of death into the spiritual world, we perceive at this moment that our physical body becomes transparent to our soul. In intuitive cognition, this third stage of supersensible perception, our body becomes transparent. Therefore, we learn to cognize ourselves in the state we are in after death, when we no longer have a physical body. We can now disregard it. In this third, intuitive stage of cognition, we have trained ourselves to disregard the physical body. Now we learn the other side of the eternity of the soul. We get to know immortality through direct vision. Anthroposophy is not philosophical speculation. It does not proceed from ordinary consciousness in order to come to know immortality, but proceeds from the awakening of abilities slumbering in the soul. We become clear about what is slumbering there through intellectual modesty, and thereby raise ourselves to see into the spiritual world. We learn to spiritually cognize the universe. We learn to spiritually cognize our own eternal being. We come to know these two sides of ourselves. We learn to cognize how the human being is, on the one hand, between birth and death, when the soul is usually hidden within bodily processes. And, on the other hand, we learn to cognize the spiritual soul life, a life we unfold when we are outside the body, before birth or after death. Then insights into our true self are also revealed to us. We then learn to cognize what in us passes through repeated earth lives. Tomorrow I will speak about repeated earth lives, about this important result of anthroposophic research. You see, the supersensible path of cognition, the anthroposophic path of research, involves first of all reaching the world of formative forces through imaginative cognition. By cognizing the supersensible part of ourselves that is already within us during ordinary physical life as our body of formative forces. Then, by ascending to inspired cognition, we cognize the astral body, that is, the soul body. Thus we come to know the act of entering into the body, and again in the stepping out of the body through death. We learn to know the human I, capital. We now enter a concrete spiritual world, a world of spiritual beings. Through the development of spiritual organs, we cognize with an empty consciousness, which is nevertheless awake, a spiritual world in which spiritual beings are there beside our own spiritual soul being. In this way we look into a spiritual world. And now you realize that if you want to explore this spiritual world, you must develop these three stages of supersensible cognition. You must draw out of the soul imaginative cognition, inspired cognition, and intuitive cognition. They differentiate themselves. They organize themselves into separate stages when you seek to cognize the cosmos in its spiritual content within yourself as a spiritual being. You already receive a trace of an impression of all this when you investigate the moral world in its very essence. There we essentially come to be, even if only in regard to moral impulses, in the same world we otherwise are in, if we have the imaginative, the inspired, and the intuitive worlds before us. At first, only moral impulses are, so to speak, present in this moral world. But you find them also, when you have passed through imagination and inspiration, to intuition. Thus, it is granted to us human beings on earth, already for ordinary consciousness, that only this world, the moral world we need for life on earth, can be here before our spiritual eye, EYE, in its supersensible nature. And if we understand the real existence of the supersensible nature of the moral, if we only correctly develop what we get to know here in ordinary consciousness in an elementary way as cosmology and anthropology, we can then move up to real spiritual insight into the world. Thus, when we progress from spiritual forms, then to the spiritual inner life of other spiritual beings, and an interweaving with the spiritual world, as we are interwoven here with the realms of nature, we then come face to face with our own eternal soul being, there before the eye of our soul, EYE. This is what you can come to know from the book titled The Philosophy of Freedom, if you do not merely study it theoretically, but really experience it. It is just like reading Euclid's axioms on the first page of a geometry book and getting an idea of what is to come. Just as the whole geometry follows from these axioms, so too, as though axiomatically, it is the whole spiritual world present according to its essence in a real insight into the moral world. But no one may therefore believe that they know the nature of the spiritual world by knowing only the nature of moral impulses. They then know only the axiomatic, the elementary. What is described in this way as a research method for supersensible worlds is, however, something strange for most people today. But those who stand within these things say to themselves, there are many things in our spiritual life today that once appeared strange and then became a matter of course. We need only really know the spiritual history of humanity, and then we will be able to say to ourselves, today most people would regard what has been said here as something absurd, ridiculous, even comical. A time will come, however, when what I have said will be taken for granted, just as the Copernican world system was first taken to be strange and then became a matter of course. But you can feel, and feelings are the most important thing that should come out of the life of the anthroposophic worldview, that this anthroposophy really does not want to appear in opposition to what is legitimate science today. For what, in essence, does anthroposophy want to be? This question should arise from what I have discussed today about the research methods of anthroposophy. What does it want to be, this anthroposophy, in relation to the other sciences, as well as in relation to universal human life? What does it want to be? Now, when we have human beings before us, we see their external facial formations. We see their physiognomies, their gaits, their movements and gestures. We cannot be satisfied if we simply state, this is how their gaits, their faces, and so on are. We see these as outer physiognomies, but we only have a complete living experience of these human beings when we add to this outer appearance the experience of their soul spiritual nature, their souls, when we see the soul through the outer appearance and the outer movements. But in this way, if we understand things correctly, we are also given in external science that which describes the external physiognomy of nature and of the human being. Just as we do not deny that human beings must be perceived through the senses, according to their outer forms, if we want to experience their souls, so we also do not deny that the outer physiognomy of nature and of the human being must be explained, described, grasped through an outer science, even if we then assert that behind all this there is something that is to be regarded as the soul of nature, the soul of the cosmos. And that is why, just as a reasonable person who recognizes the soul of the human being does not negate the body, its outer form, its physiognomy, the reasonable anthroposophist does not negate outer science. On the contrary, we want to stand fully within it. We only want, for the further development of humanity, science itself to have a soul, just as the total human being carries the soul within the physical body. Yes, we claim that it needs soul. Thus, anthroposophy does not want to be an opponent of the present scientific spirit, but wants to become the soul of this scientific enterprise in the future. The end of Lecture 4. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 82 by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Becoming Fully Human, The Significance of Anthroposophy in Contemporary Spiritual Life, 6 lectures, translated by Jeff Martin. This is Lecture 5, entitled Important Anthroposophic Results, given at The Hague, April 11th, 1922. My lecture today will be, in a certain respect, the opposite of yesterday's lecture, since I will have to speak about what can be seen supersensibly in the way I characterized it yesterday. However, I will have to ask you to excuse me, since I can, of course, only quite aphoristically emphasize some of the unlimited areas of anthroposophic research results. Thus, the whole of today's considerations will only be a kind of collection of details, which will be picked out as examples. The first thing that is achieved with respect to the human being through the 3 supersensible levels of cognition, which I characterized yesterday, is that the human being can appear before the soul's eye, EYE, as a complete total being. I have already mentioned the first supersensible level of cognition, the level of imaginative cognition, and I already indicated yesterday how through this imaginative cognition that time organism can be seen, which is found as the first supersensible entity in human beings, namely the body of formative forces existing in time, which indeed organizes us, but as a supersensible organism does so during the time between our birth, or our conception, and death. I have, however, already noted that at the moment when imaginative cognition becomes active, the difference between subjective and objective comes to an end in a certain respect. So that when we are spiritually contemplating our body of formative forces, we are at the same time standing within the whole etheric activity of the world. We become, as it were, a member of the etheric cosmic organism. We then, in fact, stand less apart, less outside of this cosmic etheric organism than we do in our physical organism in relation to the other natural facts and natural beings which surround us in the physical sensory world. If we then ascend to the inspired cognition characterized yesterday, we extend our seeing beyond what is within us initially between birth and death. We extend our vision to what we can call the actual human soul being. We learn to cognize this soul being in its development within a spiritual environment before it descended into a physical human body. By further developing this inspired cognition into what I described yesterday as intuitive cognition, we get to know the fact of death, the transition of our soul organism through the gate of death into a spiritual world. Thus, unbornness and immortality unite in the cognition of the eternal essence of the human soul by way of inner vision. At the same time, however, we see at this moment, when we have risen to intuitive cognition, the true form of our I, our self. I will still have to speak about this view of the self, preferably in tomorrow's lecture. But you see, from what I have characterized, that we come to the view of a purely spiritual world, first of all of our own spiritual essence with its surroundings. However, we already have a share in this spiritual soul world during our life on earth. It is always there. It is always around us, as has already emerged from yesterday's characterizations. We have a share in it with our total human experience. This total experience is divided into the waking state and the sleeping state, with the dream state in between. When we speak of waking and sleeping, we actually already touch upon a very significant riddle of existence, especially in the life of the human being. This riddle has been tackled many times, also on the part of purely physical research. And as in other fields, so also in this one, no dilettantish opposition should be made against what is put forward, with a certain right, by natural science. But these scientific theories and hypotheses are mostly those. I do not need to enumerate them, for today I want to stick more to the positive presentation of anthroposophic results, which always proceed from certain presuppositions that, I may say, can be held only partially, but not totally, in respect to even the simplest unbiased observations of life. Thus, for example, when the transition of the human being from the waking state to the sleeping state is explained, the greatest importance is usually attached to fatigue. And although natural science has reason to see in fatigue a cause for the transition into the state of sleep, this is not always the case. For I have met rentiers who, without it being possible to say that they have acquired reasons during the day for a particular fatigue, fell asleep at the first words of my evening lecture. And not only on such occasions, for which there may be understandable reasons for falling asleep, but they also fall asleep during many an extraordinarily stimulating sonata. So even a simple unbiased observation of life can tell us that fatigue cannot definitively be the only cause, the only reason for the state of sleep. I mean, someone who finds their way a little bit into the observation of the phenomena of life without any supersensible research, as I will characterize it later, must observe how in sleeping and waking there is something connected with the human being in the physical world, such that sleeping and waking belong to this being as a rhythm of life. Just as the pendulum swings to one side and then to the other, so we must assume that human life as a whole takes place in these two states, waking and sleeping, as in a pendulum-like rhythm. I do not mention this as a proof, but as something that you could also come to as a possible interpretation. But this will lead us over to the next step, where I would like to describe the soul's spiritual state of sleep and wakefulness from an immediate view that can be acquired with the help of the 3 levels of cognition I characterized yesterday. When we are engaged in imaginative cognition, we come to know the etheric body, the human formative forces body. That is, we learn to look at our first supersensible entity. Then we get to know the actual soul, which flows through birth or conception into our physical body, and also into our body of formative forces. And we come to know this soul as it flows out through death into the spiritual world. We come to know this through inspired cognition. And then we come to know the actual I being, capital. I would like to say we come to know the deepest center of our human being through intuitive cognition. If we now apply these 3 forms of cognition to the observation of sleeping and waking, we realize that it is only during the waking state, when we are fully awake in mental images, that we have, in a certain sense, for the normal earthly life, the physical or space body, the etheric or time body, the actual soul being, which I said yesterday could also be called the astral body, and the I, capital, joined together within each other. As a physical being, the sleeping human being is only joined together with the body of formative forces. These two members can be observed through sense perception and imaginative cognition. During sleep, the actual soul being, the astral body, and the I have essentially stepped out of the physical body and the body of formative forces. And from falling asleep to waking up, they are in the same sphere in which they were before descending from the spiritual realm into a physical embodiment on earth. Thus, during sleep, these four members of the human being, that is, the physical space body and the formative forces time body, and then the I and the astral body, the actual soul, are, I would say, separated into two parts. Now, however, if we want to understand how the sleep state relates to the waking state, we have to acquire an inner view, which can be attained through the characterized stages of cognition, of what is actually present, let us say, during sleep. The physical space body only carries out what the time body does. All those life processes that are carried out in the physical body by this etheric body can continue from falling asleep to waking up. These are all those processes that are connected with the plastic formation of the human being, especially during childhood, which are connected with nutrition, with metabolism. But now during sleep, those processes that are connected with mental picturing, with thinking, feeling, and willing, cannot be carried out. One sleeps into a state in which the life of mental picturing is dimmed, in which feelings are silent, in which our will becomes powerless to carry out anything in the physical world through the physical body and the etheric body. If you now observe through supersensible cognition what is outside the physical body and etheric body as I and astral body, the latter being the carrier of thinking, feeling, and willing, then you find, above all, that the conscious activity of waking has sunk down into an unconscious one. The human being is in an unconscious state. Therefore, it is only through supersensible cognition that you can see from the outside what has gone out of the physical and etheric bodies. If we want to characterize what is actually outside the physical human being during sleep, then we must compare it with something else. When the human being is in a completely dreamless sleep, we can only compare it with the same activity that is present in the will of the waking human being, in the impulses of the will. The impulses of the will, as I characterized yesterday, also proceed in such a way that we live in our consciously awake thoughts, but have no knowledge of the inner nature of this will. I said yesterday that when we intend to do something, for example, to raise our arm, we have the thought, and this thought then flows down into our organism, and the will grasps the arm there, if I may express myself trivially. But in our ordinary conscious waking life, we have no awareness of how this happens. The arm is raised. We again only see the result. The mental image of the result is a new mental image. But we are as clueless regarding what lies between the mental image of an intention and the mental image of the result, in respect to an impulse of the will, as we are regarding what goes on in deep dreamless sleep. For supersensible observation, however, that which is present as I and astral body outside the physical body and the etheric body during dreamless sleep is in exactly the same activity as the will during waking life. During sleep, a decisive willing is expressing itself, but the activity of mental picturing is dampened. We will investigate later why this activity of mental picturing is damped down. During sleep, this willing, the same that is asleep when we are awake, is quite active, only it is now outside the body. It cannot move the arms or the legs. It cannot use the body as a tool. But this will is powerfully present. And what is the main characteristic of this will? It is desire, which can then grow into wishes, and the other different nuances we are familiar with. It is precisely desire and wish that are active in what is outside the physical body, from falling asleep to waking up. And you have to ask yourself, what is the desire for? If we can observe through supersensible cognition this flowing, whirling, and surging of desire in the spiritual human being, who is outside of the body, then we come to the question, what is this desire, this craving directed toward? It is directed to nothing else than to the physical body, to the re-grasping of the physical body. You basically want unconsciously, from the time you fall asleep until you wake up, because you are outside, to get back into your physical and etheric bodies. And then another question arises. These questions naturally arise only when we use imaginative, inspired, and intuitive cognition. The question arises, why then does this spiritual human being outside of our physical body not immediately satisfy this desire to return again into our physical body? The reason, and the moment of falling asleep leads us to this understanding, is that when we want to enter the waking state, to take hold of our physical body as soul being, as an I with an astral body, we cannot do so because we have become tired of this physical body, which brought us into connection with the outer world. We are, in a certain sense, satiated with this possession of the physical body after a certain time. Not only are we tired of the possession of the inner organs of the physical body, but this physical body carries the sense organs too, and it is through them you participate with your eye and astral body in sounds and colors. You participate in the words you hear from other people. If you do not want to be thus absorbed, and if you have no possibility of escaping in any other way from the impressions coming from the outer world, then you withdraw from the impressions of the outer world by falling asleep, like the rentier of whom I spoke. Thus, from the moment of falling asleep until the moment of waking up, oversaturation with the physical body and desire for the physical body pulsate into each other within the human soul being. And only when the oversaturation has completely disappeared can the desire triumph over the oversaturation. And there we return into the physical body, thus waking up. I do not have time to describe why, for example, we wake up when the alarm clock wakes us up and the like, or why some people cannot sleep. You can also experience these things, but for now I can only describe the general principle. Thus, when we consider the alternating states of sleeping and waking, we are actually dealing with a swinging back and forth between an inner inclination of the human soul to be in the physical body and to no longer be in it. We are dealing with an oversaturation, hence the leaving of the physical body, and with the desire to return to the physical body. For supersensible research, this desire for the physical body is especially interesting to study. A particularly intensive amount of this desire for a physical body is also discovered at the time when the soul, descending to earth from the spiritual soul world, again approaches physical embodiment. Between death and a new birth, when it is on the way to birth, the soul develops in such a way that from all the states it has gone through previously, it forms above all a certain emptiness toward its spiritual environment, and an intensely strong will element, namely desire, for the physical earth. Thus we can, in a certain sense, study again the last states the soul goes through when it inclines to a new earth life, just by studying the time between falling asleep and waking up. Here we have a simple explanation from supersensible research for the alternating states of sleeping and waking, one that is not based on a physical state, but refers to the soul. This explains waking up as primarily the satisfaction of the soul's desire for the physical body, and falling asleep as its oversaturation in the physical body. We thus arrive at soul qualities that explain the transition between sleeping and waking. Let us now consider dreaming. First of all, one-sidedly, because, as I said, we cannot explain everything today. Let us consider dreaming when waking up. When we observe the human soul, from falling asleep to waking up, with the will being whirling in it, we find that when it begins to return again into our etheric body and into our spatial physical body, at the same time thoughts begin to flash up in us. During the normal awakening process, the human being slips relatively quickly into the etheric and physical bodies. In these we have the tools for our thinking, feeling, and willing. Thinking, which is dampened during sleep, makes use of the senses and the nervous system as external tools when the human being returns to the physical body. Feeling, which is also dampened during sleep, is upon waking immersed in everything that is rhythmic in the physical organism. For example, rhythms of breathing and blood circulation, and also rhythms present in metabolism. In general, the metabolic rhythms play a role in circulation. Thus we can observe how in the soul's disposition for thought, thinking power is submerged in the nervous system, and what is of a feeling nature is submerged in the rhythmic system. With regard to the nature of the will, which is thus primarily active during sleep and is thereby connected with the alternating activities of material substances, I would like to say that there is no boundary between inside and outside. Human beings, however, are outside their physical bodies during sleep. All that is outside is will, but this will passes through the boundary of the body in relation to the metabolism, strikes through the boundary of the body and into the body. Thus, even during sleep, the will activity embraces the metabolic system. It is only then outside of sense activity and thinking, but with our will nature we are completely submerged in this metabolic system. Now we can observe how the soul nature of the human being comes down into the etheric and physical bodies. If it happens that through some slight abnormality, the soul nevertheless coincides with and takes hold of the etheric body before the physical body is taken hold of, then the human being does not immediately enter completely into the body. The soul then only submerges itself in the etheric body. However, the etheric body infuses only the liquid components of the body. Thus the soul remains outside the solid components. But in these moments, when we have not yet fully taken hold of the physical body, but have only taken hold of the etheric body, these are the moments when the soul, which comes over from the state of sleep, can only partially make use of the physical and etheric bodies, and that is when dreaming arises. The complete awakening arises only when the physical body is fully seized. That is, when all the organs of will, and especially the sense organs, are fully seized. Thus dreaming occurs when there is a partial seizure of the physical body. But precisely when we observe through supersensible research this coming over into dreaming, then we can observe this dreaming quite especially through imaginative cognition, which is not itself dreaming, but is a completely conscious cognition, as conscious as our normal daytime consciousness. In this way, we can observe especially what takes place objectively in a dream. We can then observe how the human soul takes hold of the physical apparatus. For when the soul is removed from this physical apparatus in our present existence, it is just not strong enough to exercise the thinking activity. It needs a certain support, a physical tool, with which to unfold the thinking activity. Thus, when we are immersed in the physical tool, thinking is then really exerted through this physical tool. Then, however, if we also observe feeling with inspired cognition, both a completely dampened feeling during the sleep state, as well as feeling in the waking state, which is also a kind of dream weaving, for feelings are not as fully conscious as mental images, then, however, we come to significant differences between thinking and feeling. Only now do we notice these differences. If we actually observe the thinking human being in the waking state with imaginative cognition, we perceive that the nervous system is continuously active during thinking. The nervous system is plastically, sculpturally mobile, so that basically everything of a soul nature is absorbed into the nervous system. When passing from the state of sleep into the state of wakefulness, that part of the soul that becomes the human thinker disappears. It disappears into the nerve sense system. This is not the case with the feeling human being. That part of the soul that constitutes the feeling human being submerges itself into all that constitutes the rhythmic organism, but not completely. We can even say concerning feeling, although this is only approximate, that just as much soul remains outside the physical body and etheric body as is submerged into them. There is a continuous back and forth movement between the soul and the body in this feeling activity. And this continuous back and forth is expressed in the rhythmic system itself. And that part which constitutes the will nature of the human soul being also submerges itself into the physical body during the waking state, but not in the same way as thinking submerges itself into the nervous system. It submerges itself into the physical organism and into the body of formative forces, but it does not unite with them. Even though it slips into the physical body, it remains a separate being. So that we can say human beings in the waking state have a strange polarity about them. If we look especially at the human nerve sense organism, we find it developed in such a way that while awake, the soul is completely submerged in it. It has almost completely disappeared into the organism as thinking soul. And if we look at the working of the will while the human being is awake, then we see this will actually separate, one part beside the physical processes and one part in the physical organism. These take place as two activities that are indeed in the same space, but as activities that are strictly separated from each other. So that through such research methods, we actually gain an insight into how, as a being of will, we are inside our body in a completely different way than we are inside it as a thinking being. This becomes especially clear when we really approach the observation of the awakened human being with developed imaginative and intuitive insight. After all, when you have completed the exercises I mentioned yesterday, you are in a position to observe yourself from without. Thinking is strengthened. Thus it is made independent of the physical body. In ordinary consciousness, you must completely submerge yourself in your physical body, that is, in the nerve sense apparatus. But the achievement of supersensible cognition consists in the fact that we now learn to think without this physical apparatus. That is the essential thing. We are too weak as human beings, without the support of the body, in normal sleeping consciousness, to be able to rouse our souls in sleep in such a way that we can develop the thinking activity. This is precisely the success of the exercises described yesterday, that the soul becomes so strong that it can think without the body. In the state, however, in which the soul can think without the body, it can also see the body. Just as you see something that is outside of yourself, as you know that you see the table with your eyes, so too do you look back with imaginative, inspired, and intuitive cognition at your physical and etheric bodies. You are there within yourself only as a soul being. You are what you otherwise are in unconscious sleep, but now conscious. And now something very peculiar occurs. It happens that we do not see everything within this physical body. Only the nervous system is objectively visible to the soul. Seen thus, from the outside, the human being is a nerve sense being. Our nervous system, together with the senses, becomes visible from outside. I emphasize this because it has played a role, although not in these evening lectures, but in many of the day lectures. I emphasize this because not only the so-called sensory nerves, but also the so-called motor nerves become visible, and it is precisely at this stage of cognition, through direct observation, that we arrive at this research result. There is no difference in principle between sensory and motor nerves. The sensory nerves are there to mediate the perception of the external world through our senses. The motor nerves, which are also sensory nerves, are there so that we perceive the position and the presence of our limbs within ourselves. That we have within ourselves a perception of ourselves is mediated by the motor nerves, which are actually sensory nerves in this respect. Such research results arise on this path of soul research. Thus, on the one hand, you have now attained in this way, to the greatest extent, what belongs to the human nervous system. You have it before you like an objective thing. On the other hand, everything that belongs to the metabolic system is not seen as an objective thing. In intuition, it is seen as pure spiritual being. There the material disappears. And now you learn to cognize this peculiar process in the wakeful human being, the total process that actually takes place there. You learn to cognize it in this way. When you gradually orient yourself, first through imaginative cognition, you come to know how you lift yourself out of the physical body. Now not unconsciously, as in falling asleep, but consciously. You feel, as it were, this lifting out of yourself, out of the brain in particular. Then, as you pass over into inspired cognition, you come to the point where, apart from lifting yourself out of the brain, you notice how the brain now becomes something separate from you, and there you reach intuition. You really reach that point where you see objectively what you have before yourself as the human nerve sense apparatus. But now you also see the whole process of ordinary thinking. Yesterday I already attached great importance in anthroposophic research to the fact that while the human being develops a second personality, the spiritually seeing personality, common sense still remains. The ordinary personality remains intact. Otherwise the human being does not become someone who cognizes the supersensible, but someone who hallucinates. While observing how you lift out of yourself your logical thinking, which otherwise adheres to the sense world, remains in the brain. You ascend out of the brain only with what you are as a higher spiritual being. That is why you do not see in the whole nerve sense apparatus a lump that just hangs there, but rather a process, something that takes place continuously, that is continuously in process. You can see that when you look back like this. Then something very strange appears, which shines fundamentally into our entire world of cognition. I beg your pardon if I now say something terribly heretical. It only appears to be. In reality, it arises directly as a consequence of the continuation of natural scientific thinking into the realm of the spiritual. We can observe, namely, that out of the spirit that comes over when we awake in the morning, when the soul enters into the physical body, material substances are continuously deposited into our nerve sense being between the parts that only relate to matter. These deposits are directly taken from, created from out of the spirit itself. You become a witness to the emergence of matter, to the plastic formation of material substance in the human sense apparatus. There, matter is created out of the spirit. The human being becomes, according to our soul spirit, not only an inhabitant of our nerve sense apparatus, but we become, by depositing matter that is formed directly out of the spirit, a creator of substance. This is heretical because it violates a principle of today's natural science. But this appears so only because it does not arrive at its ultimate consequences, which extend to all beings. The world consists of beings, not only of lifeless facts and objects. Natural science has abstracted from the processes of the inorganic world, and at most the plant world, the so-called law of the conservation of energy and matter, as if matter must be there once and for all and can only be rearranged this way and that. This is, in a certain sense, true for all the other kingdoms of nature. In the human being, however, a real creation of substance by the nerve sense apparatus actually takes place. Read in the first pages of scientific texts which are written today out of an incomplete knowledge. It is stated today that the law of the preservation of matter is valid also for human beings. This is based on an illusion. The law is valid, but how? If you look with intuitive cognition at the will in the human organism, that part of the organism that consists in metabolism, then a process that I would like to call an organic process of combustion continuously destroys matter. Thus, while the human being develops thinking and normal consciousness, matter creation takes place. While the human being develops will, matter destruction takes place. Healthy human life is based on the fact that just as the left balance beam corresponds to the right one, matter is continuously created during thinking, and matter is destroyed, used up, thrown back into nothingness by the process of willing. And so it seems as if, for the human organism, the law of the conservation of matter also applies, because always as much matter is created, is formed, as is dissolved. In this way we advance such a law as the law of the conservation of matter, which is quite correct. Thus, armed with the means of a supersensible cognition of the human being, we arrive at really seeing through the quite specific nature of the human being in connection with the physical and with the soul spiritual. In a certain way, the human being becomes transparent in this way. But then, which path do we actually take? If you pursue the human organism with today's physiology, the methods of which are not to be disputed by me in an external respect, for they have their great merits and results, but these results are for the most part themselves questions, which again pose riddles. If you merely pursue the human organism with these external research methods, then you have only one side of the human being, and then you must formulate hypotheses about how things actually happen, about what goes on in the metabolism, about what goes on in the nervous system. These hypotheses actually tend to presuppose something that is unknown, perhaps exists only in lawful connections. The materialists indeed believe in this. In reality, however, it is not through such hypotheses that we arrive at what the metabolism and the nervous system actually depend on. We only arrive at this through direct observation of the soul spiritual itself. And so, you see that in relation to the human being, only comprehensive research, which does not sin against natural scientific research, but simply extends and enhances it, is able to put into perspective, by starting from the whole human being, what physiology and biology otherwise bring to light. And on the path of this research, we come to the extraordinarily important results that I presented in my book titled Riddles of the Soul, Collected Works, Volume 21, a few years ago, after it had been the subject of 30 years of intensive research. That part of our being, which is mostly nerve sense apparatus, is the carrier, in the waking state, of our thought life. Then, we human beings are rhythmic beings, breathing rhythm, circulation rhythm, and other rhythms, and this is the bearer of our emotional life. Finally, we are metabolic beings, and to the metabolic organism belong the limbs. Metabolism is only a continuation, inwardly, of what goes on in the limbs. The metabolism is the carrier of the will element. This has nothing to do with the nervous system, but only with the process of metabolism. Thus, we come to recognize the human being as a threefold being. The actual inner essence of the human being is based on the fact that we are such threefold beings. In that we have the thinking part of the soul completely submerged in our nerve sense apparatus, we may actually be most materialistic with regard to thinking. And the ordinary psychology of today also comes to see in the brain, in the different structures of the brain, faithful images of thought life. It does not succeed in doing so for the emotional and volitional life, as it itself admits. We can see that we may be most materialistic with respect to the life of mental picturing, but we cannot get further with pure materialism. We cannot go farther in the right way if we imagine the brain on the one side as a finished organ, and on the other side somehow the soul, which now makes use of the brain in order to form thoughts. Things are not at all like that. It is like this. Thoughts have intrinsic beingness. They are only too weak to be active, for example, when the thought part of the soul does not have use of the brain, as in sleep. But when the soul takes hold of the brain, it does not use it as a finished organ, but it continuously forms this brain by what takes place in the brain as a process. These brain furrows are in a perpetual process. This is at the same time an activity of the soul. Therefore, when we examine the brain, we can only progress if we imagine that the brain is a picture of the life of the soul, insofar as the life of the soul is a thinking life. This is more important than we usually think. This is immediately confirmed when we investigate and really see how any brain physiology is researched today. And when we see the effects of these different parts of the brain, they are not at all such that we can see that the soul merely uses them, but they are such that they actually represent the life of the soul. They are images of the life of the soul. Thus we can say that the brain is actually like a realized, materialized imagination of the life of the soul. It is an image, while the rhythmic organism has not made it to the level of image. The metabolic organism, which is by all means something unplastic, something unimage-like, has made it to this level least of all. You achieve the possibility of understanding the brain structure if you understand it as an image of soul life. Brain physiology will only be on a healthy foundation when we are able to understand the brain in this way, as materialized imaginations. However, the rhythmic organism, for example, must not be understood as materialized imaginations, but as inspirations that are taking place externally in a process, in an operation where the spiritual and the material continually play rhythmically into each other. And in the metabolism, we have before us a continuous passing over of substance into spirit, and from the spirit into substance, according to the one or the other pole. It must be admitted that today it is still somewhat tricky to say these things, for of course if one stands only within what today's current biology and physiology demand, which are not yet consistent in themselves, one sees in the things I'm indicating only fantasies, if not something worse. But if some things are known, we have an obligation to stand up for these known truths. And then from out of the human being, other aspects of our whole world can be reached. Let us go down from humankind to the animals, for example. First of all, it is a question of really getting to know an animal's being, of not only speaking about it from the outside, but of really getting to know it. In the case of the human being, if we really want to recognize ourselves organically, according to our nature, we must speak of a threefold being. Only the three members are not next to or beside each other. An unspiritual professor wanted to ridicule the threefold nature of the human being by saying, quote, Steiner distinguishes between the head, the chest, and the abdomen, as if these three members were like three boxes or cabinets stacked one upon the other. Close quote. This is not the case at all. The head is primarily a nerve sense apparatus, but the rhythmic and metabolic systems play a part in it. The chest is primarily a rhythmic organism, but the other members play a part in it. It is like this also with the metabolism. The three members lie within each other, not separated from each other. Anyone who characterizes them as separate from each other, either as supporters or opponents of the idea, does not arrive at the truth. Now, things immediately become different when we come from humankind to the animals. An animal is not a threefold organism. This is especially evident when we look at it with imaginative, inspired, and intuitive cognition. Strictly speaking, the animal is a twofold organism. In the animal, the rhythmic organism constantly plays into the nerve sense organism on one side, so that in the head pole of an animal, there is not such a differentiated sense organism as in human beings. There is less differentiation, less separation of the nerve sense apparatus from the rhythmic system. It is the nerve sense apparatus that is constantly pulsated by the rhythmic life. And the metabolic system is again pulsated by the rhythmic organism. The rhythmic organism is not as separated from the other two systems as in humans. Human beings have a thinking organism, or nerve sense organism, and then the rhythmic organism and the metabolic organism. The three organ systems are formed in a relatively differentiated way from each other. In animals, however, the nerve sense organism is present, the metabolic organism is present, but they form an immediate polarity. The rhythmic organism is not so strictly separated, but is more absorbed in the other two systems, so that in the animal there is a kind of twofoldness of the whole organism. Our head, in relation to the animal, does not tend toward having a special formation. Here the essential thing in the formation of the human being consists in the fact that our rhythmic organism tends to have a special formation. It makes itself independent. It thereby pushes out the head organism on the one side in a more differentiated way than in the animal, and on the other side the metabolic organism. Thus in humans there is a more intensive metabolism than in the animal, where the rhythmic organism plays continuously into the metabolism. If you study the animal and the human organization in this way, you come to the conclusion that the human metabolic organism is a different being than the human nerve sense organism. In the nerve sense organism, the soul is completely submerged. We therefore have in consciousness only our mental images, our thoughts. Yes, we even feel a certain unreality toward these thoughts. Thoughts are only images. The most perfect part of the human being is the head organism, but here the soul spiritual is most deeply submerged in the physical. We can be most materialistic with respect to the organization of thinking of the nerve sense organism. For what remains of the spirit for us are only images. In our thoughts we have pictures of reality. Whoever understands how the spirit is completely diluted, if I may express it this way, to the level of an image, and how initially the spirit lives in the awake human being, will indeed see in the thought life a clear proof that there is spirit in the human being. But you will not address the thoughts themselves as spirit. You will address the thoughts as images which the spirit produces by submerging itself, for the most part, in the nerve sense apparatus. There it only throws back, reflects back, what then remains an image, and appears in consciousness as a thought. Thus we learn to see completely into human nature, and accordingly also into animal nature. But then in this way, when you come to cognize the sleeping human being through imaginative, inspired, and intuitive cognition, the soul spiritual being is outside the body. Then you also come to have self-knowledge through imagination, inspiration, and intuition. With this human self-knowledge, insofar as we are outside the physical body, the difference between subjectivity and objectivity ceases. We then belong to the cosmos when outside the body. If we can look back on ourselves and recognize ourselves, then we can also observe the cosmos. And then such observations result in a real cosmology, a cosmosophy, as I've tried to present in my book, Title and Outline of Esoteric Science, CW 13. These are direct results of observations that are made through imagination, inspiration, and intuition while outside the physical human body. And the correlate to this is a complete knowledge of humanity. Now it would be interesting to extend this observation also over the plant kingdom and over the mineral kingdom, but there is no time for that. Today I would like to refer to some other areas. I can only give examples. I would like to start from the fact that we can follow the metamorphosis of the human organism in the way I indicated. We can observe how our material organization as a nerve sense being is a result of the soul spiritual life on the one side, and how on the other side, toward the metabolic organism, we are not such a result. For the spiritual life there, in the metabolism, just when it is most active as spiritual life, continuously burns matter up. We see how we as human beings metamorphose ourselves. We see how we materialize, spiritualize, materialize, spiritualize. If through supersensible cognition you enable yourself to follow this passing of the organs through metamorphosis, then you learn to follow them not only with reference to their healthy state, but also with reference to their diseased state. Here I would like to point out to you first only one such direction. The moment we become acquainted with the spiritual world surrounding us, through the empty consciousness mentioned yesterday, what before was only the object of sensory observation becomes the object of spiritual observation. Just as the human being appears to be transparent when observed in this way, then also the whole world, the cosmos, becomes transparent before our spiritual gaze. When, for example, on the one hand, the sun appears above us, we normally see it through ordinary observation and know it through ordinary science. As it is presented to us physically, according to sight, it appears as a firmly limited, sharply contoured body. On the other hand, there is a spiritual sun-like quality, which is not confined to the part of space that we see with the physical organs, but which, as a sun-like quality, fills the whole cosmos accessible to us. This sun-like element pervades all realms of nature, including humanity. It is something that works in the human being. And just as we otherwise study in physics how the etheric sunlight penetrates through the eye, EYE, in that we study the effects of light through the physical apparatus of the eye, so now can we also study the spiritual part, the sun-like spiritual part of the sun's effects. But we find it again in all the inner organs of the human being. And we become aware that in a large amount of these organs, actually in all the different organs, there's a tendency more or less toward the one pole of sprouting and budding life, a life pressing for growth, an ascending life. This begins with little sprouting power and increases with a sprouting power in formative growth, in nourishing, also in digesting, in consumption, and so on. On the other hand, in all the organs, there is also the other pole, a descending life, a degeneration. Every evolution is opposed by a devolution or involution. In the ascending life of the organs that we have in us, the solar life that is spreading through the cosmos is working. The descending life can be observed especially in the brain. Through the fact that matter is continuously being sculpted into the brain, through the activity of mental picturing, there must also be a continuous breakdown process starting precisely from the brain. And then again, the lunar forces have to do with this breaking down. For the moon is not only what it appears to us physically. That is only the physical embodiment of what lunar-like pervades the whole cosmos accessible to us and penetrates into us and into all the realms of nature. We are thus able to study, let us say, in the kidneys, the heart, and the lungs, in each individual organ, the solar process and the lunar process. We study the ascending, the fructifying and growing, and the descending and degenerating. By this we comprehend each individual organ from out of the cosmos. There will not be a complete, total physiology until the human organs are all understood from the spirit of the cosmos in their ascending and descending life. And just as we can understand the internal human organs from what is solar and lunar, so we can also understand other impulses of the cosmos. That which is healthy belongs to the ascending life, and that which is ill to the descending life. The centripetal and centrifugal forces depend on other impulses in the cosmos than the solar and lunar. I only wanted to give this as an example. These solar and lunar elements also creep into the animal kingdom, into the plant kingdom, and into the mineral kingdom, into all the kingdoms of nature. Through this we come to a study which finally culminates in this. I study a human organ in a certain metamorphosis. I find it is not in a normal condition. For example, the human respiratory organs are not in a normal condition, but are in a condition of hoarseness, with a cold. I study this condition. Thus, in popular terms, I would say I study the condition of a common cold. What is there in this case, in the human being? In reality, that which is otherwise supposed to be limited to the human senses, that which is supposed to prevail as forces only in the senses, has, as it were, slipped down into the respiratory organs. They metamorphose pathologically in such a way that they become too much like sense organs. The sensory, which otherwise should be only in the sense organs, slips down into the respiratory organs. They sporadically become sense organs. Thus they are sick. Where does this come from? It comes from the fact that what can otherwise have a particularly strong effect in the sense organs, namely the lunar element, outweighs the solar element. This is then transferred out of the cosmos to the air, to other climatic conditions, so that out of the human environment such pathological metamorphoses arise. And now I observe something in outer nature. For example, I look at the lilac, a violet flower with special petals. If you study this plant, if you get to know it inwardly, you will find that especially those forces are active in it that have the sun-like and moon-like effects in exactly the opposite sense than what acts pathologically in the case of the common cold inside the human being, as in the case I have described. You learn to cognize how the peculiar interaction of sulfur-like forces within the essential oils in the lilac plant stand in a polar opposite relationship to what forms pathologically in the human organism. If we thus learn to cognize from out of the spirit the metamorphosis of the human organs, if we learn to cognize from out of the spirit of the cosmos again the special force effects of the environment, then we come to a rational theory of remedies, to a rational therapy. As in other sciences, in which we do not simply experiment but have a real overview of things, we can now indicate which remedy is suitable for this or that disease. I can only sketch the process, but in this respect anthroposophy can throw light everywhere. It need not depend on merely experimenting with this or that remedy for this or that disease. Rather, we see the connection of the remedy with the disease out of the spirit of the cosmos. This is a very simple case, but this can be applied to the whole of pathology and therapy. Today I can only hint at the axiomatic, but working along these lines, we already have a fully developed pathology and therapy in anthroposophy. There are also institutes where things are empirically and externally verified. Places where we can, on the one hand, convince ourselves that those remedies, which we draw from cognition of spirit and nature, prove to be effective. But this is only if, on the other hand, we are able to diagnose the diseases correctly. Anthroposophy does not find such a thing in a botched, dilettantish, amateurish way. It acknowledges what modern medicine has brought. It only continues to build on it. But it can be built on, and much can be gained for the salvation of unhealthy and healthy humanity if medicine is built on in this way. Here, as in so many instances, which I cannot touch on today, anthroposophy flows directly into the most important areas of practical life. Now, in conclusion, allow me to give just a few more examples of how one arrives at anthroposophic research results. I regret that I cannot give more, but I would like to give at least a few examples so that you can see how our scientific spirit can become universal when we shape it anthroposophically. History, for example, is usually looked at in such a way that we record the external facts, or take what is available in documents about external facts, and then perhaps draw some conclusions from them about the spirit of the age. After all, it comes down to this, quote, "What you call the spirit of the times is the gentleman's own spirit, which is reflected in the times," close quote. But you believe yourself to be quite objective historically if you compile the course of history from external documents. However, if you ascend to such cognition as I characterized yesterday, and as I have demonstrated today with the application of individual examples, then you also really arrive at observing the other, the spiritual side. After all, perceptions are available to us from nature. There we do not need to search for perceptions. We must make our thinking as strong as is needed in order to master the perceptions, so that these perceptions reveal their laws through observation and experiment. But what about the spirit? Yes, since the time of the older instinctive insights, which were not fully conscious as are today's anthroposophic insights, and which have now become merely tradition and can no longer be applied by humanity, the spiritual has basically lost its whole content, however little we want to admit this today. It is interesting that within German spiritual life, where we now always draw the latest conclusions from the directions taken by intellectualism, there is a philosopher, Fritz Mautner, who even out-Kanted Kant. He wrote a title, Critique of Language, in which he tries to prove that we actually have no spiritual content in what we say about things. We can only speak words. Critique of language, not critique of reason. And for someone who can see even a little into the realities of the world situation, this is not even so unfounded. As obnoxious as his critique of language is, Fritz Mautner is simply more honest than others. These others do not admit to themselves that they have only words when they speak of thinking, feeling, and willing. For these words must first receive a content through supersensible cognition. And as for the psychologists, they also have no content. Take any modern psychology and read an explanation about what a thought is. We talk about thoughts because we have the word thought from older times. But there is nothing more in it that relates to the spiritual. There we must first arrive at a perception. And we come to this only when we develop the slumbering forces in the human soul, as I characterized it yesterday. Then we will be able to follow the laws of the spiritual development of humanity in a way that is similar to how we follow physical laws in natural science. There is, for example, the fundamental biogenetic law, as was emphatically expressed by Haeckel. Certainly, this has undergone many corrections. I know the current state of research with regard to this basic biogenetic law, but essentially it can be said that in morphology, in the developmental stages that the human embryo passes through from conception to birth, until it is a fully formed human being, the development of the individual animal forms are repeated, are recapitulated. When the fertilized human egg is 3 weeks old, it is similar to a little fish, and then it becomes more and more similar to other animal forms. It is only an approximate law. As they say, ontogeny, the development of the individual being, is a shortened repetition of phylogeny, the development of the whole ancestral stream. Now, even if one has to correct this law in certain ways, it is, nevertheless, a given that a certain relationship exists between the outer physical perception and the organic nature of a being. But on the other side, the side of human historical development, such lawful connections can be arrived at in a similar way. One who has reached a certain age comes to realize this, but it is something that belongs to the whole of human life. Therefore, we can observe in ourselves at a later age something peculiar, something strange in human nature. This can already be seen by unbiased observation, which is then, however, corroborated, made clear by supersensible cognition if we are capable of it. We notice that when it comes to the aging of a person, all kinds of abilities could be there. These abilities actually want to develop inwardly, but they cannot unfold. There is, so to speak, such a strong calcifying tendency in people today that certain formative forces within the inner being cannot come out. They are only hinted at. That is why someone who today is really suitable for self-knowledge feels, with respect to aging, this slipping away of certain abilities that actually want to develop, but are overwhelmed by the hardening organism. They cannot come out. And if we pursue this further, if we go back in the evolution of humanity, we come to times in this evolution when these faculties could still unfold, when the human organism was still different from what it is today. A superficial view of nature today believes that the human organism is exactly as it has always been, as it was, for example, with the ancient Egyptians and earlier. We do not think of the fact that also in historical and prehistoric life, this human organism, in its inner, deeper structure, its histology, has been constantly changing, becoming more rigid, more sterile. If we go back to earlier times and follow what elderly people were able to produce in terms of literature, poetry, and art, we also find outwardly empirical confirmation of what I am now saying. If we go back to older times, we find that people had indeed gone through a certain development up to a much older age, where the physical and the spiritual developed in parallel. In children today, we can see very clearly that their soul abilities develop in parallel with their physical abilities. When children come to the change of teeth, strong changes of soul take place within them, and again at sexual maturity. Anyone who still has a capacity of observation for such things finds also in the beginning of the 20s again how human physical changes still proceed parallel with soul changes. But then this becomes, as a whole, indistinct. Toward the end of the 20s, it ceases completely with people of today. In a certain sense, we become stationary with respect to our mental and emotional capacities. We develop a spiritual life. We can even perfect it. But the body no longer supports us in it. We no longer go through the same kind of development as in ancient times. If with the methods I have described we go back to the Greeks, we can directly observe their historical past spiritually, just as we can observe our own soul's past before birth or conception. By looking back into Greek life through imagination, you realize how it actually became possible to produce an Asclepius, a Sophocles, and a Phidias. Then you realize that the whole life of the soul and body must have been different. There must have been a different way of feeling into the world, of living into it. This is due to the fact that until the middle of their 30s, Greek physical bodies were similar to our youth today. By the end of their 20s, people today cease to have support anymore from their physical body for their spiritual life, whereas during ancient Greek times, they would have had such support until the middle of the 30s, as their lives were ascending. And if we go further back, 2 or 3 millennia before the mystery of Golgotha, we find human beings. Anthroposophic research can recognize this through direct observation, who well into their 40s were as dependent on their bodies as a child today is until sexual maturity. And we find that in prehistoric times, people co-experienced their bodies right up to old age. But what does this mean? It means that today we experience our body when it is in the process of ascending growth up to the age of 35. When it is in the process of descending, of degenerating, it no longer participates in the soul's development. There, we perceive nothing through the power of the body. Just as when the body decays, we no longer perceive through it. We have already become independent of the body. Yes, whoever still studies in the Vedas what lives in them as their wonderful style, their strange spirituality, which also lives in other similar spiritual productions of this age, will also find externally confirmed what anthroposophic research can verify. There were times, ancient times, in the development of humanity, when human beings experienced in their physical bodies, and not only in the ascending period of life, a parallel with their active soul being. In the ascending life, we are half numbed by the sprouting, growing life, so that we do not look into the spiritual world, while as the body decays in the decaying body, we look with the soul all the more spiritually. There were times when human beings still experienced the decaying body, and by seeing in the decaying body, they saw with the soul all the more spiritually. In that period which today people are inclined to describe as prehistoric, as if it were primitive, which it certainly was not, people still lived up to their 50s and 60s in such a way that their spiritual life was dependent on their participation in their physical development, and as well, again, in their body's descending development. Thus there was a certain mood of life in these ancient peoples. When they were young, when they were still children or youth, they looked up at the elderly and said to themselves, "Oh, these older people, by growing old, they experience something that I can only know as an elder person. They are growing into a spiritual world while their body is decaying." In the most ancient patriarchal times, they looked up to the elders, saying to themselves, "They grow into a divine spiritual world simply by virtue of their physical development." Oh, they also lived quite differently in relation to growing old, in that they knew, if I become old, then I become a wise person. There were exceptions, of course, but there are also exceptions today in youth. Think of the mood that is poured out over a society when we look up to the patriarchs in this way, because we can then have something that we cannot have in youth. Thus we see epochs in the historical development of humanity where humanity becomes younger and younger, if I may express myself so. At first, people took part in their physical body up to an old age. Then we see people who took part in their physical body until their 40s. Then the Greeks, who took part in it until their 30s, and thus came to the boundary, that great turning point, where they could begin to look into the decaying body, and thus express that wonderful harmony of body and soul in their works of art. Now humanity has become even younger, though such an expression is unusual. I mean to say that we live consciously with our physical conditions now until the 27th or 28th year. In this respect, humanity will become younger and younger still. While we can therefore say that in relation to our physical embryonic development, we repeat phylogenetic development from the simplest to the most perfect living being, the embryo goes through this from the beginning to the end, the reverse development takes place for the life of the soul. In former times, we went through the whole human course of life, right up to an advanced age. Then this regressed. Now only in their youth are people mobile, inwardly and soulfully alive through their bodies. This is what we notice when we grow older and actually want to form what once really could be formed in a time when the physical organization was quite different. And just as the human embryo in the 3rd week is similar to an earlier phylogenetic state, so our human soul development in its present state is such that it appears as if earlier states had degenerated, had atrophied, and been lost. It is a regression. While embryonic development, in a physical sense, is a forward development, spiritual development is a backward development. This is connected with the whole development of humanity. As humanity used to be dependent on the body in its historical development, we are now more and more instructed to emancipate the soul from the body. The body increasingly works in us only as a youthful body. Thus we are instructed to develop from within, through spiritual soul development, that which humanity formerly only developed through the powers of the body. Thus, what the body does not give us in old age, the soul must carry up into old age. In this way, pedagogy must be transformed. All human development must be transformed. Yes, if we get to know such laws, and there are many such laws that work as impulses throughout the development of humanity, throughout the development of history, if we get to know such laws, then there is also the possibility of learning something quite profound for human life from the viewpoint of a history that is thus spiritualized. The necessity of today's pedagogy and didactics in relation to the pedagogy and didactics of earlier epochs of human development simply results from the fact that humanity receives less and less from the development of the body as it ages. Increasingly, we only have from the body what was developed in youth. We must therefore replace, through the development of the spirit, working into the body, what no longer comes of itself. If we find the right pedagogy, the right methodology, in order to bring the soul to life, then we can really educate and teach in such a way that, for example, we do not simply receive concepts in school that are ready-made with finished contours. That would be like keeping the hands and arms as small throughout life as they were as a child. Teaching the child ready-made definitions and concepts is like trying to bind the limbs of the human being so that they cannot grow. We must give the child such concepts, such mental images and sensations as can live and grow, so that in the 40th, 60th year, through their own inner development, they are no longer the same as before. This possibility exists. It is sought in the pedagogy of the Waldorf School. There, out of an understanding of the human being, we ask not only about the child, but also about the whole human being. We ask how children must be educated so that they can benefit from education throughout their lives, so that they do not have to say to themselves when they are 30 years old, "Now I have learned, but my concepts have remained childish dwarfs. They do not grow." We must transmit to the child such living mental images, such living concepts and impulses of will as are in a continual process of growth, such that they are properly formed only at a later age. In this way we can learn intensively for life directly out of a real spiritualized contemplation of history. And if today it is said that people learn nothing from history, it is because we cannot learn much from it, for it does not say much beyond a compilation of data assigned to earlier epochs and composed only of externalities. Thus, anthroposophically oriented considerations lead into the inwardness of life by providing perceptions in which spiritual entities are not merely words, but also have spiritual substance. I have only been able to give you a few rudimentary examples of the results of anthroposophy's research. They are what we first get to know of the human being, and what we get to know of the universe from out of the human being. Through the correct application of higher cognition to the human being, we also come to corresponding life practices that extend into social life, as I tried to show with the example of pedagogy. Thus we may also think in a similar way with regard to what we have considered this evening. For as I have already stated at the end of another consideration, anthroposophy does not want to be a theory, does not want to be a one-sided doctrine. It wants to be something that is drawn from life, and that because it is drawn from life as a whole, from bodily, soul, and spiritual life, can in turn also serve the whole of human life. For a worldview will only properly serve life if it itself is life. For this must be maintained, not abstract thoughts, which are in themselves inwardly dead. Tomorrow I shall have to speak more of the deadness of thoughts, not thoughts which are dead, but only those thoughts which pulsate with life can also serve life. Only a worldview that does not live in dead thoughts, but that is itself alive, can serve life. For only life itself can be the true servant of life. The end of Lecture 5. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 82 by Rudolf Steiner, 6 lectures entitled Becoming Fully Human, The Significance of Anthroposophy in Contemporary Spiritual Life, translated by Jeff Martin. This is the last lecture, Lecture 6, entitled Anthroposophy and Agnosticism, given at the Hague on April 12, 1922. I have spoken to you in the preceding considerations about 3 successive but cooperative supersensible modes of cognition, about imaginative cognition, inspired cognition, and intuitive cognition. And I have tried to explain to you those views about the world and life that can be achieved through the application of these modes of cognition. Today I want only to add to what was said yesterday. I want to speak now about the cognition that can be attained through such supersensible perception of our innermost being, about which humanity longs to be enlightened. This is because not only the satisfaction of some religious or theoretical need depends on it, but the very possibility of becoming fully human in the first place. All human striving ultimately aims at this. The human being wants to become fully human. That which forms the actual central being in us, and which we initially face with our ordinary consciousness in such a way that we encapsulate it, as it were, in the single point that we then express with the word I, capital, we actually face in ordinary life at first as something unknown. And precisely the path of cognition I'm meant to characterize here leads little by little to the self-cognition that is first attainable for the human being. In order to make clear what I actually mean, I would like to use a comparison. When we look around us with our eyes, we see things due to the light, which is in itself supersensible, which in its effects in colors makes objects perceptible to us for this one sense. But we can say that we also see what is not actually illuminated by light. If we have somewhere a white surface, and in the center a black point, then we see, as we can imagine, the white due to the effect of light. But we also see the black point, that which confronts us as darkness. It is due to the darkness that we know something of this black point. This is more or less how it is in ordinary life with the perception of our eye, if we think about it correctly. We perceive the things around us. We also bring thoughts, feelings, and will impulses from our own soul life to consciousness. This is, so to speak, what is illuminated. But also in this realm, among all this, is what also belongs to us as our eye, which we actually perceive only as a black spot. We know about it in our ordinary consciousness only through the fact that we do not perceive it. I would like to extend the comparison even further. I would like to remind you how you actually assemble in your memory all those moments, all those parts of your whole life on earth that you have witnessed, because you have lived through them in the waking state. When you look back, you connect, as it were, in a single continuous current of recollection, all those experiences you had while awake. But these experiences are everywhere joined by what you have passed through while you were asleep, let us say in dreamless sleep. Your dreams, however, also mostly belong to what is forgotten. In your recollections, you would also have to present these intermissions if you wanted to present the complete stream of your experiences to your soul. But we saw yesterday that the I with the astral body, that is the actual soul being with its center, the actual self, stays outside the physical body from falling asleep until waking up. They arise out of the unconsciousness in which they are during sleep, only if they are not left to themselves, but can submerge into the temporal etheric body and the spatial physical body. With the help of these supports, we cannot really call them tools in the proper sense, as we saw yesterday, in which our thoughts, our mental images are illuminated, and through these images then, although more dreamlike and also asleep, our feeling experiences and our will impulses. In order for the I and the astral body to really unfold the forces they have within them, their immersion in the etheric body and in the physical body is necessary. Thus, in ordinary consciousness, when you recollect your life on earth, you never remember the true form of the I and the astral body, but only what arises when this I and this astral body are supported by the physical and etheric bodies. From this you will see that it is more than a mere comparison when I speak of the I and the astral body, that is, the actual soul being, as being like a dark point within what is actually perceived. In retrospect, we would have to see this I and this astral body in their true form and capacities. We would have to see them not merely as dark inclusions, but as realities, as we otherwise perceive realities. But we lift these soul entities out of their indeterminacy, their imperceptibility, through imaginative, inspired, and intuitive cognition. First of all, as I explained yesterday, we lift the thinking part of our soul being out of dark uncertainty by submerging this thinking part into the physical body. Actually, this thinking part at first takes up from the physical body, for its actual thinking force, only what is present in this physical body as air-like substance. And then, when fully awakened, sensory perceptions, emotional experiences, and will impulses or desires are added to this thinking. When it is, as it must be, fully immersed in the physical body, then everything that is in the physical body, which otherwise merely passes by in dreams, can be taken up by the soul. And what would otherwise be merely dreamlike, fleeting thoughts, as long as these processes take place only in the air-like substance of the body, can now condense, so to speak, into the faculties of memory, and into that which, as thoughts and mental images, joins with sense perceptions or feeling experiences or will impulses. With the means of cognition of which I have spoken, we can study the human organism in a much more detailed way than we can without these means of cognition. Just ask yourselves what kind of mental image people usually have of their physical bodies, if they only think a little. Of course, if they think more than a little, other things immediately become clear. We usually have the mental image that the skin limits the physical body. We have the image that inside this skin there is actually an enclosed mass, which is thought to be more or less solid or semi-solid. But we must take into account that hardly 10% of the human body is really solid. We are, for the most part, a column of liquid, and we constantly carry air in us too. Through the air we are constantly undifferentiated from the outside world, are joined together with the outside world. The air that was just outside is then inside me. The air that I have breathed in, which has been processed in the body, is then outside. Thus human beings, if they are to be understood completely, according to their physical bodies, must be regarded as solid, liquid, and gaseous bodies. And all this is permeated by the element of warmth, which works in these different states of substance. When, upon awakening, the soul is drawn into the body, the purely thought-like element does not submerge itself further than the air element in our body. The thoughts take hold of the air, the gaseous. It is quite wrong when speaking of thinking to only speak of oscillating nerve processes and the like. All this is revealed to imaginative cognition. Mere thoughts, which also live in dreams, first seize the air, Then, as this gaseous element is taken up into certain processes, the thoughts are transferred to the watery element, and from there they imprint themselves on the solid, salt-like element. Through this, it is possible that later reflex memories arise, namely through processes whose description I must unfortunately omit for lack of time, although they are very interesting. Here we see in an intimate way into the working and weaving of the soul in the body. It is graded according to the aggregate states of the human physical body. This physical body gradually becomes transparent. We see the weaving and working of the soul in it. We see, as I said, that which remains actually dark for ordinary consciousness. Yesterday I expressed this by saying that when we have the simplest impulse of will, we first have the mental image that something should be executed. For example, the arm should be lifted. Then this mental image of the goal shoots into our organism to become will. This escapes ordinary consciousness, just like in sleep. With regard to the will, ordinary consciousness sleeps even in the human waking state. But then we see the effect, and this again as a mental image. Then, however, if we study the matter with the means of cognition characterized here, we see, when the thought becomes animated into an impulse of will in us, that this thought also first has an effect in the air element of the human physical body. It then transfers itself again to the liquid and the solid elements. Then, through the impulse of will, matter is burned up, so to speak. In the liquid part of the human physical organism, matter is returned to nothingness, in the sense I described yesterday. But because this takes place, because matter is led back into nothingness, empty spaces, so to speak, are created in our physical body. These empty spaces cause a completely different dynamic. We live into them. Now, with our means of cognition, we see through something that becomes an act of will. We first perceive the thought, and then perceive how the thought shoots into the body, where we witness the depositing of matter, and how the body then destroys this matter. The other side of a state of equilibrium thereby arises, when, after having been created, matter is led back into nothingness. This experience of another equilibrium leads to the fact that now the physical body's movements follow this calling forth of another equilibrium, that it then comes into action, to that action which has immediately taken hold of the human physical body. In this way, a human act of will actually becomes spiritually transparent down to the details. Just to show you that anthroposophy is truly not something that just blathers and talks drivel about the indefinite, but that it is something that enters into the very concrete facts of the world, I would like to give you a small example where an impulse of will also exists. This example is taken from language. We have the word here. I want to choose a characteristic word. I could also choose another word. I say, Die Schachtel liegt hier. The box is here. What is actually going on in the human organism when it comes to pronouncing the word here? The first thing to happen is that what lives in the breath is seized in the subconscious. And what lives in the breath is now the thought. The thought lives in the breath. Only then do we have a real mental image of thoughts, when we know from anthroposophic cognition that thought can really live in the breath, that it is a force that can act on the breath. We come to all the difficulties of psychology in respect to the physical only when we cannot go into these details. If, of course, we believe that a thought could directly lift a bone, that is, that in such a robust way it could act on physical matter, then we cannot arrive at the truth. But if we know that the thought is something which is transferred by a detour through the warmth element to the air element, and then what is aroused there is continued into the rest of the organism, then we come to grasp what is there as an impulsive will? Thus we can say, we have first the experience of breathing. This experience remains unconscious. Only the cognition characterized here can lift it up into view. Then comes the second. We experience inwardly what now continues from the breathing process into the fluid element of the organism. We experience in the organism of speech that which indicates a direction. In the case of the arm, it would mean a stretching out of the arm. We perceive this in the syllable he. There we perceive the continuation of this air thought into the aqueous element of the stretching movement, so to speak. We see through imagination the transition from the breath-air movement into the fluid stretching movement. And then this stretching movement is actually formed in the R. If I were to say only he, I would have to draw it thus. A horizontal line is drawn. Number 1, breathing process equals H. 2, stretching movement equals E. But if I should now draw the stretching movement as it is experienced unconsciously when I pronounce here, I must draw it like this. An undulating line is added. I perceive the breathing process, perceive the direction of the stretching, which is not carried out, but which then rolls along in the R. And then I have really experienced inwardly, cognizing what is present as an impulse of will when I pronounce the word here. In this way we can follow the impulses of will, which take shape in language. If we look with imagination into the whole weaving and working of what runs as soul through the physical body and the etheric body, or the body of formative forces. With imagination, then, we can first survey such things as I have described here. When inspiration is added, we see how the soul plays in. We see how, so to speak, the physical and etheric bodies are something that exists externally in space and time, and how the soul plays on this. Well, I cannot exactly say as on an instrument, because this is continually being created again by the soul's processes, as on a support, a foundation, that is continually worked on. Through inspiration, then, we advance to the actual realization of the work of the soul in a physical organism. When we then ascend to intuition, we perceive something else. Then we realize that there is a lawfulness in the world, which has nothing to do with physical lawfulness, but a lawfulness which takes hold of the human being. I can perhaps best express myself about this fact in the following way. If you look back in later life to the way your life on earth has unfolded, then you will find, if you are honest with yourself, that you are actually nothing other than that which you have become here in physical earthly existence through these life experiences. Just consider something out of this life. Consider how you have learned to think, how you have learned to feel, how you have perhaps been stimulated to do this or that by the fact that you have met a certain person at a certain time of life, someone who has perhaps had an effect on your character. Put all these individual experiences you have gone through together, and ask yourself whether you would not have become something different in relation to what you are now for the outer world, if other experiences had entered your existence. If you go through this train of thought properly, you will very soon see how, from the very beginning, something has lived in you that has unconsciously drawn you to those events which have become so important in your life. It is interesting how sometimes people who have reached a certain age and have not dreamt their life away come to grasp the true facts of life. When they look back on their life, they experience it in a deeper sense, and they come to say to themselves, Goethe's friend Knebel, for example, was such a person. They say, when I look back on my life, everything is as if ordered according to a plan. If the smallest event were actually missing from it, I would not be in my earth existence, just exactly what I am today. If the smallest event had been missing, then I would be changed. Perhaps only a small change, but a change nevertheless. Just think what, say, the 60-year-old Goethe would have been if he had not gone through his Italian experiences. In Goethe's case, you can almost touch it with your hands. He did not move to Italy on a whim, but because there was a deep longing in him. But these deep longings are not only such that we can always explain them by analyzing them exactly to see how one thing followed from another. Rather, they are born with us. We really find something planned in our life. Of course, you could be mistaken about this at first. I've mentioned this only because you can approach what is given through intuitive cognition through the most ordinary contemplation. Intuitive cognition really provides a full insight, not only into what works as soul in our organism, but into what works as the center, the I, capital, the actual being of the self in us. And the self-being shows itself before intuitive vision at the third level of supersensible cognition. It shows that we are not really passively confronted with the facts of the outer world, but are drawn to them by our predisposition, which arises not through heredity, but out of our deepest central soul being, which was drawn into us from a soul spiritual world at birth and has taken on a physical earthly body. Through intuitive cognition, you come to the conclusion that this I does not really enter earthly life so as to be completely passively devoted to the facts that happen to approach it, but rather that it is strongly attracted by one fact and strongly repelled by the other. This I directly seeks its path in the world. In short, it is born because it carries the predisposition to its destiny within itself. And if you then further develop this intuitive insight into your own human self-being, then you come to see that this I has gone through repeated earth lives. But these repeated earth lives once had a beginning at a certain point in time, in an ancient form of existence, before which the I was still so little separated from its environment that such an alternation between earth life and spiritual soul life did not exist. These repeated earth lives will continue to be experienced until a point in time when the I will then again be so similar to the spiritual world in its entire inner formation that it will no longer need separate earth lives. Thus, when we fully cognize the I, we look at repeated earth lives. We look, in other words, at the total life of the human being as proceeding in such a way that we have a portion of this life between birth and death, or conception and death, and another portion between death and a new birth. Thus we human beings live out our full existence in repeated lives on earth. The objection is usually made that a person does not remember these repeated earth lives. This concerns only ordinary consciousness. At the moment when intuition enters, that which passes through repeated earth lives becomes just as visible to the inner soul as otherwise the memory is within one earth life. Thus, it is also here that anthroposophy does not arrive at its results through abstract proofs, as does ordinary philosophy, but by first preparing the soul for higher cognition, and then cognizing these things through contemplative vision. In this way, however, this anthroposophic cognition proves to be a continuation of the cognition that we use today in natural science. However, it is a continuation that has to work in a completely different way than the mere natural scientific cognition recognized today. It is often asked, where does anthroposophy prove what it claims? Those who ask in this way, and who therefore deny anthroposophy's scientific character, because the usual kind of proof is not available in anthroposophy, do not consider the following. I can only explain these things approximately, but they apply in the most exact, most precise sense. Those who seek to prove something show, through the very fact that they seek to prove it, that for them what must be proved is not readily perceptible. We actually seek to prove something whenever we have no direct perception of it. If I am to prove that yesterday a man was here in this room, then I will need a proof only if I have not seen the man here myself. So it is, in essence, with all proofs. So it is also with regard to the historical development of humanity. When in older, instinctive cognition, people had a perception of what they called the divine being, they did not need proofs. Historically, the proofs for the existence of God began only when the perception was lost. Evidence is required wherever there is no perception. The anthroposophic method, however, consists in first preparing the human soul in such a way that it can arrive at direct perceptions. When the results are then described, that is, the peculiarity of anthroposophy, then it can be brought into forms of common sense and understood in the same way as non-artists can understand a work of art, although they cannot produce it. Therefore, we cannot make the objection that anthroposophy cannot be comprehended with common sense. Only those who are themselves anthroposophical researchers can investigate it, but it can be understood by anyone who wants to use their common sense without prejudice. Thus we see that it is first of all a matter of cognition of the human being, self-cognition, cognition of what the I really is, while otherwise, with our ordinary consciousness of the I, we have only an emptiness, a darkness, a void. Thus to such cognition as I have described, the real I is given. But then this I can be seen precisely in its eternity, and in this eternity as a continuation through repeated earth lives. Just as I have shown you how will, how volition in the human organism becomes transparent to the soul, I had already hinted at this on the preceding days, the outer world is also made transparent. The soul spirituality of the outer world is cognized through imagination, inspiration, and intuition. Many people who today become superficially acquainted with what anthroposophy communicates, perhaps even only from the writings of its opponents, very often say that anthroposophy is only a rehashing of old world views. For example, they say it is a rehashing of gnosis, which still prevailed in the first Christian centuries among very many people. Therefore, they say, we are dealing with something that has basically been disproved by the development of humanity over time, or at least has been overcome. Someone who has really listened to what has been offered in these lectures will not be tempted, if they also know this gnosis, to somehow throw anthroposophy, which appears with new means and methods of cognition and reckons with humanity's present level of consciousness, together with gnosis. Anthroposophy works in such a way that it presupposes the scientific development of the last few centuries. Gnosis, of course, did not count on this, because its existence preceded the development of natural science. But there is something else that could lead to the temptation to throw anthroposophy together with gnosis. Only you will not do this if you really go into the essence of anthroposophy. The thing that perhaps causes anthroposophy to be lumped together with Gnosticism is, in a certain way, that anthroposophy must also reckon with what in our time is a leading worldview, and that is agnosticism. This agnosticism is, in a certain respect, the counter-image of Gnosticism, and is also the counter-image of anthroposophy. However, in another respect, agnosticism can be characterized, first of all, in relation to its theoretical aspect. As an example, take the way Herbert Spencer speaks. Many others have followed him, but they do not fully realize that they are agnostics. But in fact they are agnostics according to their whole way of thinking. In effect, he said, we see the sense world around us. We have this intellect, which rises from observation and experiment to a view of the laws of this world. To this one adds what can be seen by ordinary consciousness as soul phenomena. In this too one searches for some kind of laws, but this is only done in a meager way. Then, however, those who do not simply reject everything supersensible by contenting themselves with an intellectual understanding of sensory perception and inner soul experiences, as these appear to ordinary consciousness, say, yes, but one cannot penetrate with human faculties to any kind of primal source or sources that lie behind the phenomena. One cannot attain to a real gnosis, a real Gnosticism. One cannot attain to knowledge. You are considered an enlightened person today just by admitting that the primal sources of things cannot be known, cannot be investigated. Agnosticism has taken hold of wide circles precisely in this form. This is also present in different variations. This agnosticism, however, when it appears philosophically, is a kind of opposition to anthroposophy. I could, if I felt like it, start from this point onward to criticize polemically, depending on my temperament, to rail against contemporary agnosticism. What is to be said about it, insofar as it really brings ruin to the human forces of progress for civilization, you will soon be able to read in the magazine titled Die Drei. I have also explained this in a lecture I gave at a university course in Stuttgart. As I said, I could also approach the matter from this side, but I do not want to do that today. I would like to point out something about this agnosticism that had to arise in the spiritual development of humanity. Certainly errors can arise in the individual areas of existence. Then we become critics of these errors. We have to eradicate these errors and illusions. But if something appears with such a wide spread as agnosticism, then we can certainly fight it, and the fight can have its truth, but we must still ask, yes, but how is it that within the spiritual development of humanity something like this agnosticism has arisen? Now, people who see deeper into these things must say the following to themselves. In the development of humanity, we had to advance to a point of a pure phenomenalism, as Goethe also demanded it. To that pure phenomenalism, which no longer uses thinking to construct all kinds of atomistic worlds that can no longer be perceived behind sense perceptions, a phenomenalism which uses thinking merely to read the sense perceptions, to stop within the phenomenal world, to order the phenomena in such a way that they appear to us as primordial phenomena, in Goethe's sense. All this has been explained here in the most different variations during these days, and this is something I strictly defended in a lecture the other evening in relation to external natural science, and especially the inorganic natural sciences. I do not want to say that there is not something like this need for pure phenomenalism living in a great number of people of the present time. Nevertheless, there is the aspect where a certain theorizing is prevalent, where, because we are only in thinking, as it were, we pierce the veil of the senses and continue rolling with thinking for a while behind sense perceptions, where there is actually nothing more for thinking to do. There we then erect atoms and all kinds of other things. This corresponds to a kind of law of inertia. However, the use of thinking, according to our present position, our present relation to the world, is actually applicable in such a way that it can only serve us for grouping the mutual interpretations of the phenomena. It serves us to remain within the phenomenal world, reading off the phenomena, as it were, and not substituting all kinds of explanatory things for them. When someone writes down the word table, they thus have single details. They try to put the single letters together into a word. They read it. They would begin a false activity if instead of reading the word they were to say, behind T, I have to assume all kinds of forces and processes that construct the T for me. Then comes the A. This is how those appear who, following an inner law of inertia, attempt to pierce the sensory veil with their thinking instead of reading in the sense world. They penetrate the world of the senses and propose hypotheses, which is not to say anything against phenomenal atomism. There are many people, though, who currently have an awareness that we must arrive at a pure phenomenalism. This is simply the tendency of natural science. The natural scientists themselves practice more experimentation and observation and reflect less on their methods. Therefore, we cannot particularly blame them if all kinds of constructions are added to the phenomena. Then they believe to have real facts in these constructions. But certain philosophical minds feel it must come to pure phenomenalism, in particular among Western thinkers. In the East it is quite different. We often have such personalities. They realize exactly that the science of the external world must finally come to the point of grasping the phenomena purely, and to use thinking only to let the phenomena interpret themselves mutually. Quote, "Everything factual is already theory," close quote, says Goethe. And in William James, the American who established pragmatism, a philosophical interpreter has arisen who promotes pragmatism. In Europe, it has emerged more blatantly in the so-called, quote, as-if philosophy, close quote, where they say that you should not interpret anything into the phenomenon. Rather, you must ascend to something that is no longer phenomenon. Thus, one does not say about what arises there, quote, "it is there," close quote, but rather, one acts as if it were there. Much clearer than this as-if philosophy is the philosophy of William James, who actually gives up any substantial working of the force of thinking. He is clear about it. With thinking, we can only group external facts and come to something by which we can then control these external facts practically in the service of the development of humanity, of civilization. Thus he actually sees in all natural laws to which humanity advances nothing but practical guidelines, so to speak, with which to manage the world. Basically, this is something toward which phenomenalism tends. If you study it in its purity in Goethe, where it appears in quite a wonderful way with full justification, then you recognize that it just had to arise. It had to be there. For only by coming to pure phenomenalism can we fully, through this, become enlightened about what is actually in our environment. But then, everything that goes beyond the phenomena is at first something that the human being cannot cope with. If you do not know anything about the methods of cognition that ascend into supersensible worlds, ascending from the phenomena as facts to other facts that are, however, supersensible, then you must, by tending toward phenomenalism, finally say to yourself, there are only phenomena. That is all that is given. If I arrange them with thinking, I experience nothing that lives further behind them than the phenomena themselves. For the primal phenomena are in the end also only phenomena, so that I actually get nothing from them but practical principles for using the phenomena in service to humanity. Assume this were already completely developed. This phenomenalism would be there, and thinking would only consist of regulative principles, which technically, statistically, arrange the phenomena. But then we have something that we can no longer call cognition, in the sense of the older concepts of cognition, for example, those of gnosis. For in what did that consist, which in former times, out of humanity's instinctive worldview, was always called cognition? In my book titled The Riddles of Philosophy, CW 18, you can read details of Greek times. At that time, cognition consisted in the fact that, in general, when they looked at the world, they did not only have sense perceptions of tones, colors, qualities of warmth, but they perceived thoughts objectively, outside themselves, just like colors. Goethe still claims to see his ideas in the world as the Greeks saw ideas in the world, namely like sense perceptions. But now, imagine such a person in this soul sensory activity. They look at something, not only at the colors, but also at the thoughts. By looking at the thoughts, they feel in themselves, they experience in themselves, not something passive, as today, where we have the mere sensory phenomenon before us, but they felt activity within themselves. This is the reason why Plato says that there is something active in seeing, something like grasping. He felt something like activity, something that connected him as a human being with what he saw as an object outside. And this was cognition. This feeling, this experience of activity was not merely the acceptance of something passive. Today, this way of experiencing cognition has only remained with some people who live more in their instinct than in their intellect. Or it has been newly acquired, not instinctively, as was still the case with Gnosis, but now fully consciously, by those who are working their way up to higher levels of cognition through the anthroposophic approach. Today, however, ordinary consciousness is approaching more and more the point where it is passively given over to external phenomena. It is coming to the point where thinking is no longer counted among the phenomena, where it lives only within people as a guiding principle in order to arrange the phenomena ever more technically in the service of modern culture. Thus, what we accomplish now within the outer phenomenal world does not lead to cognition in the ancient sense. There are those who still have religious content from old traditions, involving the divine impulse, like Spencer, for example. When they look at what today is called cognition, but which is no longer cognition or gnosis, they say that one actually does not come to a fundamental origin in this phenomenal existence. This is agnosticism. And basically, this agnosticism already has two sides. On the one hand, it deprives us, as whole human beings, of everything that fills us with strength when we have activity in cognition. On the other hand, we have to go through this phase of human development of being purely, passively devoted to phenomena. It belongs to the total development of the human race to form this phenomenalism in the Goethean sense, because it presents to us a level of truth that is necessary for our total human development. What follows from the fact that we come to the phenomena? What happens if we are drawn into agnosticism because we know nothing but the external phenomena? It follows, if we want to remain human beings, that we must find the spiritual world in some way other than by interpreting the external sense world. And for that part of the external world that underlies the sense world, it must be said, we do not find it within the sense world. There was a time in my life when I was acquainted with a number of so-called teleologists, people who said that the mechanistic worldview, this pure phenomenalism for the external world, was not enough. One of these people, Nikolaus Kossmann, even wrote a book, which was admired by many, titled Empirical Teleology. He tries to prove that we cannot get along with mere causality, but that we can, purely empirically, also determine a certain purpose in natural phenomena. He felt very elevated above the mere mechanistic, which has its certain justification in external natural science, by introducing in this way again a kind of teleology. At that time I said something like this to people, also to Nikolaus Kossmann. Imagine a clock before you. This clock can be explained completely mechanistically. Nothing is there that causes us to assume little demons inside that make the wheels turn, or something like that. Every kind of nebulous mysticism is excluded if we look only at the thing. I strictly represented the view that the world of appearance must be explained from out of itself. Adding any kind of interpretation, teleology, or the like, into the thing is bad. However, a watchmaker made the watch. I will not get to know the watchmaker from the watch, but I can get to know him as a human being. I have to choose other methods than an analysis of the watch to get acquainted with the watchmaker. I seek him out, perhaps in a social context, somewhere other than his workshop. At the moment when we are clear about the fact that the outer world is to be grasped phenomenologically. At that moment, we have not despiritualized it. But we have shown the necessity of searching for this spirit, this supersensible, in other ways, through other means and methods of cognition. And these are the ones I have described. They must be added to the phenomenological methods of cognition. As you can see, anthroposophy strives to fully substantiate phenomenalism, to fully accept it. For it is clear that what leads to spiritual worlds must be reached with these other methods of cognition. Thus, what underlies the outer world of the senses is also spiritual. So, you see, on the one hand, I could have also brought forward what I brought forward in Stuttgart, as I said before. I could have said that mental images become weak within agnosticism because they are only passively devoted to the outer world. But because we have weak images, we also have weak feelings. Then these feelings live in human beings in such a way that they have to be whipped up, stirred up. Then feelings become sentimental, or they remain obtuse, so that they become untruthful. Such feelings become nebulous, sentimental, or dull. Thus a trait of naturalism or untruthfulness has entered our art, for art in particular starts from the world of feelings. As a result, however, because our mental images do not enter as strong forces into our impulses of will, we lack proper determination today. In particular, we lack the resolve to accept something new. We let what seems unfamiliar to us pass us by as sensational. This is also basically how it has been with anthroposophy now for 20 years. Many people have heard it or heard of it, but they cannot decide, out of habitual experiences of the soul, to let it be more than sensational. Agnosticism makes us weak right into the will. It even makes us weak toward religious experience today. Thus it happens that many people who have striven for a long time to have an elementary religious experience are again immersed in the traditional religious creeds. How many honestly striving people have recently returned to Catholicism, or they returned to Oriental mysticism? Because agnosticism makes our mental images weak, we do not have strong enough feelings to have elementary religious experiences. Anthroposophy adds an upsurge, a thrust, through imagination, inspiration, and intuition, to the passive processing of the world as phenomenalism. It thereby even leads to a real grasp of what lives as a supersensible element in our historical existence. It comes to a real comprehension of the mystery of Golgotha. It grasps the mystery of Golgotha in such a way that we can see how the pure divine being, the Christ being, took possession of the body of Jesus of Nazareth. Through this, the mental images of the resurrection, of the connection of the living Christ with our human development on earth, gain a real meaning. For it is a deeply significant fact that theologians who are held to be enlightened today have said, yes, we have to look at the life of Jesus. The resurrection is indeed a matter of faith, but we can speak of this as arising only out of faith. But we cannot really speak about what actually happened in the Garden of Gethsemane. However, anthroposophy, in its turn, can speak of these things, because they can only be grasped supersensibly. They cannot be grasped with the usual historical methods taken from the sense world. Thus I could speak at length about the dulling of our religious life by agnosticism, which is widespread today. But I only want to hint at this. It has already been described elsewhere. But everything has two sides. We can also speak of agnosticism in such a way that it has appeared as a necessary phase of development in the recent history of humanity. It is, as it were, the counter-effect of pure phenomenalism, to which we must work our way. But even if this pure phenomenalism is of great interest to us as we work our way into it, we cannot gain from it what is important to us, above all, for our innermost humanity. We have to gain that in another way. Now let me once again, not out of vanity, but because it is relevant to the matter at hand, insert something personal. I have already mentioned that in 1894 I completed my book titled The Philosophy of Freedom. I am convinced that such a book could not have been written by anyone who is not a pure phenomenalist with respect to natural science. For what was I compelled to do in order to establish moral truth, despite the fact that I am a pure phenomenalist in the field of natural science? I was compelled to introduce moral intuition in the philosophy of freedom. I have already characterized moral intuition here as something thoroughly supersensible, spiritual. I was especially resented for my ethical individualism at that time. But this was necessary. I had to show that in the individual human being, in an individualistic way, moral impulses can be experienced intuitively already by ordinary consciousness. Otherwise, intuition can be attained only through higher exercises. It was necessary to work in this way in order to give a foundation to the moral realm for pure phenomenalists, who already at that time rose into the spiritual world. For in the face of pure phenomenalism, moral impulses cease to exist, if you are only completely honest with yourself. If you are dishonest, you can come to all kinds of illusions. But whoever has met people who have wrestled with worldviews, not in theories, but in every fiber of their spiritual life, knows what the inclination to phenomenalism, which has agnosticism in its wake, can mean for people today. I have already met people who have said to themselves, if we grasp the world with today's scientific means, we see only natural processes in it. We can follow this hypothetically up to a primeval nebula or other such events that were supposed to have happened to our Earth. We can follow this all the way to the end, to its heat death or something similar. But there we see that if we want to form within us a moral realm, it is, nevertheless, only vapor and fog that arises over the only true reality, a reality that begins with the primeval fog and ends with heat death. And after this heat death, there will be the great corpse field, not only for all that has lived on earth, but also what has striven here for moral impulses, for religious inwardness. All this will be buried. Certainly not many people feel this discrepancy yet for their own spiritual life, but there are people who feel it. I've met them with all the inner tragedy that made them doubt not only the reality of religious experience, but also the reality of a moral world order. They see only vapor and fog arising from merely external, phenomenalistically comprehensible facts. This is essentially due to our present world's social structure. Millions and millions of people, especially in proletarian circles, see reality only in external, economic phenomena. That which is spiritual, law, morality, art, is nothing, as they say, but an ideological superstructure, something that merely arises like an illusion, an ideology. And so we have advanced in the agnostic direction to the point where we speak only of ideology. I was once very active in proletarian circles. I have experienced the sense in which ideology is spoken of there. This is basically only the fault of those who today speak of everything spiritual from the direction of science, not quite clearly, not quite honestly, but actually in the sense of an ideology. We have arrived at the opposite pole in the development of humanity, in comparison to the Oriental worldview as it once was. They spoke of Maya and of true being. Everything that is accessible and attainable only for the senses was to them an illusion, Maya. The real, the truly real, was what was comprehensible to the human being only above the sensory. Today we stand within a worldview that represents exactly the opposite. For those who are agnostics, the sense world is the only real thing. They might as well use the word Maya instead of ideology, for that which can be grasped beyond the sense world. That is the way this world should be translated. Our modern Maya is the spiritual. At one time, Maya, was the sum of sense phenomena. But with this we are forced, precisely because we had to arrive at this point, to take other paths of cognition. For if we now ascend through imagination, inspiration, and intuition into spiritual worlds, then we cognize precisely that which first leads us to the actual human being. And we find a strong impulse to ascend into these worlds when we become fully aware that the sense world may be explained only from out of itself, with its own methods. This gives us the impulse. But then, if the sense world can be explained only with its own methods, then thinking serves it only as a tool of explanation. Then, thinking has a meaning for the sense world only as a servant, for the mutual interpretation of the phenomena. Thinking merely brings the phenomena together in such a way that they explain one another. Then thinking, as we have it in pure phenomenalism or agnosticism, is only images. But then it no longer contains reality. The Gnostic felt the reality of thinking by perceiving it. Our thinking has a mere image existence. What follows from this, if we really ascend to this pure thinking and grasp our moral impulses in it? Well, if I have a mirror here, reflecting images in it, then the mirror images cannot force me to do anything by causality. I cannot be induced to do something by mirror images. Our thinking has progressed so far in the world development of humanity that it really has only an image character, but then it no longer contains causality for us. Then pure thinking, if we have moral impulses, is formed into impulses of human freedom. Through the fact that we have come to phenomenalism, and thus to pure pictorial thinking, and through the fact that we can grasp moral impulses from the power of pure pictorial thinking, we also go through the stage of freedom. We educate freedom into our being by going through this phase of human development. This is what I wanted to show in my book, The Philosophy of Freedom. But we become free only when we have a thinking that is a picture thinking, that operates entirely within the physical body, as I have described it. The moment we look further back, we do not look at freedom, but at destiny. You see, there we find the possibility of cognizing what we call human destiny, because it rules in the unconscious, because we only arrive at its ruling when we ascend to intuition. Precisely because we find spiritual laws in this destiny, laws that work through repeated earth lives, we have spiritual necessity in it. But by descending into earth life, we lift ourselves out of necessity for certain actions, direct ourselves only according to image-infused thinking, and are thereby educated to freedom in our present epoch of humanity. There is no contradiction, if you look into the matter correctly, between destiny and freedom. However, in order to be able to present the concept of destiny correctly to the world later on, it was first necessary that the concept of freedom be presented in the book, The Philosophy of Freedom. You see, what must be done is not a blind scolding of agnosticism, for it is, in a certain respect, only the other side of phenomenalism. We read in the natural phenomena, but if we merely read, we do not find in them what we must seek on the higher paths of cognition. But for this very reason, we really need natural phenomena only when we no longer instinctively bring out of our human nature what constitutes the impulses of our thinking. In older times, even in the times of gnosis, we human beings brought forth active thinking from within ourselves, just as we brought forth hunger and thirst from within ourselves. At that time, we were also not yet technical people in the modern sense. You only become a technical person when you embody pure thought externally in matter. Forgive me for bringing up something very personal again. I'm convinced that if I had studied philosophy in the usual sense, instead of being educated at a technical university, and having found my way into this technical life of the present, I would not have written The Philosophy of Freedom. This is because such a philosophy is at the opposite pole to the experience of pure facts, and pure facts that are experienced in an external mechanistic view, which then also lead to phenomenalism, are on the other side absolutely what first calls forth the complete antithesis. Otherwise, one always brings out of oneself, in an instinctive approach, something that really dreams little demons into the clock. The truly spiritual is sought only through inner powers of cognition, which must first be acquired when we can no longer approach our physical environment through instinctive powers and bring into it what results from instinctive perception. Thus, the age of technology with its machines is on the one side the fertile ground for a spiritual and anthroposophic worldview, and in this sense it is precisely from an utterly non-mystical approach of looking at the world, on the other side, that the clear cognition of the spirit must be brought forth through anthroposophy. It is not a new gnosis that must be found, which would be something based on mystically active instinctive thinking, but rather a search for real spirituality in the outer sensory and in the inner human being, along a path of cognition attained through exercises. We have to bring this course to a close, as we who were participants in this course are now obliged to part company. I thus wanted to present to you today what anthroposophy is in contrast to the prevailing agnosticism. Anthroposophy, as I have already mentioned, has definitely sprung from the scientific spirit of current times. This can be seen by anyone who compares my first writings, with my later ones. Back then, it had taken a form in which at first simple human souls found themselves who tried to satisfy certain religious needs within anthroposophy. We may already say that quite a lot of such simple human souls, how many we do not know, have already found a most essential and absolutely necessary human inner spirituality in anthroposophy. With scientists themselves, it has always happened in a peculiar way. I can still see some of them sitting in front of me. I like to speak concretely. I can see, for example, a botanist sitting in front of me. He was a theosophist in that sense, which is perhaps also known to you, in the sense of an Oriental mysticism, as it prevails, for example, in theosophic societies. I had before me one of the most learned botanists, so it was natural for me to talk to this gentleman about botany. To me it was something natural, but he didn't want to hear about it. No, botany must remain what it is in the university cabinet, not only with him, but also with other botanists. It should remain in the manner in which one acquires practical knowledge, through the botanist's containers and the microscope. This should not be interfered with. Immediately when I began a botanical topic, he talked about etheric body, astral body, and even higher bodies. It was the rule in this theosophic movement that at first you spoke of all possible bodies up to the highest, where they became more and more nebulous. They did not characterize things as I have done here, by pointing out that the etheric body is a time organism, by trying to present the matter concretely, by characterizing the astral body as that which comes in from the spirit and soul and forms the body inwardly. Is it not true that I have tried to point out the characteristics of sleep, even if still imperfectly? I have always tried to characterize concrete things, but such people as I mean now were not interested in them. They only had such words for them as physical body, etheric body, astral body, then further kama manas, and then it went into the highest regions, which became thinner and thinner, but always remained material. It was a strange theosophic materialism, which especially confronted me once when I was at a theosophic congress in Paris. Various lectures were given there. I asked a personality, who was actually very advanced, how she had liked the lectures. She said, quote, "Yes, it left wonderful vibrations, close quote. I felt as if she had said, quote, "It smells extraordinarily good in this room after these lectures," close quote. It was all transferred into the material. Many knew nothing of real spirit, and the man of whom I just spoke always sought things that went in this direction. I always sought something else. For example, the secrets of root formation, stem formation, flower formation, the spiral tendency of plants, their seed formation, or the like. The response was, no, anthroposophy must not enter into it. Away with it. They wanted, again and again, to speak only of the astral body and buddhi and atma and the rounds and the globes, and all that spins around in the world in this sense. In short, I mention these things only as concrete examples. It was actually quite futile to approach scientists in their own scientism. Then, however, apart from a few who from the beginning had worked more in the philosophical field, such as Dr. Unger, more and more younger forces were discovered. And we would never have been able to found the Waldorf School in Stuttgart if a number of personalities had not taken up the individual subjects of science in the anthroposophic sense, out of an anthroposophic spirit. For only through this could we also pass over into pedagogy and didactics. Through this it has become possible to extend more and more what was formerly only for individual simple souls, and to really return to science in a certain way. Today we can already look to other fields, and you have been given examples of these further fields in which we can already work today, thanks to a whole number of younger forces who are working with extraordinary devotion on the development of the anthroposophic spirit in the individual concrete sciences. We may say that some things could be wished for in another direction. Work in the therapeutic medical field is still in its infancy. We also have all kinds of experiments to report, for example, in the economic field. In the latter area, however, it is evident, as may be seen from the events of the last few weeks, that it is not yet possible to work fully in the actual business world. Hopefully the things we have begun will continue, and one day it will be possible to work in this field in the same way as, for example, work is being done today in many fields of science itself, and as work can be done in a thoroughly advanced way in pedagogy and didactics through the Waldorf School. Following on from this, it is really from a deeply grateful heart that I have to express my heartfelt thanks to those who, as friends of the anthroposophic movement, have brought about these university courses here in Holland. It is certainly not easy to organize such an event, and above all, in order to do the work that is necessary in such a case, it is absolutely necessary to have a deeper understanding of the matter. That this has come about fills us with a deep feeling of gratitude, and I am convinced that I am also speaking for the hearts and souls of all those who were allowed to speak here during this week-long course. And I would like to express this gratitude, first of all, to you who are the organizers of this course. I would then like to combine this feeling of gratitude, in turn, with hope. The hope that all those who have now turned their attention in a beautiful way to what has been discussed here during these days will have the feeling that some suggestions have been given for them, even with the little we have been able to accomplish here in such a short time. Initially, we can do no more than make individual suggestions. I hope you have the opportunity to develop these suggestions, to try to penetrate further into what has already been worked out, but is still little known to the world. When you consider what has been worked out by the anthroposophic movement, the anthroposophic work, then you will see that this anthroposophic movement is not, as its enemies, its opponents, who usually, because they cannot be objective, become personal, would like to portray it, but rather to the contrary. The anthroposophic movement is at least sustained by a really earnest scientific spirit. And furthermore, I may perhaps indulge in the hope that the very lectures I have tried to formulate here on these evenings may contribute something toward showing how in our time unconscious longings live in a large part of civilized humanity. And when these are brought to consciousness, they represent nothing other than the longings for something like anthroposophy. However, such desires can also be seen to exist due to all kinds of negative situations. In our time, there is a personality who has probably also become known here in Holland, Oswald Spengler, who wrote a book about the necessary downfall of the West. I have witnessed how his book, titled The Decline of the Occident, has made a deep, devastating impression, especially on the youth of Central Europe. In this book, however, we have to do with the work of a man who is fully at home in 12 to 15 sciences, who truly does not speak out of lightly seasoned knowledge, but who, nevertheless, speaks only out of the negative situations that are active in our time. Agnosticism, for example, is one such negative situation, if it represents the other side of phenomenalism, and we only want to stop at this phenomenalism. Another positive side also belongs to it. Anthroposophy tries to reach this positive side through spiritual paths of cognition. In this sense, I would hope that Anthroposophy in its earnestness has spoken at least a little to your souls. We often have the feeling, when representing Anthroposophy, that it has been here for decades, but we are always at the beginning. And actually, after decades, we now speak again of the very first beginning, even though it has already been conveyed to thousands and thousands of people in the course of these decades. We feel this, not because of Anthroposophy, which can wait. We feel this because of the longings of the times as something tremendously oppressive. Hence the deep satisfaction we have when people come together who want to know what Anthroposophy is all about, and who, by virtue of their serious grasp of life through study, are in a certain sense capable of judgment. For Anthroposophy has nothing to fear from the ability to judge. I can assure you of this from out of the spirit of Anthroposophy. Critics capable of judgment will always be most welcome to Anthroposophy. So far, they have mostly become confessors of it after they have become acquainted with it. The more objectively we get involved with Anthroposophy, also in a critical way, the better it is for Anthroposophy. Thus, Anthroposophy is not something that works on blind faith in authority or counts on an uncritical position. Those listeners, readers, and co-workers are most dear to it, who bring to it their fully discerning soul, not, however, what is often brought up out of the agnosticism of the present, but what comes out of the truly unbiased inner human being. If we can also have the feeling that even though the course was only a beginning, such beginnings must ultimately lead to something that is connected with the deepest longings and necessities of human development, then we can say that we leave such a course with a certain satisfaction. And so, I believe, from what has taken place here, those who have spoken will leave with a certain satisfaction, and above all with grateful hearts. And they would like to give themselves up to the hope that some stimulating things may also have taken place for the honored listeners. In this sense, please allow me to conclude this course by saying in the warmest way, out of this anthroposophic spirit, that if we have perhaps been united through some thoughts, then let us seek ways to continue to be together in spiritual work, to work together. In this sense, I bid you farewell for now. That is the end of Lecture 6, the end of the cycle of lectures, Becoming Fully Human, The Significance of Anthroposophy in the Contemporary Spiritual Life, translated by Jeff Martin. I am adding on to this the questions and answers given, I believe, after the lecture. They were given at the Hague on April 12, 1922. Question about multidimensional space. Rudolf Steiner. If I have the usual coordinate axis system, then I have characterized three-dimensional space. We only want to discuss this schematically. Thus, based on certain algebraic presuppositions, you can abstractly continue the same process that leads from the plane into three-dimensional space. And you get into the fourth dimension, into the fifth, and so on into n-dimensional space. And then it is even possible, let's say, to construct solid forms. Hinton did that, to construct a tesseract, for example. Yet this is not a real body, but only the projection of the real tesseract into three-dimensional space. Of course, there is nothing to be said against such constructions in a purely theoretical and abstract way. Theoretically, you can also go over, shall we say, from three-dimensional space to the fourth dimension as time, if you proceed within the calculation of formulas in such a way that you take into account the jump that is made. For it is a different jump to pass theoretically from the first to the second dimension, or into the third spatial dimension, than to pass into time. But if you abstractly refine that, then you can move into time. This is how you get an abstract four-dimensional space. If you stay abstract, you can do it as long as you stick to what is purely intellectual, as long as you are not forced to follow things with clarity. But then you have the problem that while the purely abstract train of thought leads to a, quote, regressus ad infinitum, close quote, this clearly becomes a problem of elasticity. We could also initially think of a pendulum that keeps swinging. But in this dynamic, we will get a vibrational state. We really do. When you arrive at imaginative cognition, you can simply no longer carry out the process ad infinitum, where you assume a fourth dimension and so on. Then I am compelled, when I denote the first dimension plus A, the second plus B, and the third plus C, if I take real space, I cannot write the fourth plus D. But by the nature of the thing, I am compelled to write minus C. So that the fourth dimension simply cancels out the third little by little, and there are only two left. Instead of four, I get two dimensions at the end of the process. And so when I accept the fifth, I am compelled to put minus B, and with the sixth minus A. That said, I'm getting back to a point. The elasticity bounces back to the starting point. And that is not something, for example, which only exists in my imagination. It is not a subjective experience. It is realized in the way I presented it the day before yesterday. You really have to do it. As long as you have, shall we say, the earth here and keep an eye on the roots of the plant, then you are dealing with a special development of the force of gravity. There you stand within the usual spatial dimensionality. But if you want to explain the shape of the flower, you can't get by with that. Take space itself, which is only the inverse form of the point. And then, instead of going out centrifugally, you are going in centripetally. You come to wave surfaces. Instead of the thing spraying out, it pushes in from the outside. And then you get those movements that are sliding or shearing movements, pressure movements, in which you would go wrong if you were to take coordinate axes from a coordinate center. You must take the infinite sphere as the coordinate center point, and then pure coordinates going toward the center. Thus you get the qualitatively opposite coordinate axis system as soon as you come into the etheric. That this is not taken into account is the fault of the ordinary ether theory. Herein lies the difficulty in defining the ether. Sometimes it is seen as liquid, sometimes as gas. There is the error that they start from the coordinate system that is seen from the central axis point. But as soon as you come into the other, you have to take the sphere and construct the entire system in reverse instead of from inside to outside. Things become interesting when they are followed mathematically and go over into the physical, and some things could be contributed to the solution of borderline problems if we were to develop these theories, which are starting to become very real here. But there is still terribly little understanding for this. For example, I gave a lecture at a university mathematics society where I tried to introduce these things. I have stated that if you have the asymptotes of a hyperbola here, you have to imagine what you have here on the right spraying apart, and here on the left spraying together, so that a complete reversal takes place. These things gradually lead to a more concrete treatment of space. But there is little understanding for this today. There's often a certain aversion to synthetic geometry, even among pure analysts. In this newer synthetic geometry, is the way to get out of the problem of the purely formal mathematical in order to grasp the empirical. As long as you reckon with mere analytical geometry, you cannot approach the realm of reality. Only the endpoints of the coordinates have been formed, the geometric location of the coordinates, and so on. If you stick to the linear and circular when constructing, then you stay within lines. But you have to use the help of a certain clarity. That is what makes synthetic geometry so beneficial in getting out of the formal, and showing how one has to think the mathematical in outer nature. Question: what does Dr. Steiner mean when he says that the physical body is a spatial body and the formative body a temporal body? The physical body also lives in time, growing and decaying. Rudolf Steiner: yes, but that is only thought imprecisely, if I may say so. In order to trace this back to precise thinking, you would first have to undertake an analysis of the concept of time. Just consider the way reality usually stands before us. Space and time are completely interwoven. You can only think such things if you distinguish space from time. In ordinary objective cognition, you do not have time at all. After all, you measure time using only the dimensions of space, and changes in the dimensions of space are the means of recognizing what then counts as time. Only try to think of a different time measurement. Otherwise, you always measure time according to space. This is not the case the moment you pass to a real experience of time. Most people do this unconsciously. Actually, thinking has to be raised to a higher consciousness through imaginative cognition. But you have a really temporal experience. If, for example, on April 12, 1922, at 4:04 p.m. and so many seconds, you look at your own soul life. If you take this soul life of yours right now, at this very moment, it is a temporal cross-section. You cannot say that there is any space cross-section within this temporal cross-section. Within this temporal cross-section, however, lies your entire earthly past. And if you want to draw it schematically, if this is the flow of your experience from A to B, then you have to draw the cross-section A to B. You can't help A, there's a large A here, but locate your entire experience into this cross-section, and yet there is a perspective in it. You can say that events further back in time are depicted with less intensity than closer ones. But all of this works in the one cross-section. Thus, if you really analyze this time, you can find other relationships that are all interconnected. We can only elevate time to a real mental image if we do not make the analysis that we are used to in physics by means of spatial cognition, but only by reflecting on our own soul life. In your soul life, however, if you have only abstract thoughts, you are then in your temporal life body. That is the important thing, that one really be able to grasp this temporal life body as an organism. You see, if you feel any indispositions, let us say due to this or that digestive disorder in the stomach, you can, under certain circumstances, perceive that completely different areas of your spatial organism are also affected. The spatial organism is such that the individual areas are spatially dependent on one another. In the case of the time organism, it is such that although we have a later and an earlier, later and earlier are connected in an organic way. It can be characterized like this. Let's say we have a very old person. We find that when this person speaks to younger people, to children, for example, her opinions bounce off the children. Her words mean nothing to the children. And yet we find with another elderly person that when he speaks to children, it is something completely different. Her words flow naturally into the children's souls. If you study this, you usually can study these things because you very seldom look at the whole person, because you can't keep your attention long enough, so to speak. You can observe, for example, how the strength of blessing that an older person can have stems from his or her early childhood. Observation is not extended that far today. Anthroposophy has to do that. There, when you go back, you will find that those who can bless in old age who in old age have this peculiar spiritual power in them, namely, that their words flow into young people like a blessing, have learned to pray in youth. I would like to express it figuratively with the words, folded hands in youth become blessing hands in old age. There you have a connection between what acts as an influence on other people in later years and what pious feelings and the like existed in life in early childhood. There is an organic connection between the earlier and the later, and only when you know the whole person can you see how that person has an infinite number of such connections. Today we are stuck with a view of our whole life outside of this reality. We imagine that we are full of reality, but we are abstract creatures in our cultivation of life. We do not pay attention to reality. For example, we don't pay attention to the fact that when we teach children something, we have to avoid giving them sharply defined concepts as much as possible, especially during their elementary school age. Such concepts really work in a later age as though constricting the limbs and not letting them grow larger. What we give to the child must be an organism, must be mobile. You now gradually approach what I mean by an organism. Of course, this is only completely possible within imagination. But you arrive at an idea of an organism in any case if you are only clear about the fact that what takes place in the human being in time does not relate to the organism of space, but to the organism of time. And then it can manifest spatially in the body. Now, you see that there is a reality in time. Again, you can take it from mathematics. There was once a very nice discussion. I think it was Ostwald, not a follower of spiritual science, but a person who is not exactly a materialist, who drew attention to the fact that organic processes, which take place in time, cannot be reversed like mechanical processes. But now it is the case that you cannot even approach a time process with the usual calculations. With the usual calculations, you actually always remain outside time processes. They do not follow the processes as such. For example, if you put negative quantities in a formula for the lunar eclipse, you get things that are further back in space. But you don't move away with things in time. They only move in the space sphere. And so you only get a correct concept of what the physical body of the human being is if you can separate the spatial from the temporal. With the human being, this is of fundamental importance, because you do not come to any understanding at all if you do not know that with humans everything temporal unfolds as an entity that dominates the spatial as something dynamic, whereas with a machine, the temporal is a function that has only an isolated spatial effect. That is the difference. With the human being, the temporal is real, while with the mechanism, the temporal is only a function of space. This is what it ultimately comes down to. That is the end of the questions and answers, and the complete end of Collected Works, Volume 82 by Rudolf Steiner.